Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part what if Harry faced war and became the judge of justice. Here is short summary. In a world torn apart by war, Harry Potter must rise above betrayal, heartbreak, and conflict to deliver justice. As the ultimate arbiter, he decides the fate of allies and enemies alike, redefining what it means to be a hero. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The Portkey promptly deposited the ice soldiers, Harry, and the Longbottoms on the floor in the entrance hall at Narracay. Harry quickly stood up from his fallen position and took in the surroundings. The large hall had been transformed into a gigantic hospital wing. Nurses and medi-wizards darted from bed to bed as they checked up on all of the patients. Captain Nailoff promptly commandeered one of the nurses and instructed her to have the Longbottoms looked after. Before she scurried away, Harry also added his own instructions to have them taken to a room once they had been examined. Nailoff and his soldiers then dispersed to their own accommodations, leaving Harry standing amid the bustle of the temporary hospital. A glance at his watch revealed to Harry that it was nearly morning. Any decent wizard or witch would be getting some sleep right now. However, he was convinced that Dumbledore was getting ready to expel Neville and the two girls. He couldn't let that happen. With a sigh, he pulled his ivory wand from his cloak and used it to apparate to Hogwarts. Any of you could have been killed, Dumbledore said to re-emphasize the main point in his lecture. I realize that you are a very skilled wizard when it comes to defense, Mr. Longbottom, but Miss Pottle and Brown could have been severely injured. You had no right to place them in such danger. Dumbledore's statement was followed with a loud harumph from both girls. We knew the risks and I would gladly do the same again, Parvati said, her voice bordering on the edge of absolute defiance toward the aged headmaster. Me too, Lavender added. The three teens were then studied for several moments by Dumbledore before he spoke again. That's what I'm afraid of. I can't have you three gallivanting off to wherever you want when I can't supervise you around the clock. I will have to take disciplinary action. They were Death Eaters, Parvati wheedled. You and the others needed all the help you could get. You did not go to St. Mungo's expecting to fight Death Eaters, Dumbledore promptly rebutted as he drew several sheets of parchment from a drawer in his desk. Even if those had been the circumstances, you would still be in violation of school rules. Lavender was looking distinctly nervous now that she and her cohorts could see that they were definitely in trouble. Ironic really, they had always expected that trouble would come from the existence of Potter's Legion. What are you going to do? All three of you are too old and set in your ways for me to change you, so I have no choice but to expel you. It's the best thing for all concerned, Dumbledore said coolly. Before Neville could say anything, another voice interrupted them. That won't be necessary, Albus. Dumbledore looked up in shock as the three teens spun in their chairs to find a somewhat bedraggled, yet very imperious Harry Potter standing in the open doorway of the headmaster's office. What are you doing here, Harry? That's Mr. Potter or Lord Polarix to you, Harry stated. He then waved his hand absently and grinned. But that is irrelevant because I won't allow you to say anything. I'd rather get this over with so that I don't waste any time while you explain why I should give myself up, or do any other idiotic things that you think might serve one of your schemes. Much to his chagrin, Dumbledore found himself unable to even open his mouth to speak. Apparently young Harry had outstripped him where magical power was concerned. In case you forgot, the House of Polarix owns and as of this coming summer, operates Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry began. I don't have any authority as of now. You must realize though, that I will have absolute authority come summer. If you wish to remain headmaster of this institution, you will not be expelling Neville, Parvati, or Lavender. Agreed. Neville bit back a grin as he watched Professor Dumbledore give a resigned nod and a look that asked Harry what his reasoning was. Dumbledore did not know, understand, or suspect the association between Harry and Neville. You won't be expelling them because from what I've heard about them, I think they have their priorities straight. Not only that, haven't you realized that Neville and his friends were the ones who fought back that attack during the last Hogsmeade weekend? It would be sheer idiocy to get rid of them. Harry explained, purposely leaving his other motivations out of the explanation. He doubted that anything could stop Dumbledore from expelling Neville if he found out about Potter's Legion. I think that is all. The three teens and old man watched as Harry casually pulled a white wand from his dark robes and impossibly apparated from the castle after waving his hand to restore Dumbledore's speech abilities. How did he do that? Parvati gasped. A very deep sigh was emitted from Dumbledore's lips. He owns the castle and grounds. There must be some way that he is able to get through the wards. Perhaps a hereditary blood key. He then gave them each a piercing gaze, trying to pry their secrets from their heads before continuing. It seems I can't take any action against you. Please be careful in the future, however. You are dismissed. The old man then watched as the three adventurers shuffled out of his office, vaguely wondering why Harry would go to so much trouble to keep them in school. Was there a connection? When Harry returned to Nerike, he found that the hustle and bustle had calmed down somewhat in his entrance hall and that all the patients seemed to be comfortably settled. A small team of nurses seemed to be on duty, seeing to the patients' needs and comfort. Hopefully, he would be able to have them all transported back to Britain as soon as possible. The hospital had fortunately not sustained any serious damage. Not seeing anyone he recognized, Harry slowly made his way up to the master suite. He entered the room to find Bellatrix reading a small book while sitting in a rocking chair that she had acquired a few days earlier. As soon as she became aware of his presence, she put the book down on a table and jumped up with a concerned expression painted on her beautiful face. "No injuries?" she asked as she glided over to him and absently touched him as if making sure he wasn't hiding anything. "Nothing physical," Harry said despondently. Bellatrix frowned. "What do you mean, dear?" Harry briefly explained his short confrontation with Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, and to some extent the Order. "I've never blamed them for believing me guilty based on the evidence they had," Harry concluded. "It's just that deep down, I expected that they would at least listen to my side of the story. They'll be forced to realize their mistake quite soon," Bellatrix predicted. "You're the Lord of Polarix. They can't shut you up forever." "Doesn't mean I feel any better about it," Harry mumbled. A cushioned table abruptly appeared next to where the couple was standing. Bellatrix walked over and patted it with a quirky grin. "Strip and get on the table, Harry," she instructed. "It's time for your massage and therapy session with Dr. Bella." Harry eyed the table suspiciously. "Strip as in, naked? What if someone walks in?" Bellatrix rolled her eyes and promptly conjured a fluffy white towel which she tossed into Harry's face. "You can cover yourself with that." Section break. Hermione noisily vomited for the third time that night. Watching Malfoy Sr. have his head removed had instantly traumatized her. After Ron had helped calm her down, the image of the sorcerer using his blade to do the deed kept playing through her mind. She hoped Ron would forgive her for getting sick on his pants. "Are you okay?" Ginny asked, knocking on the open door to the bathroom at Grimmauld Place. "Ron says that you're a bit under the weather." "How did you get here?" Hermione asked as she glanced up at Ginny, unsteadily regained her feet, and pulled the lever on the magical toilet. "Isn't it a bit late?" Ginny shook her head. "Early, you mean? It's nearly dawn. Professor Dumbledore thought that I might appreciate being able to visit everybody for a short while to see that they're okay. He brought me here with him. I'll be returning to Hogwarts after the emergency meeting." "Right," Hermione said in what she hoped was a brisk-sounding voice. She had nearly forgot about the meeting. "I'd better go and join them before they get started." "I'll come with you," Ginny volunteered. The two teenage girls quickly fell in pace beside each other as they made their way down toward the kitchen where most meetings were held. "I heard that you saw Malfoy get beheaded. Who did it?" Hermione fought down the rising sickness in her stomach before answering. "You heard correctly. The Count of Trascoban did it. I think he's a sorcerer." "I've never heard of a sorcerer by that name. Where did he come from?" Ginny asked. "I think he works for Harry," Hermione responded absently as they descended a flight of stairs. Ginny stopped short on the bottom step. "Harry, what about him? Is there something that nobody is telling me?" "I guess I shouldn't have said that," Hermione said as a blush tinged her cheeks. She then quickly explained to the younger girl about Harry's arrival at the battle and how the Count had been with Harry and deferring to him. Evil attracts evil, Ginny said, trying to imitate a wise sage. I honestly didn't think that Harry would work for Voldemort, but I'm not surprised that he's out there for himself. Although Hermione agreed with Ginny, she still couldn't help but feel uncomfortable at their newest analysis of Harry's personality. Some of the things that Malfoy had said bothered her, but she decided to think about it later once they arrived at the kitchen's entrance. She bid Ginny farewell as she entered the room the Order had deigned as its meeting place. Although she and Ron had been allowed to join up, Mrs. Weasley had adamantly insisted that her only daughter be excluded from the select group. Hermione smiled fondly at the matron who was now engaged in a heated discussion. It's unwise to provoke people, Ron. If what you say about that fire curse is true, Harry is extremely powerful, not to mention being the Lord of Cholerics. I can't understand why Dumbledore would even let you try to confront that murderer. It was only Harry, Mum. Ron said, rolling his eyes. Mrs. Weasley was ready to retort when Dumbledore, Moody, and Shacklebolt entered the kitchen from the hall. The Auror was just concluding some sort of status report to Dumbledore. Overall, nobody was able to turn anything up. What up? Mrs. Weasley demanded. Don't tell me that you didn't even come close to catching Potter. Moody grinned at her. I won't then. My main concern is the disappearance of all the patients that were in St. Mungo's, Kingsley stated as several more Order members filed into the table. I hope that they turn up and that the Longbottoms are with them. The old headmaster frowned. I wish that I had been able to ask Harry about that when he visited me a couple of hours ago. Everyone in the room went silent as he voiced his wish and stared at him. You saw Harry after the attack? Hermione half asked, half stated. Yes, Miss Granger, I did. Dumbledore replied as he gestured for everyone to take their places around the table and took his own. Mr. Potter, or as we could say, Lord Cholerics, paid me a visit at Hogwarts. He told me that I would lose my position as headmaster if I expelled your fellow classmates. Did he say anything else? Ron inquired eagerly. Were you able to talk to him some more? Dumbledore shook his head sadly. He would not let me talk to him. After telling me what I wasn't going to do, he promptly left. He deliberately left out that part about how Harry had apparated through the Hogwarts wards. There was no reason to make them worried right now. How can he just walk in and do that? Mrs. Weasley demanded, horrified at what Harry was able to do. He owns Hogwarts, Snape said snidely as he made a tardy appearance. My apologies, Albus. I was unable to get away from the Dark Lord until just now. The potions master then took a seat. Albus shook his head. That's beside the point right now. There is nothing we can do about that. Our immediate concerns at this point in time are for the missing patients and the Longbottoms. Not all of you understand the Longbottoms' importance, so I'll briefly explain. Whoever has them might be able to use them to gain some sort of power if they were to make a recovery. Before the battle, they were noted to be making progress. I take it that's the reason you know who attacked Street Mungo's, Arthur Weasley observed dryly. That's not quite accurate, Snape cut in. The Dark Lord merely wanted the Longbottoms dead. Unfortunately for him, it doesn't seem like that is going to happen anytime soon. Tonks grinned. I guess Harry has more brains than you people would like to admit. Instead of seeing potential power as a threat, he chose to turn it into an opportunity. Let's worry about getting the patients to a safe place. Does anyone know where they are? As I was just telling Albus, the Ministry has been unable to locate any of the patients or Harry's followers. Our tracking devices were unable to sense the magic that those sorcerers employed during the attack. Kingsley Shacklebolt explained to everyone. The meeting continued on as everyone put forth their mostly useless ideas as how to recover the patients and save the Longbottoms. Finally, the subject that all those present had been avoiding was brought up by Ron. This is getting us nowhere. We can't solve the missing patients, or Longbottom, problem right now. Let's move on to worrying about imminent threats. Potter, for instance. Everyone was silent as they carefully avoided eye contact with each other. The silence was shattered when Hermione spoke up timidly. He helped us against the Death Eaters. Only so he could take the Longbottoms away. Ron yelled unnecessarily. Shut up. Snape hissed at Ron. He then addressed everyone present. All right, Everyone here knows by now that Potter is the Lord of Polarix and consequently, the Earl of the North. Since his escape from Azkaban, Potter has taken a firm stance against the Ministry using his inherited position and immense magical power. Name something bad that he has done. Glances were exchanged as everyone realized that after a month or so of freedom, Harry had yet to harm anyone. What little progress Snape had accomplished was ruined when Molly Weasley stood up. He's tipped his hand now, hasn't he? There's no longer any reason for him not to do anything. Mark my words, people will be killed now, and it won't be the Death Eaters doing the killings. Assuming that he's hiding in the North, his followers will come begin a reign of terror. Snape struggled mightily to control the seething bubble of anger that rose and threatened to engulf his normally cool mind. He stooped up abruptly. If you'll all forgive me, there are things that I must attend to. He then left the room, nodding discreetly to Tonks and Moody. Maybe he's right, wheezed old Mundungus Fletcher, briefly drawing himself out of his habitual drunken stupor. Oh, shut up, Mrs. Weasley commanded as she looked in the general direction of Dumbledore, not quite meeting his blue-eyed gaze. Something will have to be done. The public must be warned that Harry James Potter is armed, dangerous, and ready to kill, as are his followers who have yet to be solidly identified or named. They still don't even know about what he did over the Christmas holidays. It seems to me that the Daily Prophet has been saying that for nearly 2 years. Tonks declared, trying to make the whole thing sound ludicrous. The young Auror's efforts failed, however. Dumbledore nodded. We'll have to come up with some way to let everyone know. What's wrong with the Daily Prophet? Ron asked readily. Dumbledore coughed nervously. I believe that Harry owns it. Huh, Ron exclaimed. What do you mean? For the past several weeks, the House of Polarix has been purchasing a great deal of stock and ownership in companies. As of several weeks ago, the House of Polarix purchased complete control of the newspaper. Which reminds me, Kingsley. Yes, the Ministry will only be able to look into the missing patient's situation from a possible kidnapping standpoint. Meaning, that you can't do anything for 24 hours. Harry owns controlling shares in the hospital. Dumbledore announced. That means that you have to have his permission to start investigating who took who from the hospital before the 24 hours is up. Hermione blinked. Since when did Harry have so much money and financial sense? Was Bellatrix Black, who had escaped Azkaban the same night he had done so, helping him? Or was it someone else? She ignored that questions and spoke up. We'll worry about informing the public of the danger then. Patience of St. Mungo's can come later, she said, hoping to head off another heated discussion. Perhaps we could get an article in the Quibbler. Ron mused. Luna was certainly helpful enough last year. Helpful to Harry, Hermione reminded him. I don't think that it would work. She's been slightly distant toward us this year. There's the Wizarding Wireless Network. Mrs. Weasley informed everyone. Everyone listens to that all the time. Dumbledore nodded. It's settled then. We'll send messages about Harry over the WWN. He then looked at Ron and Hermione. You two were his friends, so you'll be more convincing. Would you two consent to making a message for us to use? Ron and Hermione both nodded, not realizing how much they would come regret agreeing to the proposition. Good. Dumbledore smiled. He then stood up and looked at everyone. This meeting is adjourned. I will be inviting a select few of you to a special meeting at a later date in order to discuss the ramifications of Harry's succession to the seat of the North. Maybe they're right, Harry mumbled, barely able to talk through the waves of relaxation and pleasure that Bellatrix's nimble fingers were effectively sending through his body. What would my mum think of me? Have I dishonored her memory? Bellatrix snorted, but did not stop the massage. Have you done anything wrong? Like kill innocent people? Have you stolen money? Have you told lies about your friends? No. Then you have nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. A smile crossed Harry's face as he enjoyed his special treatment. Bellatrix had effectively drawn out the stiffness in his body as she drew out his emotional pains. Deep down, he had known all along that he was doing the right thing and that everything Dumbledore, Ron, and Hermione had said were hogwash, but it felt better knowing that someone he cared about agreed with him. That's it. All done, Bellatrix announced. Harry overcame the urge to fall asleep on the massage table that she had conjured using the house sprite magic and stood up, wrapping the towel around him securely. Thank you, he said gratefully. How much do I owe you? Well, she said, grinning mischievously, you can give me a massage when. The door to their suite opened and Tess walked in holding a small radio. I'm sorry to interrupt, my lord, lady, but I think that you should hear this, she announced grimly. The radio was set down and Harry's assistant twiddled with the knobs a bit before the signal came through loud and clear. And for those of you just joining us, we have some very critical and breaking news, the announcer said in a serious voice that barely hid his own excitement at being the one to help proclaim a big news story to the public. Harry and Bellatrix glanced at each other nervously. It couldn't be good. In a shocking report released by the Ministry of Magic, it is revealed that during the Christmas holiday and while home with his aunt and uncle, Harry James Potter, the boy who lived, was arrested and convicted of the mass murder of Muggles living on his home street of Privet Drive in Surrey. Even more shocking is the fact that Potter and another prisoner, Bellatrix Black, escaped Azkaban shortly after his imprisonment on the island. Harry growled as his hackles rose, but he stopped when Bellatrix laid a calming hand on his arm. After his escape, the Ministry believed that Potter and possibly Black, formerly Lestrange, intended to flee to another country and forget about Britain. However, significant evidence suggests that Potter masterminded the attack on St. Mungo's Hospital that has left all of its patients missing. We'd better see to getting them back. Bellatrix sighed and looked at Tess, who signaled that she would see to it as soon as possible, while Harry muttered about people too blind to see Death Eaters running amok. The broadcast continued. Due to the fact that Potter was unmasked at the hospital attack, law enforcement officials believe that he no longer intends to play his hand from behind the scenes. The public is warned that Harry James Potter is armed with a wand and is dangerous. Any sightings of him are to be reported immediately. Watchers are also advised that Potter has a small army of followers who are very proficient in magic. No one should approach them if they are spotted. The public is also advised to watch for Bellatrix Black. She is an escaped prisoner and likely in cahoots with Potter. It's not as bad as it could be, Harry said, trying to put on a brave face. Not everyone believes everything the Ministry tells them, especially after the whole cover-up on Voldemort when I was in 5th year. Bellatrix only nodded silently. After the announcer went on to detail instructions for contacting the authorities if the boy who killed was spotted, the program continued. We have right here statements from Potter's closest friends at Hogwarts, Ronald Weasley and Hermione Granger. Harry has become very twisted and evil, crackled Hermione's recorded voice. His mind no longer functions properly. Everything is twisted in his perception. If you do see him, do not let him sweet-talk you. He will manipulate you and will say anything to achieve his purposes. Harry's mouth dropped open, and before he could let out an exclamation, Ron's voice followed. The only thing he wants is money and power. He will kill, rob, and intimidate to get it. Don't let him get away with it. How dare he? Harry shouted angrily as both Bellatrix and Tess cringed. Bellatrix quickly placed both her hands on his arms and looked him directly in the eye. You know as well as I that getting angry will not solve anything, Harry. We must formulate a plan of action. I am fairly sure that this can all be countered with tomorrow's daily profit. We can even have some free copies distributed to non-subscribers. Harry nodded and waved his hand to dismiss Tess so that she could return to her normal duties and see to arrange for the evacuated patients to be returned to St. Mungo's, which had been declared suitable for their return. I guess that you're right. Draco Malfoy quailed as the Dark Lord strode into the small room. He had received an emergency signal early in the morning that indicated he should immediately leave Hogwarts and make his way to the secret cabin that his family had always relied on for refuge from the Ministry. He quickly bowed to Voldemort, who had stopped and was now observing him as a Death Eater. Wormtail entered the room in a very servile manner. What is it, my lord? Your father met his end in battle last night, child. Voldemort said neutrally, showing no sympathy, remorse, or joy at the fact. He fought for our most noble cause and fell honorably. He will always be remembered. A flood of emotions shot through Draco's cold veins. Mostly hate and fear. Had he loved his father? Maybe. It didn't matter. Pride and honor dictated that he should seek revenge, especially for an offense against the Malfoy name. Who killed him? He growled, all while showing Voldemort the proper respect. The Count of Traskauben, who was acting on the orders of Harry Potter. Voldemort stated. What do you mean? Draco whispered in shock. Voldemort briefly informed Draco of the exact events of the battle to the best of his knowledge. It wasn't out of courtesy to the deceased offspring, however. It was for his own purposes. Potter has become the Lord of Polarix and is responsible for your father's death. If you come with me, I can help you get revenge. Wouldn't it be better for me to stay at Hogwarts and go on as normal? It would be good to have someone on the inside, if you know what I mean, my lord. There are others, Voldemort stated in a dismissive manner. You could be useful though, and at this point I must use you or lose you. What do you mean? Voldemort twisted his lips in what could best be described as a scowl. Your mother's actions have complicated things and your father's death has made them worse. None of your Malfoy relatives have legal standing at this point in time. Harry Potter, who is now the head of House Black, could easily take you into custody if he was so inclined. That old fool at Hogwarts could certainly think up of something to keep his claws in you. So I have to escape before anything happens, Malfoy said, completing Voldemort's thought. Yes, Draco nodded and pointlessly considered Voldemort's proposal. There was obviously no other choice in the matter. There was one question though. You said that Potter is the Lord of Polarix, that could turn the tide in this war against us if the Ministry allies with us. How will you prevent that? You will find out shortly. Voldemort sneered. I'll see to Potter's further ostracization. In fact, the wheels are in motion as I speak. These two are here because they are Harry's former friends. Dumbledore said to Snape, Kingsley, Arthur Weasley, and Professor McGonagall, in order to validate Ron and Hermione's presence at the small meeting at Hogwarts. Snape rolled his eyes. If you say so. Dumbledore ignored Snape's caustic mood. It was probably a side effect of the events he had been involved with for the past 24 hours. Harry is the Earl of the North, and that means he now has great power. Enough power to destroy Voldemort, or us. Maybe even both. We must make plans to deal with this situation. Well, we could always manipulate him so that we can force him to blindly do what you want him to do. Snape suggested idly. Severus, McGonagall said tersely, we realize that you aren't feeling well, but could you please keep your comments to yourself? Arthur leaned forward and spoke to everyone in his most convincing voice. I think that we should attempt to reason with him. Listen to his story, tell him ours, and then make some sort of compromise that at least gets you-know-who out of the way. We already tried that, Mr. Weasley. Hermione said practically. He won't listen to us. We can hunt him down and attack him. Ron declared. Then we can worry about you-know-who. Kingsley shook his head negatively. You should have enough sense to realize that wouldn't work, Ronald. 1. We don't even know where he is. 2. The Ministry isn't strong enough to adequately face those sorcerers, and 3. We have no formal grounds on which we can accuse him of any crime thus far. Attack his influence, McGonagall said dryly. It's easier to fight an enemy if he can't affect you on the inside. His control of the Daily Prophet is a problem. In fact, his money is a problem. Only for Death Eaters thus far. Snape added. I think you may be right, Minerva. Dumbledore commented. I have a meeting with the Minister of Magic scheduled. I should probably depart now to be on time. This meeting is dismissed. Andy Carney studied the final version of the next morning's edition of the Daily Prophet. It seemed rather strange to have the final draft ready so early in the day. However, the owner of the paper had specifically provided all the content for the next morning's paper. He looked up at his assistant. This looks perfect, Willie. I guess we can run it. Willie nodded and took the copy back. Yes, I guess we can. It sure seems odd to be defending Harry Potter and accusing the Ministry of corruption while the wireless network accuses him of high crimes and misdemeanors. We don't have much choice. Andy replied dryly. I don't care. It's just the business. Besides, I'm not so sure that the WWN has their information right anyway. Oh, Willie was about to ask what his boss meant when an explosion rocked the Prophet building and all the windows that looked out to Diagon Alley shattered inward. All the staff members screamed and dove for their desks, fully expecting the Dark Lord himself to appear and begin shooting of killing curses. However, this belief was contradicted when the dust settled and they found the room filled with Aurors holding drawn wands and aiming them at anything that moved. They were all further shocked when Percival Weasley, one of the Minister of Magic's top aides, entered the building. With an arrogant flourish, Percy Weasley withdrew an official piece of parchment from his cloak and began to read in a pompous voice. Be it known to all that on the grounds that Harry James Potter, the Lord of Polarix, is guilty of high treason against the British Ministry of Magic, all of his commercial property and money is hereby forfeited to the Ministry. By command of the Minister of Magic, the Daily Prophet is to be shut down and the press and all copies of the Daily Prophet are to be burned. You can't do that, Andy screamed defiantly, more out of loyalty to the paper rather than to Harry Potter. I just did, Percy said smugly. Fudge had all his property seized. Snape asked in shock, what about Hogwarts? Tonks fidgeted uncomfortably. Dumbledore and Fudge decided that having Hogwarts seized could result in some serious repercussions. The school was turned over to the House of Polarix too long ago to be sure that there aren't any enchantments that could come back and hurt Dumbledore and the Ministry. He isn't going to be happy about this. Snape muttered. What about Gringotts? Have they gotten his money from there? I don't know. Tonks said helplessly. I sent a letter to Nerike as soon as I heard the word, but there isn't a single thing that Harry can do. Snape sighed. We can pray that it doesn't get any worse. Take me to whoever is in charge. Percy snapped at the first goblin he and the Aurors encountered as they entered Gringotts. I'm here on important Ministry business. The goblin looked at Percy grimly before moving away quickly. When he returned, he motioned for them to follow him. The pompous Weasley smugly rehearsed what he was going to say as he briskly followed the creature that was leading him to the manager's office. The goblin motioned for Percy and the Aurors to enter a large office and gestured to a very regal-looking goblin seated behind a desk. You may speak with Lord Gold. The goblin then left the room. Percy approached the large desk that Lord Gold sat behind and then withdrew a document addressed to the chief goblin at Gringotts. He tossed the parchment down in front of the goblin. You must comply with that order from Minister Fudge immediately. I'm not sure that I have to do anything. Lord Gold replied irritably. What is the meaning of this? You have no right to just show up and demand an audience with me. Read the parchment and see. Percy snapped. Lord Gold reached forward and picked the document up, treating it as if it had come from the depths of a sewer. The goblin shot an angry glance at Percy before reading it. To whom it may concern. By decree of the Minister of Magic, Gringotts Bank is to immediately turn over all assets belonging to Harry James Potter, the House of Polarix, the House of Potter, and the House of Black to the British Ministry of Magic on grounds that Harry James Potter is guilty of high treason against the aforementioned ministry. Gringotts must also swear to never deal with Mr. Potter's assets or accept his patronage in the future. Gringotts must also in no way give aid to Mr. Potter. Cornelius Oswald Fudge, Minister of Magic. Tell me, young pup, do you have any idea as to how many treaties this thing breaks? Does your moronic boss have any idea what a serious action this is? Lord Gold whispered. Minister Fudge is well aware of all things. Percy stated. In fact, he's aware of the fact that we're at war and that Harry Potter could be a potential threat. Lord Gold smiled grimly. A threat to Minister Fudge? Certainly not the wizarding world. You don't know what you're talking about. Percy retorted. I think I do, boy. Gold said, his voice showing nothing but contempt for Percy Weasley and his superior at the ministry. What happens if I should refuse to comply with this demand? Percy gestured toward the Aurors standing behind him. That's what my escort is for. You can either turn over Potter's assets or be arrested for treason. Take your pick, Goblin. The Goblin smiled evilly at Percy. I will do neither. Gringotts Bank hereby refuses to comply with your ministry's wishes. Lord Gold then raised his hand and snapped. Immediately, the walls enclosing the office seemed to fall away to reveal a squadron of heavily armed goblins training their weapons as Percy and the Aurors. I suggest that you apparate back to the ministry. You won't get away with this. Percy growled as he fearfully drew his wand and apparated away, the Aurors quickly following suit. The head of Gringotts was immediately joined by his compatriots, Lord Silver and Bronze. Have the staff begin to evacuate our records immediately. See to it that access to the vaults is blocked off from this building. I'll go to the lobby and order all humans to leave and notify Lord Polarix of the situation immediately. Lord Silver and Bronze didn't waste any time departing to see to their individual tasks. Lord Gold smiled grimly and restored the illusion of walls around his office before making his way to the lobby of the bank. He stepped onto a special platform that immediately lifted off and hovered above the crowd of witches and wizards doing business. The goblin's voice was automatically amplified as a result of a special charm on the platform. Attention all Gringotts patrons. The British Ministry of Magic has blatantly broken its treaties with this establishment. Therefore, Gringotts of Britain is hereby closed until further notice. All those present may withdraw up to 500 galleons from an available teller and have it credited away from their account. Those who don't take this opportunity will receive either 20% of their current deposit or 500 galleons by owl. What has happened? Called out an anxious witch. The crowd fell silent in order to hear the goblin's response. How long will this closure last? Ask your Minister of Magic. Lord Gold answered. They did what? Screamed Fudge as he leapt up from his desk and began to pace in front of the large fireplace that dominated his office. They're goblins. What makes them think that they can just shut down like that? Don't they understand that we're at war? Lord Gold doesn't seem to care about current events, just his treaties. Percy stated. Fudge scowled angrily. They're our treaties, not his. We can do what we want with them. He returned to his desk and pounded his fist on it. Didn't you explain that to him? I didn't really have the opportunity. Percy gulped. Get out of here, Fudge shouted. You're a pathetic failure to me. If I had sent someone else, we wouldn't be having this problem now. I want that report on Potter's assets on my desk early tomorrow too. Percy quickly left the office, leaving Fudge to his tirade. He would calm down in an hour or so. He always did. Then after that, he would go and do something else sure to bring him back to his angry state. I take it that the news didn't go over well, a fellow assistant said from his desk as Percy sat at his own. It did not. Percy sighed. I hope I'm not around when he realizes that the economy is in big trouble now. Fudge will have to seize almost all of the commercial business establishments and force them to work at this point. A deep sigh came from his fellow worker. And then the next thing we know, we'll all be bloody communists. Whatever, Percy mumbled as he waved an anxious-looking oar through to the minister's office. If Fudge didn't want visitors, that was his problem for now. What will this do to the economy, Lord Silver? Harry inquired as he struggled to retain his calm composure. How could Fudge do this to him? What had he ever done to deserve all this persecution? Didn't the idiot realize that he was only hurting Britain and not Harry? The quiet but shrewd goblin steepled his fingers thoughtfully. The British money supply has just taken a significant drop, obviously. If the minister is wise, he will take action that will promote immediate deflation. That will be very beneficial to you. Whether or not he promotes it, it will eventually happen. Harry nodded. It seemed that the closure of Gringotts would not be overly catastrophic for the average wizard or witch and their family. The situation would be very comparable to the Great Depression, however. Then the war would come, just like before. How long until this closure starts hurting the goblins? The goblin seemed surprised that Harry would be concerned for his race's welfare, so it took a moment before he answered. The treaties with Britain call for the violator of the other treaties in place to cover expenses. The goblins can therefore keep the bank closed almost indefinitely since we're not the ones paying for the loss. I wonder if Fudge realizes that. Harry asked himself. Will the bank still be open to me? Of course, Lord Silver said, waving his hand in a dismissive manner. We'll still strive to work with you and your accounts, despite the difficulties caused by the ministry. North Gringotts will also still be able to function for you as well. With time, we may be able to open Gringotts in a type of safe mode. Your strength in magical power could perhaps help us in that respect. Harry smiled. That's some good news at least. Thank you for coming to brief me on the situation, Lord Silver. If there is anything at all that I can do to help you, let me know. The goblin nodded and stood up as Harry did. Briefing you was the least we could, Lord Polarix. If anything significant happens with regard to your account or assets, we'll contact you immediately. Also, thank you for your offer. Then, wasting no time, the goblin magicked himself away from Nerike. Letting out an exhausted sigh, Harry fell back into his chair and slumped back. Could things get any worse? The Daily Prophet was gone and Fudge had made it practically impossible to deal with the British economy, not by cutting off his resources, but by ruining the economy in general. The door to his private study opened to admit Bellatrix, Tess, Bess, and Regan's his ghostly secretary. He looked at them hopefully. Any new plans to solve all my problems with one easy step? I'm afraid not, Regan said dryly. Great. Bellatrix approached the desk and laid a calming hand on his shoulder. Don't let it get to you, Harry. We'll figure something out eventually. Several overstuffed chairs appeared for all but the ghost to take a seat in. Tess wasted no time in getting down to business. Your first and probably foremost loss is the Daily Prophet. The ministry has seized that, so there is no way to simply start a new paper for the same subscribers. It will likely be impossible to even print a newspaper in Britain unless you're the ministry from here on out. Is there a way to print a newspaper outside of the country and then send it into everyone? Harry inquired thoughtfully, his mental facilities rising to the challenge. That is a remote possibility, my lord. Tess replied. The newspapers still have to be distributed, and doing so from even a country as close as the North or France would be too difficult. There are also legal challenges in other countries that must be overcome. Harry nodded. True. There's always the quibbler, Bellatrix suggested, remembering about how Harry had gotten his story out in his 5th year at Hogwarts. I don't want to create any trouble for the Lovegood family. Harry sighed. Knowing Fudge, if there was even a hint that I might be trying to work with them, they'd be shut down before their press even started printing. How about WWN? Could you buy it? Bess asked. Before Harry could respond, Bellatrix shot the idea down. I'm afraid that it is impossible. The ministry has always owned that medium and controlled it rigidly. The Dark Lord has tried to acquire it for himself many times and has always failed. There was a silence as they all considered the stalemate that they had come to in their discussion. It did not appear that there was any way to fix the Daily Prophet problem. Harry revived the discussion. What about my financial dealings in Britain? Bess shrugged. We can just set up a false name and deal under that for you. If you're not inclined to do that, then perhaps you can ask some of your followers to use their names for your behalf. Seems fair enough, Harry answered, slowly considering both options. Maybe a combination of both would be effective. He yawned and glanced out one of the windows. The sun had just barely gone down and he was already tired. Pathetic. Perhaps there was a way that he could build up his stamina. He would have to ask some of his bodyguards if they could provide some guidance. A brief knock sounded on the door and it opened to admit Count Hiskofny. I'm sorry to disturb you, my lord. It has come to my attention that a small Muggle village located on the north coast of Britain is under attack from Voldemort's forces. I believe he intends to decimate them. Harry frowned worriedly. How did you find this out? I have always had lookout stations on the north coast of that country for safety reasons. Hiskofny answered. Coincidentally, Voldemort has attacked a village in which one of my agents made his home at. I'll have to do something. Harry decided out loud. Assemble a strike team to go with me to the village. If we hurry we can still save a few people. Hiskofny grinned. I've already taken the liberty to do so, my lord. Your bodyguards are also waiting. Harry stood up and unconsciously summoned his black plate and battle robes lined with silver. That was very efficient of you. Send one of Nayloff's men to fetch Narcissa Black and have her appropriately clothed for an outing of this nature. He turned to Bellatrix. Would you like to come as well? Bellatrix wasted no time in answering. Of course, if I can help it, I'm not going to let you go into a dangerous area alone. Good, Harry said as he watched Bellatrix quickly summon her own armor. He turned to Bess and Tess. You might as well prepare to deal with any injuries that need minor care. I'll contact Zerina and have her send a couple of doctors. Yes, my lord, they said, echoing each other. The two personal assistants then left the room as Hiskofny's men entered, soon followed by the ice soldiers, and then a pair of ice soldiers bodily dragging a very disgruntled Narcissa with them. She didn't want to come. One of them explained to Harry as they let her go and watched as she narrowly missed falling on the floor. She doesn't have a choice. Harry commented as he quickly used his powers to peek into her mind and confirm that her attitude toward him and everything else remained the same. Perhaps this little field trip would change things a little. At the very least, it would get her attention. Narcissa, who seemed to understand this fact, did not say anything but contented herself to scowl in Harry's general direction. Harry decided to address her directly. A Muggle village is under attack, Narcissa. I'm taking you with me so that you can see what you seem to believe in firsthand. Harry stepped forward and firmly grasped Narcissa by the elbow. You'll stay with me so that I can keep you safe and prevent you from running off and causing trouble. He nodded to Hiskifny, Nayloff, and of course Bellatrix. Let's go. Ron, Hermione, Snape, and McGonagall were once again convened in Dumbledore's office with the headmaster. Kingsley and Mr. Weasley, who had been present at the meeting earlier that day, were missing. Dumbledore had already informed them that Mr. Weasley was unable to come and that Kingsley was quite tardy. Perhaps we can start without Auror Shacklebolt, Snape suggested unhappily. There are things that I need to do and wasting my time in useless meetings is not one of them. We should probably start, McGonagall stated logically. I'm sure that he can be brought up to speed as soon as he arrives. Hermione frowned as she mentally reviewed the events of the day. Closing down the Daily Prophet had been a very intelligent thing to do, she reckoned. Trying to seize Harry's money was also a good idea turned bad. There had been enough goblin rebellions in the past, but never over whether or not the bank should allow the ministry to seize the funds of a witch or wizard. I don't get it, she voiced finally. Why did Gringotts close? That was a very unpredictable move on their part, wasn't it? Dumbledore mused. It is quite possible that young Percy's attitude toward them insulted them. He's a bit stuck up, but I wouldn't expect a goblin to react so adversely. There's also another possibility, one that I hope is not the case. Snape gave everyone present a dose of his trademark sneer. What could that possibility be, Headmaster? Well, Dumbledore said slowly, it could be that the goblins are allied with Harry. What? Ron exclaimed. Why? He received no answer because Kingsley Shacklebolt burst into the office panting. The ministry received an anonymous tip that a Muggle village on the north coast is under attack by an unidentified group of wizards. Scouts were immediately sent to confirm the report. One of them returned and is barely alive. Death Eaters? Hermione asked. Kingsley shook his head. No, there is no dark mark and all of the attackers are wearing gray. Professor Dumbledore's face grew grim. It seems that Harry is letting us know what he thinks about our actions against him today. Harry used his above-average powers to magically transport himself, Bellatrix, Narcissa, and 2 of his bodyguards to a specified location in the besieged village from the hill outside of town where he and Hiskifny had quickly formulated a plan of action. There's something wrong about this picture, Bellatrix announced as she held one of her cherry wands in front of her, ready to fire a curse at anything that posed a threat. The Death Eaters should be wearing dark cloaks with masks, not gray cloaks with no masks. Camouflage, Harry hypothesized. Maybe, Bellatrix said, her voice reflecting her lack of assurance. An explosion shook the ground and several random curses exploded only a few feet away from where the small group stood. In the confusion, Harry heard Narcissa scream and try to run for cover. However, she was prevented by his firm grip around her elbow. Let me go, she demanded. You can't make me go through this mess. You and other like-minded pure-bloods seem to think that it's okay to put innocent muggles through this. Harry commented dryly as he slowly turned and scanned the area, holding his black ash wand out as if it could stop anything from coming his way. Let's go this way. It seems that all the Death Eaters are further in. Hiskifny and Nayloff should be driving the Death Eaters on their sides toward the center of the village. Narcissa did not reply to Harry's bland barb, but did follow her sister and brother-in-law's bodyguards as they slowly made their way to the center of the village. The others seemed to concentrate on what lay ahead. However, Narcissa couldn't help but observe the occasional corpse laying mangled in the street. She thought that she could never see anything worse than those corpses. Much to her horror, she found that she was wrong as they passed a corpse that wasn't quite dead yet. Can't you do anything for him? She asked Harry. He shook his head. There's nothing that can stop him from dying, I can feel it. It's my duty to care for those who have a chance. There was nothing for Narcissa to do but nod in acceptance and try to steel her nerves as she felt herself sink into a mental state of shock. After several minutes of walking to the center of the village, they were all surprised when a small girl abruptly dashed out from between two houses farther up the street. Before any of the group could call out to her, a reducto curse flew from behind her and hit her dead on, ripping her to shreds before their eyes. Narcissa fell to her knees and vomited violently, only vaguely aware as Harry rushed forward, his bodyguards on his heels, and shot a counter-curse on the dead child's behalf. From his angry exclamation, Narcissa assumed that he had missed. "Are you okay?" Bellatrix asked sympathetically. "Not really," Narcissa replied gratefully, glad to know that her sister still cared for her, despite her change of allegiance. "I don't suppose you could convince your husband to let me just go back to your fortress?" Bellatrix shrugged. "He won't, and even if he would, medicine doesn't always taste good." Narcissa sighed as Bellatrix helped her to regain her standing position and as they made their way forward to join Harry, who had already began to slowly make his way further toward the center. When they arrived, they found the Death Eaters packed into the village square, all of them facing outward and maintaining a complicated compound shield charm that was proving very effective against the ice soldiers and Trascobanian sorcerers who had already attained the village square. Much to everyone's shock, they spied Voldemort standing on a raised platform in the Death Eaters' midst. When he spotted Harry, he held up his hand, signaling for everyone to pause in their fighting momentarily. "So nice to see you, Harry. Or is it Lord Polarix?" Voldemort hissed quietly, but still making his words heard by all. "Call me what you wish, Voldemort." Harry scowled defiantly. "Why are you here? What's the purpose?" Voldemort grinned. "Well, dear fellow, you'll find out shortly." The Dark Lord then signaled, and the Death Eaters threw several small objects similar to Muggle hand grenades into the midst of Harry's followers. "They're spell capsules," Bellatrix muttered to Harry quickly, "but don't worry. There are very few spells that are compatible with them, none of them harmful or deadly." Before Harry could ask what their purpose could possibly be in a battle, they exploded, bombarding everyone present with a spell that Harry could not accurately identify. When the spells died down, Harry quickly checked all of his followers for injuries. There were none. Instead, their cloaks had all been transfigured into a dark shade of gray. Harry looked down and saw that he had been affected the same way. His cloak was gray, all traces of black and silver gone, except for his plate. "What was that for?" Harry demanded, looking at Voldemort for answer. "Take a wild guess," Voldemort replied, smiling evilly. "I'd stick around, but there's things I have to do." He pulled a black pocket watch from the folds of his cloak and looked at it before holding up his wand. "Cheerio." A brilliant flash of red light blinded everyone, and when Harry was able to clear his eyes, he quickly observed that Voldemort and all of his Death Eaters were no longer present. "I don't understand what just happened," Harry said blankly. His statement of confusion was abruptly punctuated by the popping sound associated with apparition as Kingsley Shacklebolt, Professor Dumbledore, Ron, Hermione, Professor McGonagall, and an entire squadron of Aurors arrived. The new arrivals all shot silent and appalled looks at the carnage that Voldemort and his Death Eaters left behind as Harry and his forces stood speechless, realizing what Voldemort had just done to them. They had been framed. Harry was particularly mad, this being his second time being framed. Kingsley Shacklebolt grimly turned his attention to Harry. "You may be the Lord of Polarix, but as Harry James Potter, you are still a subject of the United Kingdom and therefore subject to our laws. As the senior ministry Auror present, I hereby demand that you surrender yourself for arrest on the charges of mass murder." "I am innocent of all crimes you accuse me of," Harry said slowly as he tried to formulate a way in which he could explain this away. "What you see here is Voldemort's doing. We arrived to defend the Muggles, and as soon as we cornered the Death Eaters, they escaped." Shacklebolt's response was cut off as Ron pressed his way forward with Hermione on his tail. "Of course you're innocent. You're only standing over a zillion corpses with the blood practically dripping of your hands." "I just explained everything to you," Harry said desperately. "Give me the benefit of the doubt, would you?" "I can't do that," Shacklebolt said grimly as he pointed his wand at Harry, the Aurors under his command doing the same to him and his followers. "I'm under strict orders. Besides, you are still an escaped fugitive. For some reason, This made Harry particularly angry. Did they ever listen to anybody they arrested? He couldn't blame the Aurors or McGonagall though. They were acting on Ministry orders after all, and McGonagall was under Dumbledore. Dumbledore, Ron, and Hermione were the ones he needed to talk to. With a casual swish of his wand, Harry initiated an explosion that sent all but those three flying back, knocking some unconscious. Count Hiskifny quickly moved to keep the others who had been knocked down on the ground. "You three must listen to me this time," Harry growled. "Your actions have told us all there is to tell," Hermione said weakly, gesturing toward several mangled corpses of innocent muggles. "Listen to him, you idiots," Bellatrix screamed, stepping forward from the midst of the ice soldiers from where she had previously avoided notice. "He's trying to tell you something." Dumbledore looked surprised for a moment before responding. "So, Miss Black, I see that you've allied yourself with Harry." "That's Mrs. Potter to you," Bellatrix growled. Harry would have had to have been deaf to miss the gasps of Ron and Hermione. "You married that thing?" Ron yelled. "She's a heartless whore." "How dare you?" Harry snarled. "Never insult my wife again." He was about to step forward and inflict some physical harm upon Ron when Bellatrix calmly put her hand on his shoulder. "I'm not worth demeaning yourself that way, love." Harry sighed and relaxed. "Why are you wasting your time insulting her?" Hermione asked Ron, her quavering voice gaining strength with every syllable. "Her evil is nothing besides Harry. What he has done is worse than 1,000 murders. We know that you were supposed to fight Voldemort, but instead you betrayed everyone's hope. Your heart is darker than midnight, you devil." Harry stood stunned, no rebuttal coming to his mind for Hermione's horrid accusation. Unconsciously, he expected Bellatrix, who was probably better at comebacks, to say something. However, what she did took him and everyone else by surprise. Without saying a word, Bellatrix quickly closed the distance between herself and the teenage girl with 3 quick strides. She then promptly drew back her arm and delivered a backhanded slap to Hermione's face which caused the younger female to fall backwards onto the ground. "I may have been a heartless whore, possibly still am, and may spend the rest of my days trying to redeem myself," Bellatrix whispered, "but at least I know deep down that I'm not a treacherous slut." Hermione gasped, and not willing to consider Bellatrix's accusation with an unbiased perspective, let out a defiant scream and launched herself at her opponent's legs. Bellatrix promptly fell onto her back as Hermione jumped onto her and began to claw at the older woman's face. Once Bellatrix's surprise at being counter-attacked wore off, Hermione's advantage gained from surprise was quickly neutralized by Bellatrix's fighting experience and maturity. A fist to Hermione's jaw stunned her long enough for Bellatrix to roll, putting her on top. A few more bloody claw marks were added to Bellatrix's face as she straddled Hermione and sat up as Hermione shrieked her indignation. All thoughts at fighting Bellatrix flew from Hermione's mind as Bellatrix began to methodically slap Hermione's face over and over again as she screamed and snarled unintelligible words and sentences. The fight came to an abrupt halt when Harry gently, but firmly grasped one of Bellatrix's wrists. "I'm not sure that I'm worth all this effort either," Harry said, staring into his wife's violent violet eyes with calm reassurance. Bellatrix didn't say anything as Harry helped her up and guided her back away from Hermione, who was being quickly approached by Ron and Professor Dumbledore. Harry waited a moment for things to calm down before speaking levelly. "I don't care how bad you think this looks. I did not do it. I am not responsible for the attack on Privet Drive either. I would prefer to work with the Order and Ministry so that we can defeat Voldemort. If you're not willing to do that, then so be it. I'll fight both of you. The Ministry for the good of the people it supposedly serves, and Voldemort because he is evil. You can't fool us with your fancy words and lies," Ron yelled. Harry sighed sadly as he looked from the faces of his former friends to the faces of the fallen Aurors who were only now getting up. None of them believed him. "I have no wish to fool you. You're only fooling yourself. I'm not very angry for some strange reason. Although, maybe I'm just too tired right now," Harry said thoughtfully as he removed his armor and changed his clothes. He gave the robes that Voldemort had changed to gray a disparaging look. Whatever charm had been used in the capsules was now wearing off, making the wearer appear to have been frolicking in a puddle of gray paint. Bellatrix smiled grimly as she studied her clawed-up face in a mirror. That's a sign that you are no longer emotionally attached to that mess. If you can think and plan without having your mind clouded by emotions, it will be better for you in the long run. A mess. More like a disaster, Harry muttered as he watched her prod a couple of cuts and speculated as to whether or not he should say anything about her fight. Maybe later. I think that I'll go to my study and brainstorm some plans of action against everyone. Tomorrow, I can consult with what allies I have. You do that, Bellatrix advised vaguely as she abandoned the mirror and began to see to her own clothes. She could patch up her face later. Narcissa had quite a few shocks tonight. I'd better go check on her after washing up my face. Harry nodded and left the room. As soon as he was gone, Bellatrix drew one of her cherry wands and whispered a quick incantation. Maternus observiaso. A blue light flared at the end of her wand and dimmed to a pulsating glow. When she pointed the wand toward herself, the glow changed to a healthy-looking green. Bellatrix sighed in relief, put the wand away, and quickly finished putting on a fresh set of robes. She then gave herself a once-over in the mirror and departed the suite to find Narcissa. Hermione finished removing her clothes and undergarments and slipped into the warm and soothing water of the bath pool in the prefect's bathroom. Though the water was soothing, it did little to wash away the emotional pain brought on by the confrontation in the Muggle village. At the thought, Hermione brought one of her hands to a cheek and winced. Despite the fact that the bulk of the pain had faded away somewhat, it caused her to burst into irrational tears. How could Harry go off and marry that woman? And why did she care? He was a traitor and murderer after all. In an attempt to distract herself from the painful feelings and confusing thoughts, she slowly attempted to swim some laps. This only exhausted her. She returned to the shallow end and sat, leaning her back against the wall of the pool, crying even harder. What had Bellatrix called her? A treacherous slut. Was she right? Even if Harry was guilty? Probably. Bellatrix certainly seemed to believe it. The damage that the older woman had done to her face was plenty evidence of that. She was saved from drowning in her thoughts when Ginny Weasley entered the bathroom. Ron's little sister didn't say anything until she had joined Hermione in the pool against the wall. I thought I might find you here, Ginny commented. Ron told me everything. I hope that Bellatrix didn't injure you seriously. Just a few slaps here and there, Hermione replied carefully. Ron was worried about injuries. I'm more worried about your emotions, Ginny stated clinically. What Bellatrix said to you was rather harsh. Hermione chose not to reply for several moments. Finally she broke down and told Ginny about the dilemma she was facing. Her apparent feelings of jealousy and the fears that going against Harry was wrong, despite his guilt. You're jealous of Bellatrix then? Ginny asked carefully. I don't know, Hermione whispered. Ginny hid a smirk. It certainly sounds like it. That's beside the point, Hermione said. Am I doing the right thing by standing against Harry? He was my friend since our first year at Hogwarts. The youngest Weasley quietly observed the colorful bubbles and variable shapes as she considered Hermione's question. Finally, she answered, if Harry is guilty, then you would be doing him no favors by standing by him and trying to justify his actions. If he's too foolish to value your counsel with regards to his crimes, then you're not at fault. Do you think that Harry is guilty of killing the Muggles on Privet Drive and in that town? He claims that he did neither. Hermione asked Ginny. Yes, Ginny choked. She and Harry had not really been friends, but she had always felt a special bond from him saving her life in the Chamber of Secrets. I think that he was fundamentally good at first, but any normal person would eventually crack given the situations Harry has gone through. I'm with Ron on this, he's most definitely guilty. A sigh escaped from Hermione's lips. Her conversation with Ginny should have comforted her at the very least. For some reason, she still felt the same as she had before Ginny had shown up. What would you do if Harry was proven innocent of all accusations? Hermione asked, mostly out of curiosity. There was a very long silence before Ginny replied in a quiet, but grim voice. I would crawl to him and beg him to either kill me or torture me until I could not remember my treachery. Hermione's face blanched. That's extreme. Living and consciously knowing that I had betrayed him with my heart, let alone actions, would be worse. Ginny whispered. There's suicide, Hermione suggested. I don't know if I could even stand his presence if he was proven innocent. Ginny shook her head. That would be the coward's way out. Besides, he saved my life in the Chamber of Secrets and nearly died for it. That act created a magical bond between us. It is impossible for me to commit suicide. I'm glad that it's impossible, because I would hate to find out whether or not I'm a coward. At this point, both of the teenage girls were silently shedding tears. I hope we're not wrong, Hermione uttered. For both our sakes. That statement made Hermione feel much worse. For who hoped that their friend was guilty of murder? She couldn't win. Narcissa was laying on the cold, stone floor next to the bed in her room when Bellatrix knocked on the door and then entered the room. She turned her attention from the plain ceiling to Bellatrix when the door closed behind her sister. I see that you've survived your fight, she observed. Yes, Bellatrix said awkwardly as her face turned red as a cherry. She took a seat on the plain bed and motioned for Narcissa to get off the floor and join her. Just a few scratches. You were always the calm and cool one, Narcissa said as she slowly sat up and then joined Bellatrix. I never pictured you getting into a cat fight with a girl half your age. Then again, I never pictured you marrying Harry Potter either. Bellatrix blushed even more, if that was possible. That girl made me furious. I've committed some unspeakable atrocities in my life, and Harry has done nothing but good. When I heard her accuse him like that, I guess I just lost control. I'd say you did. Narcissa laughed for a moment before growing a bit more serious. When I first found out about you and Harry, I vaguely considered the possibility that you were up to some scheme designed to undermine him, despite your claims to the contrary. You proved me wrong tonight. How? Well, Narcissa began, you are a very skilled and fairly powerful witch. You could have probably beat the snot out of that teenager without even resorting to physical means. I didn't see a conniving witch trying to prove her loyalty to Harry Potter tonight. I saw a woman reacting with a primal instinct to an insult against her mate's honor. This embarrassed Bellatrix to no end, though she was pleased to know that Narcissa now acknowledged that her feelings for Harry were sincere. She changed the subject, to avoid further discomfort. I came here to see if you were okay after seeing what you did in the village. Narcissa sighed and slumped. No, I'm not okay. My pureblood status and former connection with the Death Eaters makes me feel about this tall. She held out her hand and gestured with her thumb and index finger. Your husband could probably make the world a better place by putting my head on a pike or something. My husband does not put heads on pikes, Bellatrix said indignantly. Indeed, Narcissa said, smiling at a private joke. He doesn't. I know. Narcissa grinned momentarily, before becoming slightly more somber. I've decided that I should probably talk to him soon, however. I'll confess to him every bad thing I ever did and ask him to help me come to terms with it all and change my ways. Do you think that he would be willing to help me? Bellatrix smiled happily. Of course he will. After that, maybe I can help you and Harry by doing something other than scrubbing your floors and walls. I have connections in the wizarding world. Not all of them are necessarily trustworthy, but they can still be useful to us. That sounds wonderful, Bellatrix said with a smile. It's late, so I'll leave you in peace. The two sisters said good night to each other and Bellatrix left Narcissa's room and made her way through the dark fortress to the master suite where she found Harry just climbing into their large bed. Any ingenious ideas? Bellatrix asked. Harry smiled. I'm not sure as to how ingenious they are, but I do have some plans that should prove beneficial to me in the long run at the very least. Thanks for sticking up for me back at that village, by the way. Bellatrix beamed at him as she changed into some nightwear. I love you, Harry. The Ministry Chronicle. A voice of truth, not wish-washy prophecy. Lord Potter strikes. Yesterday, in a move that shocked witches and wizards worldwide, Harry James Potter violently lashed out and led his deadly forces in the decimation of a defenseless Muggle village on the north coast of Britain. Officials from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement estimate that Lord Potter, as he has been dubbed, successfully massacred at least 60% of the village's population. An additional 30% sustained minor injuries. As of yet, the ministry is unsure of Lord Potter's motivation. A top aide from the Minister Fudge's office stated that Potter was very likely trying to establish his presence. "This is only the beginning," the aide said. When Ministry forces led by Kinglesey Shacklebolt and assisted by Albus Dumbledore arrived at the location of the attack, they found Lord Potter's followers gathered in the central square. He adamantly denied his involvement, said one eyewitness, but it was painfully obvious that he was behind the attack. Everyone could basically see the blood dripping from his hands. "The ministry will not let Potter get away with this," Cornelius Fudge stated in an emergency press conference. "We've begun an investigation and found that Potter owns shares in the Daily Prophet and other key companies. Steps have been taken to freeze his assets, thus the closure of the Daily Prophet. His resources must be cut off. The world can only hope that the ministry will be able to successfully wage a two-sided war against you-know-who and Lord Potter." Goblin Rebellion. Gringotts closed. Yesterday afternoon, Lord Gold, the head of Gringotts Bank, announced the closing of Gringotts. He stated that the bank will remain closed until further notice. However, arrangements were made for a small amount of every patron's account to be withdrawn and distributed. Experts cautioned the public not to panic in any way. Minister Fudge, in his press conference concerning Lord Potter, stated that he hoped that everyone could calmly adjust to the immediate decrease in the money supply. "It is estimated that the economy will be able to function if everyone cooperates. While some worry about the future of our economy, others have wondered why the goblins decided to shut down the bank. It's a rebellion, pure and simple," stated Percival Weasley. "The ministry suspects that Harry Potter may be responsible for the problem. As I speak, we are striving to iron out these problems." Harry chucked his copy of the Ministry Chronicle into a nearby fireplace and laughed. "Those blokes certainly have lying through their teeth down to a science. Pretty soon they'll be blaming me for indigestion. I don't think that it's very funny." Bellatrix scowled as she viciously speared a sausage link with her fork. "Rotten jerks. Maybe it's my turn to be a rotten jerk," Harry snickered. "They already think you are." "True," Harry said thoughtfully. "That means I won't have to try very hard then." Bellatrix rolled her eyes with a smile. Harry's jests had managed to cheer her up. "Whatever. I'll leave you to your own amusement. There is some research I'd like to do today." Harry stood up. "I'd better get to my study. Snape, Moody, Tonks and Neville should be arriving soon. Forcing them to wait won't be a good idea. Tell Neville that the doctors are hopeful," Bellatrix told Harry as he made his way from the dining room. "They haven't had a chance to work on him, but he can visit them at least." "Will do," Harry called back to her as he exited and made his way to the study. When he arrived, he found that the group of expected visitors waiting him in his office. "Thank you for coming. I apologize for making you wait so long," Harry said, waving toward chairs that had magically appeared. "Watch her, Harry," Tonks said in greeting. "Nothing to apologize for. We were only here for a few seconds." "That's good to hear," Harry said as he took his seat. "I take it that everyone swears by the Ministry Chronicle." Snape wrinkled his nose in disgust. "I always thought that the Daily Prophet was a filthy rag. That Chronicle exonerates it though." Moody barked a laugh. "They're both filthy rags. No offense, Harry, I'm sure you would have redeemed the Prophet if you had controlled it longer. Everyone believes the Chronicle though. What are you going to do now?" "I'm going to wage war against both the Ministry and Voldemort," Harry announced. "A war of words to win the popular opinion of the population, and a war of blood to destroy Voldemort. I need you all to double your efforts to convince people that I'm not the creep I've been painted out to be. Find people who don't particularly like Fudge and work from there. Fudge is turning into a hero." Snape muttered. Harry nodded. "True. Is there anyone in the order that might be open to an approach from you guys?" "I don't know," Moody said thoughtfully. "I'm mostly close to Dumbledore, and he isn't open." "You could try the Weasley twins," Neville suggested mildly. "From what I've heard about the order from you folks, they haven't been as involved as other members and they certainly haven't done any Harry bashing." Tonks nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's a wonderful idea, Neville. They would also be a valuable inside resource if they could be convinced to join Harry." "Do any of you care to give them a shot?" Harry asked. "Don't look at me," Snape said sourly. "I'll do it," Tonks said resolutely. I'll even have a memory charm on hand in case they decide against you. Harry smiled. That might be good protocol for approaching anybody. How is Potter's Legion doing, Neville? Neville grinned. We're all learning quickly and our growth is exponential. Everyone is getting a little impatient about not doing anything in the way of fighting though. That leads to a key part of my plan, Harry announced with a smile. All of the members of Potter's Legion have parents or guardians. A great many of those parents are involved in the wizarding world. Convert the kids and the parents will be forced to listen. Especially if their kids can testify without a doubt that I have nothing to do with Voldemort's attacks. Attacks? Tonks echoed. Harry nodded. Yes, attacks. Voldemort won't stop with that one attack. From now on, whenever his Death Eaters lead a raid or make an attack on someone, they will be wearing gray cloaks. I'll be blamed for every single thing he does. So how do they know you have nothing to do with the attacks? Moody probed. They'll know because they'll be right there counter-attacking this summer. Assuming of course that they're interested in helping out. I can't guarantee that none of them will get killed, but I can provide armor and weapons that will greatly improve their chances. Harry outlined. Neville sat up. You can count me in. I'll even lead the counter-attacks for you. That would be appreciated. You'll need a new name so that you aren't associated with me though. Potter's Legion must go. I'll come up with something by the time the term ends at Hogwarts. The week or so after the final exams would be ideal for organizing everything before people are sent home. Neville said. Good, Harry said, grinning. That should do it. Snape leaned forward. That won't be enough, Potter. The Ministry can still cause trouble. That's why there's another part to the whole plan. Harry rebutted. While Neville and his band of merry men and women are off doing their thing against Voldemort this summer, I'll be working from behind the scenes to smear and discredit Fudge in the public eye. As Fudge's reputation sinks, I'll be promoting someone else's reputation. Once Fudge falls, the new person, my ally, will be a shoo-in and become the Minister of Magic. That's an excellent plan, Tonks said. Snape, Moody, and Neville also nodded. Who are you going to make Minister of Magic though? Harry smiled at them. Do you really want to know? Harry smiled at them. Do you really want to know? Yes, they all chorused. Well, that's too bad. Harry snickered. It wouldn't be very wise to spout off the name of my candidate when I haven't even approached that person yet. Tonks rolled her eyes in a very annoyed manner. Very funny, Harry. Do you think that this person will be likely to work with you? Especially after all that you have and will be blamed for. Who can resist the lure of power and glory? Harry countered. It's a very Slytherin-like way to deal with someone, but I've been backed into a corner. I'll make this person such a big hero in the eyes of all British wizardom that I may not even have to shove Fudge out of office. They'll drag him out for me. How? Moody asked. You'll see. Harry smiled. I think that we've covered enough. Remember to work on bringing people around to believing that I'm not a murderer. Everyone stood up and Snape pulled out the special portkey that Harry had sent to him. They were about to leave when Harry stopped them for a moment. Neville, would you like to visit your parents for a moment? I can make a separate portkey. Sure, Harry, Neville said, stepping away from the others. They portkeyed away as Harry and Neville left the study, talking amiably as they made their way to where the Longbottoms were being looked after. Harry took aim, waved his black ash wand casually, and whispered an incantation. Maximus Twicerio arrows. A silent explosion jerked Harry's arm and conjured dummies were violently tossed away from him, some crashing into rocks, others being thrown to the ground, and still others blown for over 100 feet into the choppy ocean as Harry watched with fascination. The elemental style of spells were difficult to cast, unpredictable at best, and classified as extremely dangerous, yet Harry had found them to be very effective thus far. They could be used against a large host of enemies, but Harry was nervous about the well-being of anyone fighting by his side. The results of the elemental spells didn't affect him, but they might affect others. He was about to summon the dummies back to try another elemental spell when he sensed someone approaching from behind. A glance back toward the fortress revealed Narcissa Black picking her way across the not so very smooth beach as she made her way in his general direction. After several minutes, Narcissa finally came close enough to speak to him. Could we talk, my lord? She asked carefully, apparently unsure as to how she should address him. Harry nodded, then said in a fairly happy tone, "But I insist you call me Harry." He then put his wand away and stepped over the relatively smooth piece of ground and sat down cross-legged. Narcissa frowned at the dusty sand and sharp rocks before gingerly sitting down across from him. For this conversation, she would rather face him and judge his reactions. He was currently studying her with his luminescent emerald green eyes. "I'm sorry," she blurted out, wanting to smack herself as soon as she realized that she had already lost her composure. She had always prided herself on keeping it in all situations. Perhaps it was his eyes. "For what?" She squirmed for a few minutes before answering. "Everything, I suppose." Harry smiled calmly at her. "What is everything?" "Aiding Death Eaters, supporting people like the Dark Lord, stuff like that," Narcissa said shakily, trying to gloss over the subject that she herself had brought up. Instead of answering, Harry continued to study her thoughtfully. In an attempt to fill up the silence, Narcissa elaborated. "I suppose that I'm sorry for my whole attitude as well." Still nothing. Therefore, she continued to talk, and before she knew it she had divulged everything she had ever thought or done to Harry. She even told him about tripping her cousin Sirius down the stairs once when a child. "So, I just want to say I'm sorry." "How sorry?" Harry asked as he played with some rocks that he had found lying in the sand. What did he mean? How could one measure sorrow for past actions? Unless he was referring to punishment. Of course, punishment. Not only had she gone through life with a bad attitude and contempt for others, but she had committed a few crimes as well. The consequences must follow. What would he do? Send her to Azkaban? He certainly could now that he controlled that island. Or worse. Narcissa drew a deep breath and prayed that he didn't know about the special chamber deep in the dungeons of his fortress. Sorry enough to take any punishment you see fit to inflict. And she really was that sorry. An annoyed look flitted across Harry's face. "What do you think I am, woman? Some dark lord who tortures people who goof up? Or perhaps a Lord High Executioner? You didn't do any of that stuff against me." Narcissa made a noncommittal noise that didn't seem to have any particular meaning to it. "I wanted to know if you're sorry enough to change," Harry explained calmly. "After that, it's up to you to figure out how to pay your debt to society or whatever you want to call it." "I am definitely sorry enough to change," Narcissa announced, trying to inflict some strength into her voice. "But, I was hoping that you would help me pay my debt to society. You're working against the Dark Lord and the corruption in the ministry. If you allowed me to help you, I think that would go a long ways toward fixing things." "What can you do to help me then?" Harry inquired, now looking straight into the woman's timid eyes. Narcissa began to idly draw in the sand. "Well, I know a lot of people and have social connections. You're powerful, but you lack means by which to channel your power. I could open up connections and broaden your influence." "That would be useful," Harry said in a thoughtful tone. "Please let me," she begged, realizing that this was probably her only chance to redeem herself and turn her life around. "All right then," Harry said, slightly intimidated by her suddenly servile attitude. "You can go back to the castle and tell Bellatrix or the housekeeper to set you up in a better bedroom. Talk to Regens and I'm sure he'll be able to assign you a place to work from. I'll talk to you tomorrow about some people I'd like to influence from off the bat." Narcissa leapt forward from her sitting position and landed on her knees, causing Harry to start and nearly fall back. She grabbed his hand and began to pepper his signet ring with kisses. "Thank you, thank you, thank you," she said over and over again. Before Harry could say anything, she stood up and quite nearly skipped back to the fortress. "Absolutely bonkers," he muttered to himself. He laid back in the sand and allowed himself a laugh. Perhaps Narcissa would be able to assist him with contacting his proposed candidate, and if not, at least set some things up. Bellatrix hummed a lullaby to herself as she poured a small amount of rat blood into the boiling gray potion. As soon as the red liquid made contact with the gray, the boiling immediately ceased and the mixture soon swirled into a sickly shade of pink. Within moments, the pink mixture had thickened considerably and reached a chilly temperature. Several special dueling dummies were summoned from their resting places against the wall, and one by one dunked into the large cauldron and its disgusting potion. Bellatrix then performed some more magic to banish them each to their own table, A couple of cleaning spells later, and Bellatrix was making her way up to Narcissa's new office. Unconsciously, a smile crossed her lips. Her sister had finally seen the light and was now contributing her talents to Harry's cause. Narcissa had played the social scene more than she herself had, and therefore was more useful in the regard of contacting prominent wizarding folk in Britain. It was a shame that she was not acquainted with the ministry official that Harry had developed an interest in. However, Narcissa had already been useful in other ways and would certainly prove helpful in the future. She had already lined Harry up with those in a position to deal with money obscurely, no matter the source of purpose. Bellatrix soon arrived at the right hall, and was soon in front of Narcissa's door. She knocked, and opened it up to find her sister and husband discussing a new matter that Harry felt was necessary. Harry flashed a tender smile at her before turning his attention back to some sort of diagram Narcissa was making on a piece of parchment. The Tremaines have this annoying tendency to stay neutral during any sort of conflict or disagreement, but I'm sure that given the circumstances that you plan to create, they will have no other choice but to make a move beneficial to your purposes whether or not they're aware that you're behind the events. Narcissa explained to Harry, as she positively beamed at Bellatrix. Exactly, Narcissa concurred as Bellatrix sat down in a chair and observed the ongoing dialogue. The discussion of various family positions continued for several minutes until Harry moved on to the structure of the ministry. It isn't a requirement that one has to be a department head to become minister, correct? Not necessarily. The Black Sister hedged. But, it's a long-standing tradition and those are sometimes difficult to break. Wouldn't they make an exception for someone perceived to be a hero? None of the department heads have done anything that can be commended to improve the situation of the wizarding world thus far. Therefore, if my man does something big, he would be the only one on the playing field. Harry said. Narcissa smiled. They probably would, assuming that there was a good reason to oust Fudge. I think that Bellatrix can provide enough dirt to bury him 6 feet deep. Harry said wryly, glancing at his wife for confirmation. His wife grinned predatorily. More than 6 feet. Dear. I think that covers it then. Harry mused. Thank you for your time, Narcissa. My pleasure, Harry. Narcissa glowed, reminding Harry in some twisted way of Dobby. Reggins wanted me to finish analyzing these reports, so I'd better get to them. Harry stood up, quickly followed by Bellatrix. Well, I won't stop you then. He waved and the couple exited the small office hand in hand. Any good news from Hiskifny? Bellatrix inquired. A frustrated sigh seemed to erupt from Harry. Nothing good. For the past 2 weeks, Voldemort has been hitting a town or two every night. The Death Eaters stay only long enough to slaughter a few muggles, torture a couple of people, and they're gone before Hiskifny even has time to assemble his strike team. Then you get all the credit for the attacks. Bellatrix concluded. That sums it up. People hate me now more than ever, thanks to the explicit details the Ministry Chronicle always provides. Harry grumbled. Bellatrix shrugged. I think that they'll eventually come around, love. Right now you should concern yourself with the Ministry. You'll also need to tell Hiskifny to engineer a new plan of fighting back. Voldemort has found a way to combat strike teams, not that he didn't have one before. Tonks glanced up at the large, glittering sign above Weasley Wizard Wheezes and drew a deep breath. If the twins weren't able to be convinced, then no one would be convinced. Without wasting another moment, Tonks entered the shop and managed to make her way uned to the counter where both twins were working on their newest invention, taking advantage of a slow moment. Watch her. Tonks greeted them, attempting to inflect her voice with more confidence than she felt. It's our favorite Auror. Fred grinned. What can we do for you? George asked. Butterflies fiercely attacked Tonks' chest and it was a moment before she responded. How do you feel about this whole mess concerning Harry? She blurted out, wanting to smack herself as soon as she repeated her words in her mind. Dumb, dumb, dumb. Silence descended over the shop as the twins grew more serious and seemed to concentrate more on their project. Finally Fred answered quietly, after sweeping the shop with his eyes to check for unwanted listeners. The whole thing seems rather fishy. Yeah, George agreed. Saint Potter goes on a murdering spree. Bollocks. Fred elbowed George. Careful what you say. She's an Auror, you know. She's not a Fudge flunky. George exclaimed, giving Tonks a flirtatious grin. Any dope can see that. How about a Dumbledore flunky then? Fred muttered. George winced. Didn't think about that. Look you two, I'm not a fudge or Dumbledore flunky. Tonks said, trying to clear things up. How do you feel about the attacks that have been going on during the Part-2 weeks up north? Everyone says that Harry has done it. What do you think? Fred looked at her suspiciously. Why are you asking us all these questions? Will you please just trust me and answer? Tonks pleaded. I swear, I am not trying to get you into trouble or anything like that. Oh, all right. Fred acquiesced. George set down the unidentifiable thing he had been tinkering with and set his elbows on the counter. Ron and Ginny came back from that first village and went on for hours about how they had caught Harry in the act and what a horrible person he was. Mum fiercely agreed and even promoted the idea, and our father tried to pretend he wasn't involved. It made for a rather merry circus. Get to the point, Fred advised. Oh, yes, well, we noticed throughout the whole thing that not one of them actually saw Harry cast a spell of any sort for or against the Muggles in the town. Then as they kept going on about his faults, it came out that no one has actually seen him do anything. George said. What if I told you he was innocent? Fred and George both raised their eyebrows. We didn't expect you or anyone else to take that type of attitude toward him. Lots already have, Tonks informed them. Most of the members of the former DA, Lupin, Moody, and Snape. Snape, both of the twins exclaimed loudly. Tonks shrugged. I suppose he believes in Harry's innocence and ability to bring down you-know-who. I guess so, Fred said loudly. George looked slightly disturbed. There's a lot of first-class idiots out there. I would have thought Snape the absolutely last person to believe in Harry's innocence. Hopefully the world is ready to face Harry Potter's wrath. Does that mean you believe he's innocent too? Tonks asked eagerly. Depends on who is asking. Fred said casually. Tonks grinned at them. What if a Harry Potter flunky was asking you? I reckon that's good enough for us. George said. Harry pulled a slip of parchment from a cloak pocket and compared the address written on it to the house that he was standing in front of. They matched. He put the parchment away and studied the dwelling curiously. It stood in a fairly wealthy Muggle neighborhood. Despite this, the appearance was rather modest and homely looking. Kind of like the Burrow, except that it was cleaner, less disorganized and not so poor. Hoping that the owner's characteristics were similar, Harry apparated into a small room that seemed to serve as a study of sorts. There was a desk with files strewn all over it, most of the ministry files dealing with Gringotts. There were also toys strewn across the floor and a large bookcase with children's books of every sort. Conjuring a seat, Harry sat down and waited. Someone would come into the room eventually. As the time passed, Harry listened to the noises that the resident family made. From what he could gather, it was some sort of story time. After half an hour, the noisy pitter-patter of feet could be heard going past the door, and up a flight of stairs a woman's voice asked if someone would be coming up to tuck the little ones in bed. Just a minute, dear. I need to put the book away, came a male voice. Harry stood up as the door opened to admit a man of medium height, dark hair, and in the neighborhood of about 30 years. He was casually flipping through a storybook with big pictures in it. Sensing the presence of another person in the room, the man abruptly froze and then slowly moved one of his hands toward a light switch. Harry made no move to stop him. The lights clicked on and the man took one look at Harry and nearly fainted. What are you doing here? What do you want? A smile spread across Harry's face as he spread his arms innocently. I have a proposition for you, Mr. Mackridge. What kind of proposition would anyone like you have for me? The man demanded, seemingly insulted that a person of Harry's reputation had deigned to contact him. I'm no Death Eater, neither do I condone what you have done. Harry shrugged and waved his hand, causing two inviting chairs to appear near them. What I have to say will take more than a few moments. Cuthbert, do you mind if I call you that? He sat down. Mackridge eyed the chair across from Harry suspiciously before gingerly sitting down on it. As it was, he still looked as if he expected the chair to explode at any moment. Perhaps if the twins were around. I prefer Bert, and I suppose you can call me that. Wonderful, Harry said cheerfully. You can call me Harry. Now, as I said, I came here tonight with a proposition for you. But first, I might as get some things out of the way. Like your current hobby, Bert jibed. Ignoring Mackridge's attitude, Harry carefully explained his story to the ministry official, mostly concentrating on the facts that he was innocent and based on his past reputation, he would have no reason to commit the crimes he stood accused of. Bert, who was a generally polite person by nature, listened to Harry's story and was even somewhat inclined to believe Harry innocent of wrongdoing. I suppose I can give you the benefit of the doubt, somewhat, he said to Harry warily. I don't understand why you are here though. Harry chose to work around to his topic carefully. You are the head of the Goblin Liaison Office, are you not? That's what I do. Would I be correct in assuming that you had nothing to do with Minister Fudge and his assistant, Percy Weasley, attempting to order Gringotts to surrender all of my assets to the ministry? Bert Mackridge studied Harry with arched eyebrows. So, you know about that. You must get around, considering that fact that Fudge is doing his best to cover his tracks in that regard. He then sighed. I had nothing to do with it and was very offended that he went over my head in that respect, not that I would have done what he had his mind set on doing though. I wondered why the Ministry Chronicle was so fuzzy about the cause of the closure. Harry remarked. The minister's reputation must not be stained, Mackridge said caustically, seemingly forgetting whom he was have the conversation with. No one is openly blaming me for the problems with Gringotts, yet, but as purses and pouches get lighter, the pressure on me to negotiate a reopening increases. Everybody is desperate for the bank to reopen and that desperation is exponential. Next week I could be out of a job. A slightly predatory gleam sparkled in Harry's eyes. One of the main reasons that Gringotts closed its doors in response to Fudge's unconventional demands is that I'm their ally. I signed a treaty with Lord Gold a couple of months ago. Glad to hear that someone in this world has brains. Bert grumbled. I've been trying to convince Fudge to sign a broader and more equal treaty with them since the day I became head of the office. What does that have to do with me and the ministry though? I can convince Lord Gold and his associates to reopen the bank, Harry announced, finally coming to point of the conversation. If you were to get the credit for the bank reopening, you would be an instant hero, wouldn't you? Bert's suspicion returned to his face as he remembered that he was talking to Harry Potter, whose intentions were unknown. I suppose I would be. Why? Voldemort, Harry said firmly, ignoring Mackridge's cringe, needs to be stopped and Fudge is incompetent. Britain needs a minister of magic that will fight. It also needs a minister that is fair enough to recognize my innocence and to at least work with me. A hero would be a shoe-in. How would you like to be the Minister of Magic, Bert? The bureaucrat looked at Harry with shock painted on his face. You want to make me the Minister of Magic? I suppose I'd do my best, but I'm not so sure about it. Do you think that it's possible? It's possible if you're with me and will understand that I'm trying to fight Voldemort, and am not off killing muggles. Harry said bluntly. I suppose I can accept your innocence, but officially, there are some snags. Bert explained. No, honest. Minister of Magic can overturn your supposed conviction just like that. A pardon is out of the question. During the First War, there were problems in that area and certain restrictions were instituted by the Winsangamot. You need to prove your innocence. However, I would overlook that, and would not attempt to arrest you or impede your actions. Harry was disappointed, but understood. I see. If I was the minister, I would give you another trial, but Lucius Malfoy is dead. Your followers saw to that when Street Mungo's was attacked. No, don't worry about that, Harry said. The question is, are you with me? Would you accept the position as minister and would you work with me against Voldemort? Bert was about to answer when the door opened to admit a slightly irritated woman. What's taking you so long? She demanded, looking around to see what her husband was up to. She screamed when she saw Harry. Both men leapt to their feet and before Harry could wandlessly initiate a silencing charm, Bert had quieted his wife who still looked panicked. Could you let me think about it? Mackridge asked. Harry nodded. Yes, of course. Send me an owl when you make your decision. I will, Mackridge answered. Good, Harry said. I'll leave you to explain everything to your lovely wife. He nodded to them both, pulled one of his wands from his cloak, and apparated back to Narake. Weren't you planning to do some more studying for our exams? Ron inquired. Hermione looked up at him from all of the papers, charts, maps, and books strewn over one of the tables in the Gryffindor common room. I did some, she answered. Then I got distracted, I guess. Are you off to practice then? No Quidditch practice tonight, but I'll go out and do some flying anyway. Have to be ready for those Ravenclaw chasers. I don't think they'll be too much of a problem when it comes down to it though, he answered, slightly smug. Have fun, Hermione said distractedly as she dug a Ministry Chronicle from out of the stack and examined an article that detailed one of Harry's attacks on a Muggle village up on the northern coast. Ron nodded. I will. Don't forget to take a break though. He then left through the portrait hole, leaving a silent but crowded common room. Nearly everyone was putting in study time for exams. After reading through the article, Hermione was able to pinpoint the actual name of the Muggle village. She set the newspaper down and found a map with several marks on it. The location of the attacked village was found and Hermione promptly placed an X over it with her quill. That being the latest attack, Hermione was finished with her marks. She blew on the map to speed up the ink drying process and then examined her handiwork. A line of X's marched across the northern coast. There was a slight pattern to the violence. The line of X's weren't in order, so it was impossible to identify precisely when and where the next attack would be. But she could now make some guesses. As Hermione studied the map and contemplated, Ginny finished her schoolwork for the night and made her way over to the table. What are you doing? I was thinking I might be able to anticipate some of Harry's attacks. Hermione said vaguely. Is that so you can advise Fudge and Dumbledore to send orders in advance? Ginny asked, slightly impressed at the sense Hermione had displayed with the map. Had anyone else thought of that? Hermione sighed. No, I can't predict the attacks for sure, and the Aurors are too few to be stationed in every possible village. Then why did you do it? Well, I've been thinking, Hermione said quietly, trying her best to keep her emotions from bursting out uncontrollably. I was one of Harry's friends, and I've realized that maybe we are not giving him much of a chance. Even if he is bad, we have to try and redeem him. We owe him that much, at the very least I think. Ginny's face remained unnaturally impassive. So you intend to get to those villages and hope that he attacks the one you're in at the right time. Then what? Hello Harry, can you spare a moment from your amusements and have a cup of tea with me? No, Hermione exclaimed. I don't know, she sighed. I just have this feeling that I should try something like that. Maybe I'll get lucky. Well, good luck then, Ginny said, sounding kind of strange. She walked off and climbed the stairs to the girls' dormitory. Hermione nodded, barely noticing Ginny's departure before she took a blank sheet of parchment and began to methodically write a list of the villages and towns that could be in the running for an attack. Now, for the next step. Making a list was one thing. Getting to the villages, especially while the term was still on, would be difficult. Dumbledore might be able to help though. Not much later, Hermione was riding the stairs up to the headmaster's office, list of villages clutched in her sweaty hand. He had to say yes. What would she do if he didn't? Forget about it till summer then. She entered the office to find Professor Dumbledore and the Minister of Magic having a late drink together. Dumbledore acknowledged her presence with a nod and smile. Fudge stood up and beamed. Miss Granger, how nice to see you. The statements that you and Mr. Weasley provided have proved invaluable to the Ministry these past weeks. Thank you, Minister, Hermione said nervously. What can I do for you? Dumbledore asked as Fudge returned to his drink, content to wait the professor and his student out. Hermione glanced at Fudge sideways. He probably wouldn't appreciate her motives. I've done some research and have found a vague pattern associated with Harry's attacks. It's impossible to predict precisely when or where he will strike, but I would like to have the chance to randomly visit these villages and hope that perhaps I'll be there at the right time. I have a list of possible targets right here. What for? Dumbledore inquired. Someone needs to talk to Harry. Hermione answered nervously. Maybe he can see reason. That wasn't the whole reason, but there was no point in explaining further. Especially with the minister in the room. Fudge stood up. I doubt that he'll see reason, Miss Granger. But I still like your plan. If we can actually get an eyewitness to testify that Harry is responsible, then the public will respond more eagerly to our attempts to fight him. If you're there, you might also be able to glean important information about the attacks in general." Dumbledore frowned at the minister. "How can you approve of one of my students putting herself in danger like this?" "Nonsense. She's a capable young witch, I reckon that she'll be fine," Fudge said, paying no attention to the aged professor. "We'll have to arrange for transportation though. I can arrange for a special portkey that will be programmed to take you to any of those villages." "That would be wonderful," Hermione stated as calmly as possible. Fudge nodded importantly. "If you'll just let me have that list, I'll see about getting that portkey." Hermione handed him her list. "All right then, I'll be waiting for that portkey." She nodded to the two men, Fudge who looked immensely satisfied and Dumbledore who seemed slightly disapproving, and then exited the office. Perhaps this would help to ease the guilt that she had a hard time overcoming. It could create problems though. Ginny had not seemed terribly excited by the prospects, and might be inclined to tell Ron everything. Little did she know how wrong she was about Ginny's feelings concerning the matter. After her talk with Hermione, Ginny had rushed up the stairs of the Gryffindor girls' dormitories. She opened the door to the fifth-year dormitory and entered the empty room. Upon dropping her things onto the floor, Ginny collapsed upon her four-poster bed. As she lay there, she couldn't help but think about what had just occurred downstairs. She found it very odd that Hermione, one of Harry's former best friends and one of the chief witnesses against him, was going out of her way to help him. The thing that gnawed away at her the most though, was that Ginny knew that she owed Harry a life debt. She had not done, nor was she doing anything about it. These thoughts began to overwhelm the youngest Weasley and she began to sob bitter tears of self-recrimination. Morning arrived and Harry woke up. However, he did not open his eyes or get out of bed because he couldn't help but enjoy and luxuriate in the feeling of Bellatrix snuggling up to him. Harry wasn't sure, but he thought that she might be somewhat awake as well. When she abruptly stiffened and stopped breathing for a moment, Harry became fairly sure that she was indeed awake. Before he could ask what was wrong, Bellatrix threw off the bedcovers and darted across the room and straight into the bathroom. Almost immediately, Harry could hear her noisily retching. Frowning, he got out of bed and made his way to the bathroom. When he entered he found her heaving into the toilet. Fortunately, her business seemed to be finished. "Are you sick?" he asked. Bellatrix shook her head negatively as she finished and flushed. She then washed her mouth out. "It's called morning sickness." "What's that?" "It commonly afflicts pregnant women," Bellatrix explained as a silver platter with saltine crackers and a glass of water appeared. "Oh," Harry said, the meaning not quite registering in his slightly groggy mind. "It wasn't long before it did though." "Oh, do you mean to say that you're pregnant?" The largest smile that Harry had ever seen graced Bellatrix's face and she wrapped her arms around him tightly and kissed him when he returned the embrace. "Yes, I'm pregnant. We're going to be parents around Christmas or early January. I'm not sure as to the exact date conception occurred, but every calculation and spell has indicated that time period." "That's wonderful," Harry said with a vague smile. He was going to be a father. Did every man feel like this when he found out that his wife was pregnant? He hoped so. "So you're feeling okay? Nothing wrong or anything, right?" Bellatrix smiled knowingly. "Other than just heaving my guts, everything is perfectly fine. Morning sickness is nothing new to expecting mothers all over. Nothing to worry about in the health department." "Good," Harry said before he hugged her even more tightly and kissed her. They spent the rest of the morning in bed, holding each other close and silently contemplating this new development. Bella was currently resting her head on her husband's chest listening to his heartbeat. With all of the running to and from the loo it helped to have something to take her mind of her queasy stomach. As she did this Harry was thinking of all the things that he would do with their child. Harry was bound and determined that his child would have all the things that he himself had been deprived of. Bella smiled as Harry placed butterfly kisses upon her face until he became so overjoyed at his impending fatherhood that he captured his wife's lips. Bella was enjoying all the attention Harry was giving her at this most tender of moments. She smiled happily and mentally rejoiced as she pondered what in her life had she done to ever deserve this. After a very calm and peaceful lunch, Harry and Bellatrix mutually decided that they needed to separate so that he could take care of his daily business and so that she could work on her various projects and studies. When Harry entered his office humming a cheerful tune, he found a letter from Cuthbert Mackridge awaiting him. Harry eagerly took his seat and broke the seal holding the heavy parchment shut. He unfolded the letter and read, "Dear Mr. P. My wife and I have decided that your generous proposal would be beneficial to all concerned, therefore I accept. Avoid using Owl Post until further notice. To work out the necessary details, feel free to call on me during the late hours of the evening on any night." Beam. Harry smiled as he crumpled up the letter and wandlessly incinerated it. It was good to know that Mackridge was smart and cautious enough to realize that Owl could be intercepted. Although he doubted that any letter mailed using Nerike's unique postal system could be intercepted, he had to give way to the fact that it was best not to have secrets on paper anyway. "That's wonderful," Narcissa squealed, reacting as if she was a much younger woman as she hugged her sister who had just arrived in her new and vastly more comfortable bedroom. It had been a long time since she had been involved with a family member's pregnancy. "What did Harry say when you told him?" Bellatrix smiled happily, sat on the edge of Narcissa's bed, and fell back. He was quite surprised. After all, how many men his age find out their wife is pregnant? The first thing he asked was if I was okay. Then we keyed and cuddled the whole morning. I wish that I was married to a man who treated me like that. When I told Lucius that I was pregnant, the first thing he asked was whether or not it would be a boy. I don't know what he would have done if Draco had been a female," Narcissa said as she joined Bellatrix on the bed. Bellatrix smiled and gave a vague answer due to the fact that she was still cherishing the time spent between her and Harry that morning. He probably would have neglected the child and gotten you pregnant again as soon as possible. "Probably," Narcissa agreed. "Of course this is a better reaction than the one you would have received from Rodolphus. I imagine that he would have been greatly disturbed by the prospects of fatherhood." "Yes, he would have," Bellatrix stated sadly, "but now I have someone who, just like me, wants children." Bella paused as tears of joy once more come to her face. "I still can't believe that he wants children with me, and that we're going to be parents. I'm going to be a mother." Narcissa simply held her sister as they lay in silence, contemplating the subject until the haired older sister decided to speak up. "I'm a mother, but not a very good one. You shouldn't blame yourself for Draco," Bellatrix said slowly. "Lucius never really gave you a chance to be a real mother to him." "Maybe you're right," Narcissa sighed, "but I'll never know, will I? Let's move on to a happier topic though. Have you thought of any good names yet?" Mackridge entered his living room and smirked when he saw Harry sitting in one of the chairs located in a dark corner. "You're not going to give me a chance to change my mind, are you?" "No," Harry said, "I'm not. I also want to get the plans moving as soon as possible. Timing will play a significant role in how things turn out. If you save the day too soon, then they won't appreciate your efforts as much. On the other hand, if the bank doesn't open in time, what's the point?" "All right then," Bert acknowledged. "Your reasoning is certainly sound. Where is your wife?" Harry inquired. Bert shrugged as he sat down. "She has decided that it is best if she can remain ignorant of our dealings. Plausible denial, if you will. Then of course, I get the impression that she is still suspicious of you." "Naturally," Harry muttered. He understood the attitude of Mackridge's wife, but it still stung somewhat. Being treated as an outcast of society by people that he held basic respect for hurt him. Mackridge sat down and immediately launched the discussion into making plans. The ministry, or rather, Fudge now controls the media. WWN has always been under control of the ministry, and the Ministry Chronicle has assumed the delivery of newspapers to all of the former subscribers of the Daily Prophet. If the bank opens, like you seem to think you can arrange, how are we to communicate to the general public that it was my doing? "That is a difficult obstacle," Harry said quietly as he pondered the problem. "We'll have to communicate directly to the public and hope that whatever we tell them spreads by word of mouth." A wand was produced from Bert's robes and a platter of biscuits was conjured. A crowd must be gathered then. It must be some sort of public event or conference. In order to gather they must have a motivation to do so. Who would a great deal of people come to listen to? Mackridge mused aloud as he helped himself to some of his own cookies and motioned for Harry to do so as well. I don't think that you'll be able to attract many as the head of the Goblin Liaison Office, Harry said dryly as he reached for the platter. True, Mackridge confessed. Harry grinned. I reckon that the goblins could though. Gringotts currently holds all of British wizardom by their throats, via their purses. People will come if Gringotts has something to say to them, especially if there's a possibility that the bank will open. All right then. Bert nodded. If your influence is as widespread as you claim, it shouldn't be a problem for you to convince the goblins in charge at the bank to call some sort of conference. The Chronicle won't ignore that kind of an announcement, and even if it did, letters could be sent to all of Gringotts' patrons. Next question. When do we have the goblins hold this conference? Harry said slowly. Would it be wise to announce that you're beginning negotiations, or to simply announce that you've negotiated a bank reopening the day before Gringotts reopens? Mackridge shrugged. Somewhere in between, I think. If the event is something that they've expected, then my achievement won't be as appreciated, and Fudge would have time to claim that it was his idea and that he's working hard to back me up. On the other hand, if it is announced the day before, they'll get their money and not give me a second thought. How about announcing that an agreement has been made and that the bank will reopen about a week before it actually does? Harry suggested. That way, they'll still be hungry for their money, and will eagerly look forward to the day it opens and keep in mind who saved the day. Assuming of course that they don't go out and splurge with their last saved up funds, all the while forgetting about the current situation and then going to the bank to refill their purses as if nothing happened in between. Bert grinned. That's what my wife would do anyway. I would too, if I were more into shopping. Harry nibbled on one of the biscuits thoughtfully as he considered the valid point that Mackridge had made. That's where timing comes in. We have to wait until there's no money to splurge with. Everyone needs to be within millimeters of the end of the line. And where is the end of the line? If we cross it, then we'll find out, Harry said, smiling at his fatalistic humor. You're involved with the ministry and more qualified to make judgments as to the condition of society than I am, since I'm somewhat removed from everything. I, on the other hand, am more connected with the goblins who are economic experts. We'll both need to keep our ears open. What about turning public opinion away from Fudge? Mackridge asked. Harry stood up, communicating that their conversation was nearly over. I'll handle that. When it looks as if things are about to get to the point at which we can announce the reopening of Gringotts, I'll start making use of some information my wife acquired and her sister's connections. What about an actual agreement with the goblins? It would look best if some sort of document is produced with me signature on it, and the ministry technically does need to renegotiate some points of procedure with the goblins anyway. I'll let you know when I can arrange a favorable meeting for everyone. It would be best if I didn't spring you on the goblins without their prior knowledge, Harry stated. Bert winced as he too stood up. Yes, they don't appreciate surprises. What about communication between us? Will you visit me to find out what I've learned about the situation? No, Harry said, shaking his head. Too many meetings could lead to discovery of our connections. We'll measure the social-economic state of society on a scale of 1 to 10. 10 being as it is now, 0 indicating that the time is ripe to reopen the bank. When you feel that things have gotten slightly worse, I'll me a piece of parchment with a 9 written on it. That's a good idea. What happens when I send you a 0? A grim smile spread across Harry's face. The final blow will be struck against Fudge. I or my followers will coordinate things with you at that point. I'll contact you before then about a meeting with the goblins. All right, Mackridge said, betraying his unease at the whole plan for the first time. I'll just wait for you to contact me then and keep an eye on the situation. You do that, Harry said as he pulled his black ash wand from his cloak. Have a nice night. He then left Cuthbert Mackridge to his thoughts with a faint pop. In an instant, Harry was standing outside Nerike's master suite. It was quite late, therefore when he entered the room as he sheathed his wand, he saw that his wife had already gone to bed. A peaceful smile crossed his face as he quickly changed into a pair of muggle shorts and a t-shirt. It felt nice to be able to come home to a loving wife and soon-to-be family. He climbed into bed as softly as he could, so as not to disturb Bellatrix, but discovered upon settling down that his efforts had been pointless. She had waited up for him, though she lay in the bed as if asleep. Without saying anything, she turned toward him and buried her face in his shoulder as she snuggled up tightly against him with a peaceful sigh. A wave of both exhilaration and disappointment shot through Hermione as she answered the last question on the History of Magic final. The final exams were now all over, and within a few days, the Hogwarts students would be journeying home to their families, assuming that they were still alive, of course. Ironically, the test had covered goblin rebellions. As the weeks wore on and the sting of a closed bank began to be felt widely, Minister Fudge seemed unable to do anything. The attacks up north had continued, and Fudge had tried to rescue his falling popularity by spouting off fierce promises to stay Lord Polarix's hand and bring him to justice, though he was unable to really do anything against Harry. Hermione's little project of attempting to catch Harry in the act had been put on hold due to the exams and other events. Though Fudge had wasted no time in having a special portkey sent to her, Hermione had not had the time to make good use of it. That's why she was both exhilarated and disappointed about the end of exams. Normally she loved to take the exams and display her studied knowledge to receive the instructor's approval, but that normal feeling had been countered by her plans to visit a potential village to be attacked the night of the last exam. The feeling was further magnified by the fact that every village attacked between the time she had drawn up her list and now had been on her list of predicted village. All she had to do was depend on a little luck, and as callous as it was to admit, the attacked villages which had been crossed of the list left a much higher chance of getting the right village sooner. Hermione. What? Hermione responded automatically, as she pulled herself from the reverie she had sunk into. Apparently Ron had been trying to get her attention for a few moments. I was wondering if you wanted to go out to the lake for some rest and relaxation. Ron impatiently explained to her. Hermione glanced at her watch and sighed. I'm sorry, Ron, but I'm committed to do something else tonight and there's not enough time to go to the lake. Maybe tomorrow. All right, Ron sighed. See you later then. Maybe, Hermione said, avoiding her true intentions. See you later then. Then, in order to prevent Ron from asking more questions, she sped up quickly, made her way to Gryffindor Tower where she stashed the notes that she had studied while they waited for the test began. She quickly changed her robes to clothing that would blend in better with the inhabitants of her chosen village, and promptly pulled the wooden cube that served as her special portkey from its hiding place in her trunk. Without wasting another moment, she uttered an activation code and a short jerk later, found herself standing in a discreet alley in one of the random villages. She wasn't sure which, because it didn't matter the first time. Responding to the rumble of her stomach, Hermione made her way out of the alley and down the street and into the first pub that she came upon. The patrons all gave her strange looks, being that she was not from around the area, but generally ignored her. Would an attack happen here? Hermione wondered. Tonight, the very thoughts caused her to shiver. When the gruff man behind the counter asked what she wanted, she unconsciously replied. An order of fish and chips, and then a butterbeer please. A what? The man retorted. Hermione wanted to smack herself. How could she expect to deal with a possible attack if she couldn't order normal food in a Muggle pub? Apparently the exams had worn her down more than she had realized. Recovering her senses, she quickly amended her order. Just water, please. The man glanced at her suspiciously, but nevertheless, filled her order. A few moments later, she was at an empty table mechanically chewing on her food. She could have been eating the worst tasting food imaginable, and not have noticed. She glanced at her watch. 6:07. The attacks usually began between 6 and 10. The last one had been at around 9 with the one before at 8:30. Logic would dictate that the next would be at 9:30 to 10. But Harry would be clever enough to realize that predictability was bad. Therefore, he would attack early. Maybe 6 had already passed. Hermione pulled herself from her thoughts and was startled to discover that the food was all gone. Even the water had been drank, though she had not noticed. Before she could sink into her musings again, an explosion rocked the village. Apparently, she was not to be disappointed. Draco laughed as he watched the Muggles who had only moments ago been going about their day in a peaceful fashion. Now, however, Now they were running and screaming as they were unsure as to who their attackers were, or what they were being bombarded by. Concentrate your attacks on the Muggle houses and shops. Voldemort hissed loudly to the Death Eaters who were clothed in grey instead of their normal black garb. Count Traskobin's forces will be counter-attacking within 15 minutes at the most. The Ministry in 20. We must be gone before any Aurors appear. Draco followed Voldemort through the quaint streets as Death Eaters began to cast loud and explosive curses at houses, and sometimes people. Though Voldemort always enjoyed torturing anybody, pure blood, half-blood, Death Eater, not Death Eater, or Muggle at any time of the day, he was now refraining as it was more necessary for him to direct the Death Eaters in their own attacks. Though he was also a Death Eater, Draco was refraining from casting actual curses. Voldemort had ordered him not to cast any magic whatsoever. Malfoy thought that it must be because the Dark Lord suspected that Dumbledore had secretly put tracers on student wands after Potter had been arrested for some reason. Though Draco thought it unlikely, Voldemort was in charge. However, as they rounded a corner, the opportunity to do more than watch presented itself. An evil grin appeared on the haired Slytherin's face as he cast his eyes on none other than Hermione Granger. "My lord, I do believe there is someone I should introduce you to." Hermione pulled her wand from her clothes and made her way out into the street. Hopefully, she could get to Harry before he and his followers disappeared or before she got hurt seriously. As soon as she exited the building, she spotted the gray-cloaked men casting curses everywhere. They all wore cloaks the same exact color as those Harry and his followers had been wearing during the confrontation after his first attack. Doubts of Harry's guilt immediately fled from her mind. Here was proof. She summoned her resolve and began to do her best to contain the damage that was being inflicted and to prevent it by fighting the attackers. Her stunners didn't seem to be doing much good though. As soon as one went down, they were immediately revived. It was as if preventing casualties and/or captures was their paramount goal rather than to destroy. Suddenly she heard a voice that chilled her blood and bones. "Hello, Mudblood." Hermione turned around and came face to face with a smirking Draco Malfoy and the wizard everyone feared. "Lord Voldemort." "Draco, what are you doing here?" she gasped, absolutely horrified. "Why, ruining Potter's reputation." Draco sneered. "What do you mean?" Hermione whispered, the truth of Harry's innocence slowly beginning to dawn in her mind. Voldemort addressed the young man, ignoring Hermione's presence for the most part. "This is the most brilliant witch of your age, Draco?" Voldemort asked in disgust. He didn't even wait for a response. "We have no time for this. We shall have to deal with her later." Later, Hermione stuttered. "Do you honestly think that I can allow you to tell everyone who, really, attacked this village?" Voldemort asked, a hint of disdain in his voice. Hermione just shook her head, unable to think clearly as scrambled thoughts swam in her mind. Harry, Azkaban, Hogwarts, the Order, the Weasleys, her parents, and Ron. She was so muddled that she didn't even raise her wand in self-defense as Voldemort hissed a dark incantation. Her muddled thoughts were completely obliterated as blackness swallowed her whole. "The owls are over," Ginny thought blissfully, as she woke up and rolled over in her four-poster. Now she faced an important decision. Get out of bed and eat, or sleep in for another hour. Her appetite won out, especially when she reminded herself that breakfast wasn't served forever. A few minutes later, she was making her way down the girls' staircase. She was met in the common room by Ron, who began to interrogate her. "Where's Hermione? Why isn't she out of bed yet? Is she sick?" This was all spoken by him breathlessly. Ginny was surprised that Ron had beat Hermione out of bed, nevertheless, she wasn't worried. "Yet, I'll go up and find out," she said before turning around and dashing up the stairs to the sixth-year girl dormitory. When she arrived and entered the room, she was shocked to find that Hermione's bed had not been slept in and her normally organized school supplies and bag were laying on the floor next to the bed. "Hermione," she called out pointlessly. There was no answer. Since none of the other girls were still in bed, Ginny did not opt to remain. She quickly made her way down the stairs. "She's not up there and her bed doesn't look like it's been slept in." "Are you sure you don't know where she is?" "I'm sure," Ron said shortly, his voice etched with a hint of worry. "Let's ask Lavender or Parvati then." Ginny suggested, already moving for the portrait hole. They might have seen her last night or this morning, or at least some sign of her presence. Ron quickly followed Ginny out the portrait hole and down the hall. I passed them on my way back up here. They were going to breakfast. With that, the siblings made their way through the castle to the Great Hall, wasting no time but keeping an eye peeled for Hermione at all times. Within record time, they were walking through the doors to the Gryffindor table where Hermione's dorm mates were sitting with Neville Longbottom. "When was the last time you saw Hermione?" Ron demanded, getting right into the faces of the girls. They regarded him coolly, slightly offended at his brusque demand. Finally, Parvati answered, "The history of magic test. We assumed that she was elsewhere last night," she said, a faint blush blooming on her cheeks as she avoided eye contact with Ron. Ron's mouth opened angrily, but his response was overridden by Ginny. "We haven't seen her anywhere since about the time you did. We think that she may be missing or something." "Go to Dumbledore," Neville advised, jumping into the conversation. "I'll organize some students into search parties. We can have the castle canvassed in a half hour." "All right then," Ron said, slightly surprised at Neville's calm, collected, and firm instructions. So surprised in fact, that he didn't even think to question the fellow students' leadership. He and Ginny quickly made their way out of the Great Hall. Parvati and Lavender looked at Neville with worried glances. "She's gone," Lavender said. "I can feel it in my bones." "Who do you think did it?" "I'm not sure what happened or specifically who," Neville stated grimly, "but I know who will be blamed for it." Neville Longbottom and Cornelius Fudge arrived in Professor Dumbledore's office at the same time to find a calm, but concerned, headmaster and two dejected teenagers. Neville spoke up before the minister had a chance to say anything. "The castle and grounds have been searched twice by separate people each time. There is no sign of Hermione anywhere." "Excellent work, Mr. Longbottom," Fudge said, almost gleefully. "Your parents were crack oars and it seems like you're well on your way. If you'll excuse us though, I need to discuss the events with your headmaster." "I'd be glad to," Neville said, a tinge of sarcasm veiled in his voice. He turned around and left. As soon as the door closed behind Neville, Dumbledore spoke up. "I assume that the special portkey issued to Miss Granger had a device to track its use, Cornelius. It would probably be also safe to assume that it was used last night." "Yes, indeed," Fudge replied, helping himself to a chair. "The portkey was used last night and I've already had our Aurors and Hit Wizards on the scene to which the portkey took young Miss Granger. Coincidentally, it was the same location that Potter struck last night." Ron leapt up from his own chair, all signs of his depression replaced with fervor. "Did you find her? Is she in St. Mungo's yet? What was she doing there and what is this special portkey you're talking about?" Feeling guilty about keeping the details from Ron, Ginny interrupted and quickly explained Hermione's plan to talk to Harry by tracking down what villages he was likely to attack next. When she was finished with what she knew, Dumbledore explained about the portkey, since he had earlier assumed that Ron had been told. When Ron was filled in, Dumbledore looked to Fudge who had made himself comfortable with a spot of tea. "What did the ministry find at the village?" "Wreckage, fire damage, casualties, and everything Potter usually seems fond of doing," Fudge commented with a yawn. "What about Hermione?" Ron asked, seething with frustration. The Minister of Magic sat back in the chair. "Not a trace of her," he declared, somewhat excitedly. "The Muggles on site talked about a strange girl who had come to visit the village just before the attack began. As soon as Potter's forces showed up, she ran into the street." "Then what?" Ginny inquired, trying to press Fudge before she lost her patience at the man. He seemed to be drawing out the description for as long as he possibly could. "Witnesses claim that they saw the leader of the attackers have a short conversation with her," Fudge informed them smugly. Dumbledore turned his piercing blue eyes to Fudge. "And then? Potter then used some sort of curse on her which immediately rendered her unconscious. Then they were gone without a trace. Knowing Potter, he'll want to gloat, which is good for us. As soon as we have her body in custody, I can get the Wizengamot to issue a warrant for his arrest on the charge of murdering a British citizen. Nobody, and I mean nobody, will dare support someone who would murder their former best friend." Fudge declared smugly. Ginny gasped very audibly. Aren't you going to attempt to rescue her? Fudge didn't bother to answer. Ron, who was the resident chess player, immediately recognized what Fudge had done. You deliberately put her in danger from Harry, didn't you? I bet that you were hoping he would kill her. The greater good must be taken into account, Fudge said without showing a trace of remorse. The blue eyes that usually twinkled had now turned to cold ice. How dare you? What about her family? Who will explain to them why their daughter won't be coming home at the end of term? I'm sure that they knew very well the risks she was running, being involved in a war where those whose blood is less than pure are targets. Then of course, if you associate yourself with bad people like Potter, what do you expect? Try telling that to any parent, no matter who their child is. Ginny yelled as tears welled up in her eyes. Cornelius Fudge rolled his eyes. That's what memory charms are for, young lady. We won't forget, Ron yelled. He leapt from his chair, drew back his fist, and punched the Minister of Magic in the face. Blood began to immediately spurt from Fudge's nose. You can't just murder half-bloods. You're no better than Harry. Yes, Cornelius, what you have done is extremely serious. I think that you had better leave here, Dumbledore said coldly. Fudge shrugged, got up, and left quickly. Though he had left the office in disgrace, he had shown no remorse whatsoever. Ginny observed that he seemed to be more embarrassed about the fact that he had been dismissed by someone he wanted to be better than rather than the fact that he had just sent a 16-year-old to her almost imminent death. Oust him, Ron yelled loudly. Have him charged with murder. Dumbledore shook his head. I'm afraid that I can't do that, Ronald. In all legal technicality, Minister Fudge has done nothing wrong. Hermione did not work for the ministry, nor did he order, direct, or coerce her to put herself in that village. He as good as admitted doing it. Ginny whispered fiercely. Because we can't touch him, Dumbledore stated. If he was in the wrong, he would not have told us his grand scheme. A very clever, but ruthless scheme. I don't like it, but it may work against Harry. Ron shook his head sadly. He even seemed to be on the verge of tears. I don't like this at all. I feel like being alone, Ginny muttered, not wanting to break down in front of her brother, nor wanting to watch him cry. Maybe a little loss would humble him, or make him more bitter. It didn't matter to Ginny, she had her own thoughts to sort out. Let me know if you need anything, Ginevra, Dumbledore said kindly. I will, Ginny said shortly as she left the office. Within several moments, she was in the Ollery, taking comfort in the presence of the many sleeping birds. After several moments she began to cry over Hermione and the general situation. Everything was so wrong. Voldemort killed, Fudge the Order's ally killed, Harry killed. Was there anyone who didn't kill? Alistair Moody was the first who had an opportunity to carry the news to Harry. He did so nervously. After all, how did one break this sort of news to someone? Would Potter mourn for his ex-friend who was now presumed dead, or rejoice? Moody concluded that it solely depended on what sort of person Harry was. Harry Potter was found in the library perusing a heavy tome. Though he was deeply engrossed in the subject, the entrance of the aged Auror did not escape his attention in the least. What brings you to my humble home? Harry inquired with a smile, somewhat glad to have a visitor. Not good news, sir, Moody said gruffly. It never seems to be, Harry commented, struggling to maintain his cheerfulness, as he marked his place and shut the ponderous book softly. He stood up and met Moody halfway between his table and the entrance. What do they have me blamed for today? Mad Eye wasted no time in seizing the opening. The kidnapping and possible murder of Hermione Granger. The facade of joviality dropped from Harry's face in an instant. Voldemort, how? Apparently Miss Granger had ideas about confronting you during an attack and trying to reason with you, Moody explained. He then went on to explain all the details of the special portkey and Fudge's manipulations. When the Auror was finished explaining, he silently watched as Harry made his way to a nearby chair and sat down in it heavily. Thank you for telling me, Alistair, Harry said quietly. I suppose that you have other things that you need to get to, rather than to watch me mope. Don't mourn the death of a traitor so deeply, son, Moody said, trying to lessen the burden that Harry was experiencing. Besides, We don't even know if she's dead yet. For all you know they could turn her loose. Harry nodded. Yes, Voldemort could and possibly would do that. That could be just as bad though, and even though she was a traitor, I can't help but feel sorrow. Don't let it get to you then, Moody said. He then silently withdrew and made his way home. The Count of Trascoban immediately answered the summons of the Earl of the North. The ring he wore that was connected to both Lord Polarix and Queen Zerina led him to the library in the fortress of Nerike. You called, my lord. Yes, I did, Harry said. What do you know about the attack Voldemort conducted last night? Hiskifny shrugged. Next to nothing. Representatives of the British ministry were swarming all over the village by the time we arrived. I decided that it would be best to leave them to their job. May I ask why you're interested? Harry quickly explained the situation to the Count. Is there any way that we can perhaps rescue her or find out whether or not she's dead? I'm afraid that would be impossible, my lord, Hiskifny said, doing his best to sound consoling, which was rather difficult since he had not had much practice. We have no idea where Lord Voldemort's base of operations is and whether or not the girl is being held prisoner there or elsewhere. Even if we did, any decent Dark Lord would have it under charms that would be quite difficult to penetrate. And if we tried anyway, we may force Voldemort's hand. Harry concluded before Hiskifny could move on to that aspect. Thank you for coming. I'll let you return to what you were occupied with previously. Good night, my lord, Hiskifny said with a small bow, before departing. Feeling weak and powerless, Harry let out a deep sigh and then uttered a silent prayer, hoping for the best for all parties concerned. Nearly 3 days later, Hermione finally woke up from her magically induced slumber and discovered she was tied down on something hard in pitch blackness. Immediately, she could sense that important facts were missing from her memory, such as how it was that she had been knocked out and put wherever she now was. As if looking for a missing possession, she retraced her steps in her mind. She had left the history test, gone to her dormitory, used the special portkey to get to the village, and rushed out into the street when the attack began. Hermione could not remember anything after that. Abruptly, one thought came to her mind. Harry was innocent. She couldn't remember how she knew or how it was that he was innocent, but she knew with an absolute surety that he was indeed innocent. Immediately, Hermione was overpowered by an immense wave of guilt. If he was innocent, that meant that she had betrayed him. How could she have been so stupid? An answer came to her fairly quickly. It was because she was a bad friend. Even the dumbest Hufflepuff would have stuck by Harry's side through such accusations against his character. Too bad he didn't really have any friends from Hufflepuff. They would have served him better. With these thoughts overwhelming her, Hermione began to cry bitter tears. Harry Potter had been one of her first true friends in life. There had been none before Hogwarts. For 5.5 years, she had luxuriated in the knowledge that she could depend on friends and could tell others she had friends. Then what had she done? Thrown one of her most valuable friends away like a piece of trash. Not only had she hurt him, but also she had hurt herself. Accusing him of being a murderer like the killer of his parents was possibly the worst she had done, even worse than betraying him in the first place. What should she do now? What could she do? Hermione immediately resolved to make it up somehow. She would have to try to counter the damage that her actions had done. Then maybe she could try to win his friendship back even if it took forever. As the time passed, Hermione calmed herself by thinking of a way to reverse her wrongdoing. Fudge and others would have to be told Ron must be convinced of the truth, as hard as it would be. The public would have to be told of her idiocy, even if it cost her reputation. At some point, Hermione finally began to turn her thoughts outward. Where was she and how had she gotten here? If the village had been attacked, and it wasn't Harry, then she must be a prisoner of Voldemort. Hermione tentatively attempted to move, even though she knew that she was tied down. Much to her relief, her hands were free enough to move a little. After feeling around a bit, she was able to determine that she was on a table of some sort. Before she could begin to wonder why she was tied to a table, a door opened. Instinctively she froze as 2 pairs of footsteps approached her in the dark. A quiet voice hissed some sort of incantation, and with dread, Hermione felt the ability to control her muscles sap away. Her vast knowledge of spells revealed to her that she had been hit with a highly illegal spell. The victim of the spell could hear, feel, see, taste, and smell but not move. Death Eaters used it before raping or torturing their victims. Hermione braced herself for the worst. However, the two people had other intentions. They used another spell to levitate her limp form into what seemed to be a long box. With a thud, a lid was slammed on and Hermione heard the noise of a hammer at work. It was then that she realized the box was a coffin. Apparently they planned to bury her alive. The instant the curse that held Hermione physically powerless wore off, Hermione let out an inhuman shriek and began to pound, push, and scratch at the lid that held her in the coffin. Draco Malfoy watched Voldemort levitate the simple wooden coffin and then set it down in front of the Hogwarts gates. It landed with a loud thud. An evil smirk passed over his face as the mudblood inside began to scream and pound on the coffin's lid from the inside. The thud after several minutes of levitation had convinced her that she was now in a dug grave. If there had been any loose dirt nearby, he would have thrown some of it on the lid. Without wasting another moment, Voldemort signaled Draco to portkey back to the base. When the portkey had done its job, Draco found himself in the lab where Hermione had been held. A moment later, Voldemort arrived via apparition. "I'm not sure I understand why we returned her to Hogwarts bearing the knowledge of Potter's innocence." Draco commented as humbly as he could, hoping for an explanation. "She doesn't know. How? Potter is innocent, neither can she explain who abducted her." Voldemort explained, too pleased with his handiwork to be offended at Draco's remark. "Dumbledore will immediately assume that Potter altered her mind. Even the girl will eventually have to admit that she was mistaken concerning Potter's innocence." "I see," Draco said. Snape was already in a surly mood that night. Upon his arrival at the apothecary in Hogsmeade on his way back from Diagon Alley, where he had spent the night, he had discovered that the apprentice who had taken his special order the week before had gotten it wrong. Idiot! What was he supposed to do with a barrel of frog tongues? Nothing. That was what. Now he was on his way back to Hogwarts Castle to report the latest Death Eater activities to Dumbledore and to finish putting his potion labs in order for the summer holiday. He was so intent on reaching the castle that was now in sight, that he failed to watch where he was going. The esteemed potion master's mood got worse when he tripped over something. Cursing, he picked himself up and examined the obstacle in the road. A coffin. What jerk left a coffin in the middle of the road for people to trip over? Didn't they cost enough to prevent people from carelessly leaving them lying around? His angry oaths were cut short when noises of distress started to come from the coffin. To Snape, that meant two things. 1. Someone was inside the coffin and his tripping over it had alerted whoever it was to his presence, and 2. It was a used coffin. Those were usually a bit cheaper than new ones, and slightly illegal. Cautiously, Snape pulled his wand from his cloak and pointed it at the coffin. For all he knew, the coffin could be a dangerous trap or a practical joke courtesy of the Weasley twins. Same thing. One simple spell later, the nails holding the coffin shut were gone and the lid abruptly popped off to reveal a very distressed Hermione Granger who immediately sat up and locked her gaze on Snape. "Professor, I'm so glad you're here." Snape looked at Hermione with shock. Both Harry and Dumbledore had written her off for dead Dumbledore 2 days ago and Harry just that morning. Fudge had filed an indictment accusing Harry Potter of capital murder the day before for all the good that it would do. "How did you get here, Granger?" "They locked me in the coffin and took me here, Professor," Hermione said, bursting into tears. "I thought for sure that they were going to bury me alive." "Well, we can't have that, now can we?" Snape said snidely. Potter had been very concerned about her disappearance. Personally, if he were Potter, he would have felt that it was good riddance. Hermione looked at Snape reproachfully. "You could be a little more polite to a female in distress, Professor." "Whatever," Snape growled. "Get up and I'll take you to the castle. Professor Dumbledore has already sent your things along to your parents due to the end of term." The mention of Dumbledore seemed to startle Hermione as she stiffly stood up, stretched, and stepped out of the wooden box. Before Snape could ask what she was thinking, she spoke. "Yes, we must get to the castle. Harry is innocent and I have to tell everyone before they alienate him any further than they already have." I don't know if it's humanly possible to accomplish that, Snape said sarcastically as they slowly made their way to Hogwarts. When they arrived, they found that Filch was the only person at the castle for the night. Feeling very much put upon, Snape escorted Hermione to the hospital wing, which seemed rather empty without Madame Pomfrey, and had Hermione lay down in one of the beds. He left her there for 15 minutes in order to retrieve some sleeping potions from the dungeons. When he returned, he found that she had taken the initiative to change into a hospital gown. He had not thought of that. It was a good thing she had, though. Madame Pomfrey would have had his head for such a misdemeanor. Drink these, he commanded, setting 2 vials on the bedside stand. What are they? 1 mild sleeping potion and 1 soothing potion, Snape answered, slightly miffed that he was being questioned. They'll help you get a good night's rest and will hopefully calm your nerves. She took the 2 vials from the stand and drank the contents of each. Within minutes, she had fallen into a deep slumber. Snape watched with his cold dark eyes until he was sure that the potions had taken their full effect. What he had told her was essentially true, aside from the fact that the sleeping potion was stronger than even the dreamless sleep potion and therefore not classified as mild. The other potion did soothe, but it also added strength and order to memories. That potion was commonly used on distraught witnesses in criminal trials. Now that she was held firmly in the grasp of both potions, he could summon Professor Dumbledore and possibly the Minister. The facts that those potions had been administered almost immediately after she had been discovered and that she had talked only to Snape would add strength to whatever she told everyone when she woke up. If all went well, she could back up her earlier statement that Harry was innocent. Now that she was safe, his job was to immediately notify Dumbledore and the proper authorities. Any more delay on his part could ruin the integrity of her testimony, especially considering his past connections with the Death Eaters. Filch was left stationed in the hospital wing with nearly headless Nick as Snape left the castle and journeyed for London, where Dumbledore and the Ministry were. He sighed regretfully as he realized that Harry would be unhappy at not being the first to know of her return, considering that he had been the last to give up on her. He would know eventually, though. He might even be considered innocent by then too. Hermione felt herself wake up very slowly. The first thought that crossed her mind was that the sleeping potion must have been stronger than Snape had claimed. She was too tired to feel outraged. Her mind slowly regained its conscious functions, and within seconds, the memory that Harry was innocent crossed her mind. All traces of the potion's effect dissolved as a spurt of adrenaline shot through her system. Her droopy eyelids flew open to find several people standing around her bed in the hospital wing. On one side of the bed, Professor Dumbledore stood looking at her cheerfully. On the other side, Ron was standing there and looking overjoyed. The look on Ron's face made Hermione's heart skip a beat. He was a git a lot of the time, but a lovable one. Also grouped around the bed were Ron's parents, sister, and the twins. Madame Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, stood behind Dumbledore with a slightly confused expression painted on her face, and Hermione was quite sure that she could see Minister Fudge holding back behind the crowd. "How long have I been asleep?" she asked. "All night and a good part of the day as well, Miss Granger," Dumbledore stated. "You've been missing for quite a while as well. Do you remember what happened?" The phrase, "Harry is innocent," immediately popped up in her mind, but then so did some memories that had not been there earlier. The memories detailing the attack on the village and the presence of Malfoy and Voldemort. Voldemort attacked the village I went to," Hermione explained eagerly. "Draco Malfoy was with him and they kidnapped me. Before they knocked me out, Malfoy told me that they were there to ruin Harry's reputation. Harry is innocent." The reactions to Hermione's statements were varied. Ginny's face lost all trace of color and she nearly fainted before silently steadying herself with the help of a nearby bed. The twins grinned. Ron looked at her with a confused expression. Mrs. Weasley's eyes flared with disbelief. Mr. Weasley avoided looking at her, and Madame Bones looked from her to Dumbledore, who was studying Hermione with concerned eyes, his upheld hand preventing a livid Fudge from saying anything. "How did they knock you out?" Dumbledore inquired quietly as everyone in the room kept silent and watched Dumbledore and Hermione quietly. The only one not particularly interested in the conversation were Ginny and the twins. Ginny was too busy trying to stop herself from hyperventilating, and the twins seemed to think the rest of her statement to be irrelevant. With some sort of spell. Hermione replied, I think it was dark. What happened between that and your discovery by Professor Snape? Hermione shrugged. I don't know. I woke up and then some people put me into the coffin and transported the coffin to where Snape found it. Did you see who specifically put you into the coffin? No, Hermione said, shaking her head. Dumbledore seemed to consider his next question carefully. Could you remember the details about the attack on the village when Snape found you? Frustration welled up in Hermione. What does that have to do with anything? Harry is innocent and you can't waste any more time dawdling around. Please answer the question, Miss Granger. No, the only thing I could remember was that Harry is innocent. Hermione said with a deep sigh. Before Dumbledore could ask another question, Snape and Moody entered the wing. The team couldn't find anything. Moody reported. He then shot an unreadable face at Minister Fudge. If they had been able to come sooner, I suspect that they would have been able to find more evidence. It's all right, Alistair. Dumbledore said calmly. I did not expect that the Ministry team would find anything that could reveal who put Miss Granger's coffin where Severus found it. This didn't seem to do much in the way of consoling Moody, however. He seemed rather disappointed at the lack of results. Before he could reply, Mrs. Weasley cut into the conversation. Potter obviously did it. We need to worry about Hermione now. He's tampered with her mind. She thinks he's innocent. He is innocent, Hermione yelled. She looked at them all. The twins seemed sympathetic while Ginny was too deep in shock to respond to anything. Realizing that she would just get the same reactions from them all, Hermione looked to the newcomers. Mad-Eye Moody's face was expressionless as he studied Minister Fudge, and Snape was merely looking at her, his eyes locked on hers. Suddenly Hermione got an overwhelming sensation that Snape believed her. However, when she attempted to speak to him, she found that her mouth would not open. What was going on? Dumbledore began to speak, and as Snape looked away, Hermione felt her ability to speak return. Arguing will get us nowhere, Dumbledore announced. Would you allow me to perform some tests on your mind, Miss Granger? Go ahead, Hermione responded, too mystified at Snape's actions to really care about anything else. He must have done something to her. Was it possible that he used legilimency on her? Professor Dumbledore pulled out his wand and muttered some complicated incantations. Hermione felt an array of strange sensations in her mind as he performed the spells. Hopefully, his tests would prove that Harry was indeed innocent. However, when he finished the last spell, the professor's face was grave. I fear that you have been somehow deceived, Miss Granger. Hermione's mouth dropped open and she was ready to protest, but Dumbledore held up his hand to silence her and continued explaining his findings. The memories you now have in your brain have been planted somehow. Based on the results of the spell, I'd say that your mind was wiped at some point, and then the memories of Voldemort, Draco, and Harry's innocence were later put into your head. For some irrational reason, Hermione's eyes clouded up and she felt a tear make its way down her face. But he's innocent, Professor. You have to believe me. I wish I could, Miss Granger, Dumbledore said. She then looked to the other members of the room for some support. She first looked to Snape, who she was sure believed her, but he looked away. Next, she looked at Ron. He seemed to be torn between hatred of Harry and supporting his girlfriend in her apparent insanity. She skipped over Ginny, who obviously believed Hermione too much. Hermione wasn't sure if Ginny was even listening anymore. The rest of the occupants of the room either looked away or gave glances that supported Dumbledore. But you have to believe me, Hermione cried out wretchedly. Calm down, Miss Granger, Bones instructed in a rather neutral voice. We don't have to solve this right now. I would appreciate it if you would give me a statement concerning how you got to the village from where you were kidnapped, though. Bones said as she gave Fudge a sideways glance. Hermione spent the next few minutes explaining how she had gotten to the village with the help of the special portkey that Minister Fudge had provided upon hearing of her proposal to track Harry down and talk some sense into him. Her account was met with more than one raised eyebrow. For some reason that was unfathomable to Hermione, Fudge seemed rather flustered at her account. This confused her. Why would he be flustered? It was the truth. She finished up her account rather curtly. I hope you'll believe that at least. Professor Dumbledore is a witness. Madam Bones said rather emotionlessly. This matter bears looking into. I thank you for the information that you've provided. The ministry official turned her attention to the others present in the room. If you'll excuse me, I have some pressing business to attend to. Bones then left the hospital wing, followed several minutes later by Fudge. After that, no one really said anything until Professor Dumbledore spoke up. There's nothing to be done at this point. Since you seem to be in good health, Miss Granger, I'll arrange for you to be transported to your home tomorrow. For now, why don't you get some more rest? I will, Professor. Hermione yawned, surprised that she was still tired. With that, everyone began to file out of the room, each bidding her good night, until Professor Snape was the only remaining person in the room. He stopped and looked at Hermione with calculating eyes. Harry is innocent, isn't he? Hermione asked in a voice that bordered on desperate pleading. Snape nodded. He is, Miss Granger. Although Snape was the last person in the world whom Hermione would suspect of believing Harry innocent in some situation, she was vastly relieved to hear that he believed in Harry's innocence. Is there anyone else who believes? Yes. Who? Hermione inquired eagerly, her near state of exhaustion nearly forgotten. Unfortunately for Hermione, the potions master was not forthcoming. I'm not really sure that I should say, Miss Granger. Mr. Potter does not want those loyal to him to be compromised. But I already know about you. Hermione pointed out sulkily. Yes, you do, Snape whispered eerily, and if you tell anyone else, you'll curse the day that you received your Hogwarts letter. I don't take betrayal as lightly as others might. Do I make myself clear? Crystal, Hermione said, feeling quite frightened but also realizing that Snape was in a dangerous position. Betrayal of his loyalties to an Order member, Death Eater, or both could prove disastrous for him. Snape turned from Hermione and made his way to the door and exited, saying only one word. Good. The Weasleys and Professor Dumbledore joined to the latter's office to discuss Hermione's situation. No one spoke until they were all seated in the office and enjoying some tea and biscuits that had been graciously conjured up by Dumbledore. Will there be any permanent damage to her mind? Ron inquired. Dumbledore shook his head negatively. No, there will not be. As of now, her mind is functioning in a normal manner. The only problem stems from that fact that someone has planted some false memories into her mind. Other than that, she's just fine, though perhaps a little distraught over being locked in a coffin for a day. What I want to know, Mrs. Weasley stated, is where Potter learned how to alter memories and mess with people's mind like that. I also want to know how vulnerable we are to attacks of that nature from him. He must have picked up some dark magic. Mr. Weasley mused uncomfortably. Dumbledore shook his head. No, whoever planted those memories did so with skill and finesse. Harry has not had time to refine his skills with something that is so new to him and so very delicate. You're forgetting his wife, Bellatrix. She must have done it. Ron exclaimed. I forgot about her. Arthur Weasley said slowly. I imagine that she is very skilled in that area. Perhaps Harry hasn't learned dark magic. Fred, George, what do you think? Both of the twins shrugged and Fred spoke up. I'm not entirely sure that Hermione's mind was altered. Is it possible that you're mistaken, Professor? No, I'm not mistaken. Dumbledore said firmly but kindly. It is very clear that information was planted in her memory. Perhaps too clear. George interjected. Mrs. Weasley rolled her eyes and sighed all at the same time, making an impressive, if not pathetic display of emotions. Let's not get into conspiracy theories. Fred and George were silenced, but they both shot reproachful glances at their mother, who was seemingly oblivious to them. There was an uncomfortable pause in the conversation as no one wanted to interfere with a disagreement between a mother and children. Arthur Weasley took it upon himself to move things along a bit. All right, let us assume that Hermione was kidnapped by Harry, who then arranged for her memory to be altered. What was the purpose? To fool us into believing in his innocence, of course. Ron blurted out angrily as he violently chewed on a biscuit. Well, it sure worked, Fred declared sarcastically. He underestimated us then, Ron retorted. Oh please, George muttered. Show some respect for your brother. Mrs. Weasley snarled at George and slightly to Fred. Abruptly, Dumbledore stood up from his desk. That's enough. Everyone stared at him, except for Ginny, who seemed to be oblivious to the entire conversation. Dumbledore then continued in a voice that brooked no opposition or objections. We will assume that Harry had a purpose in what he did that may have extended beyond convincing us of his supposed innocence. All right, Mr. Weasley said agreeably. Dumbledore sat down and then continued. Miss Granger's health appears to be normal. However, it is entirely possible that there is something that has gone unnoticed. If Harry was able to alter her mind, or have it altered, he may have established a link with her that would allow him to spy on us. Mrs. Weasley, who had seemingly regained her calm, spoke up. Is there a way to reverse that, Professor? It is very hard to undo magic that has to do with someone's mind if a different wizard or witch did the original magic. Dumbledore responded. If we frustrate Harry, though, he may withdraw from her mind or end whatever curse or spell that Hermione may be subject to. Therefore, I am sending Miss Granger home tomorrow, where she'll remain until school resumes. We must keep her out of order business and away from the wizarding world as long as we can. How do we explain to her why we're keeping her at arm's length? Mr. Weasley asked. We'll just tell her that she may still be suffering from side effects of her kidnapping. Dumbledore answered. Fred and George simultaneously snorted. She'll buy that all right. It was extremely late when the Weasleys returned to Grimmauld Place via special portkey. They all promptly scattered to their various places in the household. Mrs. Weasley to the kitchen to get a late snack, Mr. Weasley upstairs, and the twins to their lab. Their departure left Ginny standing in the entrance hall on the point of collapse. After realizing that she was alone and free from involvement with others, she decided to go up to her room. At this thought, a wave of nausea passed over her. It wasn't her room. It wasn't her house. It was Harry's house. They had betrayed him and taken it from him. As Ginny trudged up the stairs, she contemplated as to whether or not her family members would have similar reactions when they realized that Harry was indeed innocent. This led to thoughts about whether or not they'd ever be convinced, which eventually led to Ginny re-examining her own acknowledgement of his innocence. After all, Dumbledore had explained away Hermione's declaration of Harry's innocence. That wasn't good enough for Ginny, though. The instant that Hermione had said that Harry was innocent, Ginny had felt the truth of it in her gut. It was a truth, and by some virtue of either her inborn magic or connection to Harry from the Chamber of Secrets, she could not deny it. All too soon, the open door to her room appeared and Ginny went in and shut the door behind her. Mechanically, she traded her clothes for a nightdress and then stationed herself in front of a mirror to stare at herself in it. What to do now? Section break. Early the next morning, Hermione was roused from her slumber in the hospital wing and prepared for her late return to her parents' house. Professor McGonagall wasted no time in getting Hermione dressed and cleaned up. Hermione, who was now completely recovered and no longer suffering from lack of sleep, had settled into a rut of guilt concerning Harry. As McGonagall handed her a portkey, instructed her on its use, and then reminded Hermione that the ban on underage magic had been lifted for those entering their 7th year in September, a familiar quote ran through Hermione's mind. If you want to change the world, start with yourself. Thank you, Professor, Hermione said mechanically. If she expected everyone to realize that Harry was innocent and reconcile themselves with him, she would have to do so first. She had the innocence part pegged, now for reconciliation. With a nod for McGonagall, she activated the portkey and found herself standing on her front doorstep. Wards had been erected at some prior point in time that prevented magical transportation in her house. Since the door was locked, she had to knock. The door was thrown open and Hermione found herself in the warm embrace of her mom and then her dad. We were so scared when you weren't on the train, honey. Her mom said quickly. We got a letter from your professor stating that you had been delayed and would be home shortly, though. Welcome home. It's good to be home, Hermione said, doing her best to put on a good face for her parents. We tried to get the day off, Mr. Granger said, but we have too many appointments to cancel today and we weren't sure if you would be here yet. Can you look after yourself for the day? Of course, Hermione said quietly, inwardly relieved that she would not have to deal with her parents as she thought about her issue concerning Harry. Her parents, who were already prepared to leave for the day, bid her a quick goodbye and soon left her alone in the house. Hermione aimlessly wandered around the house. When she passed through her bedroom, she found that her trunk had been sent ahead. In the kitchen she found some leftover breakfast. It tasted like ashes. Eventually, she settled down on a chair in the room that contained her family's collection of literature. The books surrounding her normally gave her comfort, but no longer. Thoughts of Harry immediately arose, and Hermione found herself considering ways in which she could possibly reconcile herself with Harry. She had turned her back on him, and he was undoubtedly hurt and betrayed. Any ties of friendship that she had shared with him were now severed. Hermione was suddenly overwhelmed with desperation to bring back that friendship. How could she do it though? How could she win back what she had carelessly thrown away? Something dug into Hermione's thigh and she shifted uncomfortably. Finding that it was no good, Hermione squirmed a bit and dug the uncomfortable object from her pocket. It was the portkey that Fudge had given her. As Hermione stared at it, an idea formed in her head. She could go to Harry. Adrenaline coursed through Hermione's veins as she leapt up. She would go to Harry and do whatever it took to win back their friendship. Not wasting a single second, Hermione found her wand, which she could use legally, and a book that she had bought that addressed magical transportation. She already had a ministry portkey. The only thing that she would have to do would be to alter the destination of the portkey a little. The next hour or so was spent by Hermione reading and rereading through the chapter of the book that dealt with setting a portkey's destination. There did not appear to be any standard way to alter a destination, but Hermione was fairly sure that she could pull it off, considering the fact that the portkey was programmed to go to multiple destinations at the user's will. Adding another destination would probably not be much of a problem. Once she felt ready to perform the necessary magic and had decided what she was going to do with the portkey, Hermione placed it on her kitchen table and then proceeded to make the alterations that she hoped would lead her to where Harry was. The Order believed him to be residing on an island somewhat north of Azkaban. If she set the portkey for land only, and then if she got the general area correct, she would land on Harry's island or whatever he was living in or on. Within a very short few minutes, the portkey was complete. Even for Hermione's known skill and ability to learn magic quickly, that was remarkable. Too remarkable. Unfortunately, there was only one way to test its reliability, and that was to simply use it. Hermione awkwardly pocketed her wand and then left a note for her parents explaining that she had decided to go on a rather important outing and that she would most likely be back soon. She left the note where it would be immediately found when her parents returned home and returned to the table on which the altered portkey lay. Apprehensively, Hermione stepped closer to the table and reached out her hand toward the portkey. Thinking about going to Harry and begging for forgiveness was one thing, actually doing it was another. How would he react? Realizing that she was asking questions that could not be answered, Hermione sighed and grabbed up the portkey quickly. It activated immediately and Hermione felt a very familiar jerk around her navel as it carried her away. A moment later, when Hermione expected to feel the jerky landing that portkeys provided, she instead felt what resembled a magical collision with something. Wards. To say the least, Hermione was shocked. How was it that Harry had protected his location with wards powerful enough to repel portkeys? Not even Hogwarts could really do that. The next thought that came through Hermione's mind was concerning the reaction of anti-portkey wards to an invader. What did they do? No one knew, since no one was powerful enough to try it out. Her question was answered when, a heartbeat after the crash, she felt herself bouncing backwards, if you could call it that. There was no real sense of direction while in limbo between one portkey destination and another. Finally, the jerky landing arrived in a much more violent form. Hermione felt most of her strength drained from her as she was tossed onto a surface made of coarse stone. As she landed, the portkey was projected from her hands and it slid away from her. A faint splash was then heard. Weakly, Hermione stood up and looked to where the portkey had gone. It had fallen off the edge of the stone surface and into some water below. It appeared that she had landed on some sort of antique stone dock. The stone appeared to be quite ancient, as evidenced by carvings and symbols that were now all but eroded away by the waves of the sea that constantly seemed to be crashing against the pillars that held the dock up. A bird flew overhead and Hermione looked up and turned around to follow its progress. It soon flew from sight and her eyes fell downward. What she saw next disturbed her greatly. It was a great big fortress, and as Hermione studied it, she felt a dreadful sensation. There were Dementors in that building. With that, the identity of her location assailed her. The wards around where Harry was hiding had repelled her to Azkaban. Hermione gulped and looked around for any sign of human life. There was none whatsoever. That was to be expected, of course. Hadn't the Ministry been evicted from the island by Harry? Maybe some of Harry's followers were here. Deciding that it was worth a go, Hermione started walking up the dock toward the land. Within a few feet of walking, Hermione came to a small part of the dock that had not been eroded away. It was a circular seal with a 1-foot diameter. It depicted something. Though the relief was as sharp as the day it had been carved, Hermione could not make it out. Shrugging, Hermione decided to continue walking. However, the instant she crossed over the seal, some sort of power seized Hermione. She was instantly reminded of the body-bind curse and expected to fall flat on her face. This was not to be the case, however, as whatever power that had assailed her chose to keep her frozen upright. Any further thought was cut off when the power pressed in upon her mind and froze everything. After what seemed like hours, the force let Hermione go and she sighed with relief at her escape from whatever power had held her. The relief was a bit premature, however. The power assailed her again, and instead of freezing her, it chucked her off the dock and into the ocean. Hermione let out a blood-curdling scream before smacking the water and performing a perfect belly flop. This immediately knocked the already exhausted Hermione unconscious as an abnormally large wave blanketed her. "You're just in time for a spot of lunch," Harry declared heartily to Neville, who had just arrived at Narracay via one of Harry's special portkeys. "Sit down and we'll arrange to have a plate made up for you." Neville looked around the simple but elegant dining room and spotted Bellatrix, Narcissa, and Harry's 2 assistants sitting at the table. Harry had stood up and traversed the room to greet him. "I would hate to intrude," Neville responded politely. "Gran made me eat before I departed for here anyway." Bellatrix shot him a knowing and slightly apprehensive smile. She was still uncomfortable around him due to his parents' condition. "I know about teenage boys," she said, glancing at Harry with a broader smile. "There's always room for some more food. Besides, you need something to keep the prune juice down with." Everyone at the table snickered and/or smiled as Neville blushed faintly. "Thank you, milady," he said, seating himself at the table as Harry did likewise next to Bellatrix. He turned his attention directly to Harry as a plate loaded with food appeared before him. "I have some good news for you from Professor Snape." He would have come himself, but there were some engagements that he could not escape today. "We have some good news too," Harry said brightly, sharing a look with Bellatrix. Neville decided to shove his own news aside for a moment. "What is it?" "I'm pregnant," Bellatrix announced to Neville in a very demure voice. Apparently she was unsure as to what those who had known Harry before she had would think. To say that Neville was shocked would be a bit of an understatement. He had not graduated from Hogwarts yet, and one of his former classmates was already starting a family. "Gee, that's wonderful," Neville exclaimed as he thought about what everyone else that Harry knew would say to that sort of news. "Do you know whether or not it's going to be a boy or a girl?" "Not yet," Harry responded. Before Neville could ask when they could find out, Bellatrix spoke up. "There are spells that can reveal that once I get further into the 9 months, but Harry and I have decided to just wait until the baby comes to find out. It'll be a surprise that way." "Have you thought of any names?" Neville asked with a smile. "Not really," Harry said as he finished off his lunch. "Narcissa has come up with plenty though." Narcissa beamed, seemingly more from Harry's casual and friendly acknowledgement of her rather than from the situation that her sister was in. "If it's a boy, they should name him James Harrison Potter. That would carry on the Potter line sufficiently. Harrison because Harry just doesn't sound right as a middle name. Then if it's a girl, Bellatrix or Lily, of course. Those sound like good names," Neville commented positively. Bellatrix frowned. "James Harrison sounds fine, but I refuse to name a daughter after me. It would create too much confusion. Perhaps Isabella or Belle would be close enough but not the same," Neville suggested. "Perfect," Narcissa declared. "Let's not get too excited," Bellatrix said in a dignified voice that hid her enthusiasm for the subject. Her sparkling violet eyes gave her away though. Harry smiled at the 2 sisters and then looked at Neville. I'm sure that you didn't come here to discuss potential names for my child. What's the good news from Snape? Hermione has been found alive, Neville declared. A grin graced Harry's face. That's wonderful. She has put herself against me, but I'm still glad that she's alive. Harry's expression then took on a slightly saddened look. Perhaps she'll still come around. Wait. Voldemort kidnapped her, so logically, she would know that I'm innocent, wouldn't she? Neville nodded. Precisely. The instant she woke up, she told everyone that you were innocent. B.U. Did they believe her? Harry interrupted anxiously as everyone else awaited what Neville would next say. I'm sorry, Neville said, trying to break the bad part of the news as gently as possible. Voldemort altered her mind somewhat and made it appear that her genuine memories of what happened were false. Harry restrained himself to shaking his head sadly. Snape said that she still believes that you're innocent. Neville put in hopefully. They haven't convinced her that you're still guilty yet. Maybe there's hope at least for her believing you. We'll just have to see. Bellatrix said, trying to keep the air from getting too depressing. Neville reached for his goblet of punch and sipped it thoughtfully. Yes, that's what we'll just have to do. While I was here, I was hoping that I could discuss the details for altering Potter's Legion a bit, and then I hoped that I could visit my parents for a bit. Let's visit your parents first, Harry suggested as he rose from the table, everyone following suit out of respect for him. I'll go along as well, Bellatrix declared. I've done a little research into their conditions since they came here. We could talk about that. Neville, Harry, and Bellatrix then left the room, leaving the others to either finish their lunch or remain and chat with the others. They made small talk on the way up to the room in which the Longbottoms were being kept. When they arrived in the room, Neville made a beeline straight toward the twin beds that the Longbottoms now resided in. He sat down in the gap that lay between the two beds and began to talk to his parents, alternating between one and the other. Harry was cheered somewhat by the fact that they seemed more responsive to him than usual. Harry and Bellatrix held back, not wanting to interfere with the close and precious family moments that were occurring for Neville. Harry could most certainly relate to his friend. Even if his own parents were basically vegetables, he would still treasure every moment spent with them. The sight of Neville talking in earnest to the almost completely non-responsive couple in the bed seemed to sadden Bellatrix. Harry could well understand why this was. In an attempt to comfort her, Harry unconsciously conjured a couch, pulled Bellatrix down onto it, and snuggled up to her with his arm around her. I don't think he blames you directly, Harry said quietly. He should, Bellatrix whispered. Harry shrugged, not quite sure what there was to say that could comfort his wife. If anyone ever turned us into vegetables like that and forced our child to go through the emotional distress brought on by something like that, I'd kill them multiple times and make them suffer. I helped do that to a child, Bellatrix informed Harry. I think that you've redeemed yourself, Harry replied, quietly considering what would happen in the event that Frank and Alice Longbottom woke up and recovered from the debilitated state. How would they react to the fact that one of their torturers and enemies had gone and married the child of James and Lily? Probably not very well at all. Bellatrix shook her head. To redeem oneself, one must try to fix the wrong if at all possible. That's impossible for those I killed, but the Longbottoms just lie there waiting for me to do something. I guess that does weigh heavily, Harry said. There was no response from Bellatrix because a new thought had just occurred to her. In order to be redeemed, she needed to right the wrong. To do that, she would have to make it so that the Longbottoms could recover. The cure lay with her. Harry could feel Bellatrix suddenly freeze, and he instinctively knew that this signified some sort of realization. Before he could ask what it was, Bellatrix spoke slowly. In order for one to gain redemption, they have to right the wrong, correct? I would think so, Harry mused. But that wouldn't be enough though, would it? It might be nice if they were sorry for doing it in the first place. Harry said idly. If someone were to steal something but then give it back only because they were forced to, I guess they wouldn't really be redeemed. Sorrow, Bellatrix exclaimed loudly, startling everyone in the room. She even received a moment of attention from the comatose Longbottoms. That's it, sorrow and healing. Neville looked at Bellatrix strangely and then questioningly at Harry. After seeing that Harry was just as confused as he was, Neville looked back at Bellatrix. What's it? Sorrow, Bellatrix declared. Deciding that he had spent enough time with his parents, Neville left their side and joined Harry and Bellatrix. You said earlier that you did some research, Neville said, addressing Bellatrix. Did you find anything useful? Not really, Bellatrix said, waving her hand in a dismissive manner. It's all obsolete anyhow. I have a new idea that I think could very likely prove to be the thing that brings your parents back to the land of the sane and living. Neville could not help but be a little skeptical. The healers at St. Mungo's had presented he and his gran with new ideas for treatments constantly. Eventually they had all began to sound the same and have the same effect on Frank and Alice Longbottom. No effect whatsoever. What is it? He finally asked. I don't want to say quite yet, Bellatrix replied, doing her best to look Neville in the eye. But I'll need your help and especially Harry's support to do it. Would you be willing to help? How? Neville inquired cautiously. Bellatrix hesitated and then responded. I need you to write me a letter. Why? I'm right here, Neville said in an extremely confused voice. It needs to be a long letter. Bellatrix continued on. I want you to tell me about growing up without your parents, the pain you felt, the sorrow, and anything else you have felt concerning them. I still don't understand why, Neville said quizzically. Harry too was looking rather mystified. I need to understand, Bellatrix declared to them. You'll see later. Neville nodded reluctantly, willing to give it a try. All right then. When do you need the letter? Soon would be nice, but don't rush it. Put your heart into it, Bellatrix instructed. She stood up and nodded at Harry and Neville. You two have other things to discuss right now and I need to go and do a little thinking about my idea, so I'll leave you alone. Harry stood up and hugged Bellatrix despite Neville's presence. I'll see you later then. Bellatrix smiled at him and hugged him back before leaving the room. We might as well go somewhere where we can sit down comfortably and discuss Potter's Legion, Harry declared as he and Neville made their way to the door as the couch that had been conjured disappeared. That sounds fine, Neville stated as they exited. I've talked to all the members of PL and most of them have committed to helping out with anything over the summer. I don't know if you've been told, but the ministry has given permission for some students to use magic during the holiday. My gran also reckons that she could obtain a special license from the ministry to do a sort of summer school, where magic could be practiced. I'd be the one teaching of course, but that would still work. Harry nodded encouragingly as they made their way down the various halls in the massive fortress. Bypassing the restriction in that manner would be ingenious. Fudge would put up opposition to that though. Hopefully my other plans will come to a head before too long. The two young wizards arrived at Harry's private study and made themselves comfortable. I think that your group should come up with a new name, Harry said thoughtfully. It will unavoidably become public and being linked to me in such a way could be detrimental. Lord Polarix's Legion? No, still too closely connected to me. I'll have to see if any of them have ideas next time a large group of us assembles then, Neville decided. When will that be? Neville shrugged. We haven't scheduled one for the summer yet. In response, Harry stood up and began to slowly pace. Try to get everyone together as soon as you can. Not only do you need to come up with a new name, you need to organize everybody and appoint some sort of hierarchy. The group is basically an army, so logic dictates that you should have some ranks and those sorts of things assigned and organized. I'll keep that in mind, Neville replied, already making plans as to how the now Potter's Legion would be organized in the future. Getting everyone together could be somewhat difficult, Harry said as he continued on with his monologue. If your group needs money for Muggle transportation or needs assistance with magical transportation, I reckon that I can arrange for that somehow. Just keep me up to date on things. Can you do that? Neville responded affirmatively and then brought up another issue. How much fighting can we expect to see? This brought Harry to a pause. I don't know, he said at last. It will be dangerous and therefore, lives could be lost. For that reason I can't help but feel hesitant to put you in the worst situations. The door to Harry's study opened and Count Hiskifny strolled in. Perhaps I could help with that. If the volunteer students were to team up with my own teams, the students would be in less danger and my forces could be more spread out. A frown crossed Harry's face as he studied the Count of Trascoban. How did you know what we were talking about? Hiskifny held up his hand that bore the ring used to communicate with Harry and Zerina. I could hear you through this. Oh, Harry said, somewhat puzzled but satisfied enough with the answer that had been provided. He would have to examine his own ring further when he had the chance to do so. The Count made his way to an empty seat and sat down, preparing to take a part in the discussion that Harry and Neville had been having. Before the conversation could resume, however, a flash came from one of the baskets on Harry's desk signifying new mail. Since the basket was in reach, Harry grabbed the parchment from his sitting place and opened the envelope after checking it for any possibly traps, curses, or jinxes and finding none. Inside the envelope was a small slip of parchment with a note hastily scribbled on it. New developments must see you immediately. Is the leaky cauldron in half an hour okay? Mackridge. Harry reread the note before tearing an unwritten part off and writing, "Fine," on it followed by his initials. He then took a new envelope from his desk, slipped the parchment into it, sealed it, addressed it, and then dropped it in the out basket from which it was promptly flashed away. I've just received an urgent message and must go to meet an acquaintance. Harry told Neville and Hiskifny. Could you two make plans for the future of Potter's Legion and how it will work in conjunction with my forces? I'll be back as soon as I possibly can. The two were amiable to Harry's proposal, and by the time Harry exited his study, they were already deep into discussion concerning the issues at hand for the forces that would be fighting Voldemort in the coming months. After finding Bellatrix and telling her about the letter, Harry retrieved a dark cloak trimmed with silver from his master's suite, pulled up the hood, and then apparated away to Diagon Alley rather than directly into the leaky cauldron. It would look better if it seemed that he had just come in for a drink or snack instead of going directly there to meet someone. He entered the small pub from the back way into Diagon Alley and found the perfect atmosphere for a confidential meeting. The pub was busy enough that they would not attract unwanted attention for being the only customers at the hour, but slow enough that they would be able to keep away from others and still be able to hear each other. Harry surveyed the room and saw that Tom the barkeep was at his customary post. He also saw that the patrons of the pub were average people that he did not know in any way and that Mackridge had not arrived yet. Keeping his hood up, which was slightly unusual, Harry made his way to a vacant corner table from where he could watch both entrances to the pub and have a good view of the entire room. He then wandlessly cast a notice me not charm over himself. 5 minutes later, Cuthbert Mackridge entered the pub from the Diagon Alley entrance and looked around casually. A small probe of his mind via Legislamancy revealed that beneath his calm exterior, the Goblin liaison official was flustered. The probe also revealed that he was not up to any underhand tricks. Seeing that he was not about to be betrayed, Harry removed the protective charm and caught Mackridge's attention. Mackridge spotted Harry immediately. He made his way over to the corner table and sat down. "Have you ordered anything yet?" he asked. "No," Harry responded. "Not yet." Mackridge waved his hand to signal Tom. "1 fire whiskey and a butterbeer," Harry finished, deepening his voice somewhat to disguise it. "Fire whiskey and butterbeer," Cuthbert reiterated. Tom acknowledged the order from the bar, and in a short moment the ministry official had a tot of the strong drink and Harry had a bottle of butterbeer. The fire whiskey was promptly thrown down Mackridge's throat as if it was water. "Why did you want to meet?" Harry inquired. "All hell has broken loose in the ministry," Mackridge informed Harry nervously. "We need to rearrange our plans and move forward quickly if we're going to be able to get through this and end with me as Minister of Magic." "What has happened?" Harry asked, suddenly worried that perhaps their scheme had been discovered, though he knew the incredible odds that stood against such an event. Mackridge stared longingly at his empty glass of fire whiskey before answering. "You know Hermione Granger, don't you?" "Yes. You also know that she was kidnapped and that you were accused of it, right?" "Someone mentioned something about it." "More like screamed it," Mackridge muttered, referring to the Ministry Chronicle. "Anyway, they found her locked in a coffin yesterday or the day before, and since it was a criminal case, Madam Bones, who heads up the law enforcement department, was there. Granger told this story about how she had planned to see if she could run into you by going to various villages." Harry looked at Mackridge with raised eyebrows, though Mackridge couldn't see them through the hood of the cloak. "I don't see how that would cause an uproar at the ministry." "It wasn't that specifically. It was how she managed to get to said villages." Then there's also the issue that if some 6th-year Hogwarts student can come up with a plan on how to predict which villages will be attacked, then why can't anyone else? Mackridge explained. They actually realize that Fudge is incompetent after all this time. Somewhat, Mackridge admitted dryly, still eyeing his empty glass. The issue is that Minister Fudge gave Granger the portkey that got her to the village where she was kidnapped from. Not only did said portkey take her to said village, it had the capability to be reused multiple times. Finally, Harry caught on and grinned. I take it that giving Hermione the portkey was slightly unethical and perhaps illegal. Mostly, Madam Bones thinks that Fudge made a lot of noise about how you supposedly killed Granger. She has let it be known that she suspects Fudge of deliberately placing Granger in danger so that he could point the finger at you. Harry took a long swig from his butterbeer bottle. Well, that takes care of giving Fudge the bad reputation. Now we just need an agreement with the goblins as of last week. Is the Wizengamot going to do anything, and is there any person that looks like they may be minister soon? I think that Dumbledore is going to convene the Wizengamot soon. Mackridge said carefully. Maybe tomorrow. Fudge's authority is all but gone at this point. Not only are people at the ministry angry about the Granger episode, they're also complaining about the Gringotts problem. Good, Harry responded. That means that an agreement with the goblins could still put you in a favorable light. Now, what about Dumbledore? I'm sure that he's going to try and manipulate the outcome of any action taken. Is there someone that looks like they're going for the job who might have his support? Mackridge thought for several moments. Bones or Weasley? Amelia Bones is certainly high-ranking enough and is the one actually making some of the accusations. Arthur Weasley is a very respected person around the ministry despite his low rank. One of Fudge's lackeys could go for it, and then there's always the rare possibility of an outsider coming in. Dumbledore could have been minister after the First War. What about you? Do you have any respect or power? I'm just sort of there. Mackridge said. The Gringotts thing could really throw me into the spotlight though. Harry finished off his butterbeer with a big gulp, enjoying the sensation of the liquid going down his throat. Gringotts has to happen now. How are you here? Have you left the ministry for the day or are you on break? I didn't really say when I exited. Mackridge admitted. Things were too busy for anyone to really notice though. Good. Harry mumbled as his thoughts raced. He needed to throw the head of the Goblin Liaison Office into the spotlight immediately, which would mean dodging the hustle and bustle and getting attention. Has the ministry communicated with the goblins since the closure? Petitions for reopening perhaps? Not lately. Blast. I could backdate some sort of routine letter maybe. Mackridge said nervously, trying to please Harry. No, absolutely not, Harry declared as he tried to think up a new idea. If you were to go to a meeting with the goblins, are there papers in your office that you would bring along with you? Of course. Good, Harry said as he pulled out his black ash wand and used it to conjure a piece of parchment and some necessary writing utensils. Write a formal letter to Gringotts asking for an audience with Lord Gold to discuss options for perhaps opening the bank again. Wasting not time, Mackridge grabbed the quill that Harry had conjured and began to write a neat and official letter to Gringotts. As the quill made scratching noises on the parchment, Harry scanned the room, observing the various patrons. None of them seemed to be particularly interested in what the two men in the corner were doing. That was definitely good. Done, Mackridge declared as he signed his name with a minor flourish. Harry waved his wand, which was still in his hand, and had the parchment sealed. The Ministry of Magic seal was even perfectly imitated. Good, I'll personally take this to Lord Gold. I'm sure that he'll cooperate and willingly meet with you immediately. I want you to go back to the ministry and wait for Lord Gold to send you a response. If possible, make sure that other people are around to see you receive that letter. Be sure to let them know what it is and make a big show of getting whatever papers you'll need. Got that? Yes, Mackridge answered, with a faintly excited gleam in his eyes. Go back to the office and wait for the letter. Make sure everyone knows that I'm going to the bank to negotiate with the goblins. Right, I'll meet you at Gringotts. A painful groan escaped from Hermione's lips as she woke up and tasted something gritty in her mouth. When she opened her eyes, she found herself face down in some sand. Apparently the tide had washed her up on some beach recently. She deduced the recently part from that fact that she was still sopping wet. She rolled over and sat up with a grimace. The water had not been gentle at all. Every part of her ached and her clothes were an absolute mess. After a few moments, Hermione managed to gather enough strength to sit up and look around. Hopefully, she had been washed across the channel that separated Azkaban from the mainland. As Hermione looked around, she deduced that this was not the case. She was standing on a sandy island connected to a more rocky island by a black bridge. Her eyes widened as she followed the bridge and spotted a large and imposing black castle that was just as, if not bigger than Hogwarts. Before she could do any more, several pops surrounded and she found herself surrounded by several men in silver robes, each with their wands trained on her. Deciding that irritating them would be a bad idea, Hermione weakly raised her hands in the air. One of them stepped forward. "You're under arrest for trespassing," he declared. Hermione decided to be brave. "I didn't intentionally trespass, I was washed up on your beach, and what gives you the authority to arrest me? You don't look like you're from the Ministry and I'm a British subject. If you're the person who disturbed the wards, then you're a trespasser," the man declared stiffly. He smiled triumphantly when he saw a flicker of guilt in Hermione's eyes. "I am Captain Nayloff of the Earl of the North's bodyguard. You're in Lord Polarix's domain, therefore, you are subject to him no matter who you are." This declaration caused Hermione some excitement, nervousness, and fear. Apparently she had found where Harry lived but was now under arrest. If he was mad at her, which he probably was, then she was most certainly at his mercy. Conceited. She sighed. "Follow me," Nayloff instructed. He began to walk towards the Black Bridge, and with the other guards' wands trained on her, Hermione followed. As they approached the Black Fortress, Hermione couldn't help but ask questions. "What's the name of this castle?" Nayloff didn't seem to be in a good mood for answering questions, but he humored her nevertheless. "This is the Fortress of Narake, the seat of House Polarix, which has held the Earldom of the North for millennia." Hermione was silenced as they approached the castle. It was extremely intimidating, and if it was any reflection of Harry's power, then she and the Order were in deep trouble. She suspected that it was only Harry's mercy that had spared them from destruction. They entered through a pair of large doors and into a most impressive entrance hall. Hermione would have liked to stand around and look at everything, but the silver-clad guards had other ideas. They led her into what appeared to be a study, probably Harry's, and had her stand before a very imposing desk. "Wait here," Nayloff instructed her with a nod to the other guards, signaling that they should see to it that she followed his directions. It seemed an eternity before Nayloff returned to the study. "Lord Polarix is currently unavailable," the captain announced. "Count Trascoban is here and will see to you." A moment later, a very familiar man entered the room and Hermione instantly felt a wave of nausea. It was the man who had beheaded Lucius Malfoy right in front of her. When his eyes fell on her, Hermione spotted a spark of recognition in the emotionless eyes. Count Trascoban approached her and went around the desk. Instead of sitting in the chair behind the desk, he sat in a chair that had automatically appeared to the side of it. "I recognize you," he said, wasting no time. "You're a member of that pesky order and one of the ones who declared to the whole world that Harry Potter was an absolute creep." "I don't deny that," Hermione said bravely. "I came here to see Harry and I refuse to leave until I at least have a chance to speak to him. If I wanted to have you thrown off the island, I doubt that you could stop me," the Count declared stiffly. "In any case, you will be staying. For all I know, you were sent to spy by the Order. The Order has already done enough damage and I will allow no more damage when preventing it is within my ability and reach." "Does that mean I'm in trouble?" Hermione inquired faintly. "That depends on how Lord Polarix feels," Trascoban declared. "Until he decides though, you'll have the pleasure of testing out the dungeons for us." Hermione winced but responded somewhat wittily. "Glad to help. Just so long as Harry knows that I'm here and that I wish to speak with him." The Count shrugged. "I was just leaving when Nayloff stopped me and will probably not see Lord Polarix for a while. However, I'll have the guards inform Lady Bellatrix of your presence. She might even tell Lord Polarix." "Thanks a lot," Hermione retorted. The Count ignored her and addressed Captain Nayloff. "Lock her up in the dungeon and tell Lady Polarix that a trespasser has been apprehended." Get her name and any information pertaining to her and record it as well. Captain Nailoff nodded respectfully. I shall. And that was how Hermione found herself in an ancient dungeon. Filch would have been proud. Without any delay, Harry made his way to Gringotts bearing Macridge's letter and was promptly admitted into the bank and led to Lord Gold's office by one of the goblin guards. He was not quizzed as to his motives for the visit, which showed to Harry that his alliance with the goblins was indeed intact and functioning smoothly. Lord Gold promptly received him, setting aside any work he had been doing. It is good to see you, Lord Polarix. What brings you to Gringotts today? Something we can help you with perhaps. Harry chose his words carefully. I was hoping that you would help me with a bit of a scheme. If it goes well, a more trustworthy and competent minister of magic will come to power. In order for such a person to accomplish that, they must have something that will give them a bit of a claim to fame. Yes, Gold said, catching on almost immediately. A wizard or witch who got the credit for negotiating a reopening of the bank would be looked upon most favorably by the ministry and magical populace. Said wizard or witch would also be in your debt and feel obligated to show great favor toward the goblin population. Harry pointed out, not only that, you could drive a somewhat hard bargain to even reopen in the first place. They would have no choice but to accept. Gold nodded and Harry could already tell that he was pleased with the prospects of the situation that Harry had arranged. I assume that you already have a candidate for the office of Minister of Magic, especially now that the ministry is in a tumult. Cuthbert Macridge, Harry stated. A wise choice. Macridge has always been polite to us and he is in no way responsible for the current situation. Gold commented. Wizards and witches all over Britain would start crying foul if it was just some random ministry official. They'd suspect Voldemort rather than you, though. The goblin's voice then took on a sarcastic tinge. After all, goblins aren't human, therefore they must be evil. Without wasting any time, Harry produced the letter that he had instructed Macridge to write back in the leaky cauldron. I have a letter from him asking for an audience so that he can discuss options to reopen the bank. Lord Gold took the letter from Harry and quickly skimmed it. Very well, then, I assume that you want this meeting to take place immediately. That would be very convenient. Harry said. That means that I need to respond as we speak then. Gold said as he gathered some writing utensils and began drafting a response. I also assume that you want to ensure that the whole ministry knows that Macridge will be having this meeting with me. Yes, Harry nodded. This agreement will come too quickly and randomly as it is. Gold grinned. I can make sure that everyone knows. Cuthbert Macridge made his way back to the ministry and entered via the atrium. Without wasting a moment, he made his way to where the hub of the action concerning Fudge was, the level that housed the law enforcement department. He needed to know what the latest news was. He arrived on the appropriate floor in record time and saw numerous witches and wizards milling about, having heated discussions or trying to do their work amongst the confusion. The largest group was congregated near Madame Bones's office and was being held at bay by her secretary. Macridge opted to avoid the vulture reputation, and when he spotted Kingsley Shacklebolt, he quickly strode over and struck up a conversation. What's the latest? Amelia is expected to file a formal indictment accusing Minister Fudge of several crimes associated with the Granger girl. Shacklebolt replied, giving most of his attention to Macridge. The Aurors have already formally filed a motion of no confidence with regard to Fudge's ability to fight Voldemort and Potter. Fudge's term is about to come to an abrupt end, then. Macridge said, stating the obvious. The question now concerns who his successor will be. How is Fudge taking it? Shacklebolt chuckled. Not very well at all. His assistant, Percy Weasley, was down here a half-hour ago protesting everything in general and trying to restore order. He finally gave up. Sounds humiliating. He needed it, commented another voice. The speaker came closer and Macridge identified her as an Auror named Tonks. She then addressed the two men. So, who do you suppose will be the next Minister of Magic? Both men shrugged casually and Macridge realized that Shacklebolt had his own agenda as to who should succeed Fudge just as he did. This meant he was either for Dumbledore or Voldemort or had plans for himself. He would have to tread carefully. Someone competent, I hope. Bones would be an obvious choice. Shacklebolt said carefully to Macridge and Tonks. There's others with good reputations though. If Arthur Weasley were to leave the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, I could easily see him as minister. At that moment, Macridge was sure beyond a doubt that Shacklebolt was with Dumbledore somehow. They sound all right, he said in a noncommittal voice. Perhaps, Tonks said, the expression on her face seemingly agreeing with Shacklebolt's choices. Macridge wasn't sure, but he thought he could sense a slight undercurrent in Tonks' manner. Did she secretly support another faction? His thoughts were interrupted when one of their potential nominees walked up to the group and joined them. Already deciding on who the new minister should be, I take it. Arthur Weasley commented cheerfully. He was carrying several files and looked to be on an errand. We were thinking that you could do it, Shacklebolt replied. This made Weasley look uncomfortable. I suppose I would do it if called on. Things are just too difficult and I don't think I have enough experience to be competent. Not only will the new minister be besieged by Voldemort and Potter, but the public will demand action taken to reconcile the goblins at Gringotts. Weasley looked at Macridge. Has Fudge asked you to do anything about Gringotts and is there any progress that you know of? Arthur Weasley had just given Macridge the perfect opening. I have not been asked to do anything concerning the matter, but earlier on today, I sent a missive to Lord Gold requesting a possible meeting to discuss solutions to our problem. That's good, Tonks said brightly. I sure hope the goblins like you better than they like Fudge. It's hard to tell with goblins, Macridge said, drawing upon his experience with dealing with the magical race that ran Gringotts. The timing could not have been more perfect. The lift made a noise to indicate that it was making a stop at their level and then opened to reveal a very flustered employee from the Goblin Liaison Office who was being trailed by a goblin messenger. This immediately caught everyone's attention and even the people stationed at the entrance of Madame Bones's office turned to look at the action. After all, how often did a goblin walk into the Ministry of Magic, especially considering the current situation? Mr. Macridge, said the exasperated official, this goblin has just arrived from Gringotts with a letter from the head of the bank. He insists on personally delivering it to you since you're the head of the Goblin Liaison Office. The goblin formally strode forward and with a bow, handed a sealed letter to Macridge. Lord Gold expects a prompt response, he said, his goblin accent very thick and loud. I shall respond immediately of course, Macridge said, feeling slightly flustered himself. Potter had obviously managed to pull his part of the job off, now the ball was in his court. The goblin stood there looking at Macridge. Apparently he had been instructed to wait for the response. Further pressure was put on Macridge by Tonks. Open it. This could be the solution to our Gringotts problem. With a quick snap, the seal on the letter was broken and Macridge wasted no time unfolding the letter to examine it. He quickly skimmed the short message which invited Macridge to come to Gringotts with the returning messenger for a meeting to discuss options on reopening the bank. What does it say? Shacklebolt inquired. Everyone in the room listened for Macridge's response while pretending not to. Realizing that he was now on stage and that every action he took could have an effect on the outcome of the plan, Macridge planned his words and actions very carefully. Not everyone knew that he had sent a letter to the goblins first. They would need to know that. It's a response to the letter I sent to the goblins earlier. Lord Gold has agreed to meet with me to discuss the possibility of reopening the bank. Why are they being so agreeable? Mr. Weasley asked suspiciously. Already, opposition had reared its head. Fortunately, this comment could be turned to be favorable with an appropriate response. I think they are being agreeable because they know about Fudge's imminent downfall. It was he who caused them to close the bank in the first place and they can't enjoy being closed any more than we do. Mr. Weasley was about to say another thing but Tonks cut him off, seemingly in ignorance. There's no use in keeping Lord Gold or his messenger waiting, Macridge. Right you are, Cuthbert said with a smile. I'll run up to my office and gather some necessary papers and then get moving. He then left the floor with the goblin escort in tow and quickly headed to his office, meeting very few people on the way. Gathering all of his papers took only a few moments and within minutes, he found himself entering Gringotts Bank and being escorted to the offices. Hermione felt an immense amount of relief once the Count of Trascoban left the room. Not only did she find his brand of magic to be creepy, but she was well aware of the fact that he viewed her as the enemy. She had seen firsthand what happened to his enemies. Cutting her head off may or may not be appropriate punishment considering the trouble that her actions had caused, but she would prefer to speak to Harry first. Further thoughts were laid aside when Captain Neloff moved. Hermione could sense that his attitude toward her had changed for the worst somewhat since Trazcobin had identified her as a member of the Order of the Phoenix and a key ruiner of Harry's reputation. Trespassing was one thing, being a member of the Order was another. A heavy pair of metal shackles appeared from nowhere onto the massive desk and Neloff picked them up promptly as if he had been expecting their appearance. He roughly locked them onto Hermione's wrists. "Follow me," Neloff commanded curtly, motioning toward the door and nodding to the other guards that they should fall into line with their wands drawn. They made their way out of the room, across the hall, through some more doors, and then down a dark and steep staircase. Hermione, realizing that the heavy shackles would prevent her from steadying herself should she stumble, was very careful in choosing her footing as they descended. Several staircases later, they arrived at the dungeon level where Neloff had opted to take her. Hermione followed him into a room and when it was lighted, surveyed its contents and shuddered. It was a torture chamber right out of the Middle Ages. It reminded her of the ones in castles that she had toured with her family. The only difference was that the tools were very shiny, sharp, and ready for use. "We will process you here," Neloff said with a hint of an evil grin. He gestured to a very sinister-looking chair that was equipped with straps to hold the head, arms, and legs in place. "Sit there." As Hermione sat down and shuddered, Neloff caused a simple desk and a chair to appear next to the chair. He sat down as the other guards took various places in the room. A moment or so passed as Hermione looked around the room and let her imagination ruin her day. It ended when a guard who had apparently been sent off by Neloff arrived with a book and presented it to Neloff. The captain whispered some commands to the guard who then left again and then opened the book to reveal blank pages. A quill and ink appeared on the table and he began to write slowly in the book. Name: Hermione Jane Granger. Age: 16. This went on for several minutes and eventually Captain Neloff stopped asking her questions and started writing down what Hermione assumed were details concerning her arrest, interview, and anything else the guards would find relevant at a later point in time. Hermione had just been able to relax somewhat in the torture chair when the guard that Neloff had sent off returned carrying a piece of parchment that Hermione assumed was magical in some way. Neloff finished writing in the book, closed it, and exchanged it for the piece of parchment. He quickly wrote Hermione's name on it and then stood up. "This is everyone's favorite part," Neloff said. He strode over to a wall and after some careful deliberation, plucked a wicked-looking knife from the wall. Seeing this, Hermione gasped as cold shivers caused her body to spasm. They were going to torture her. Sensing that she might bolt, two of the guards stepped forward and held her in the chair by her shoulders, apparently deciding that the straps were unnecessary. Neloff walked up to her holding the parchment and knife. "Don't get too excited," he whispered. He then pushed what was left of one of Hermione's tattered sleeves away and poked her with the knife. Some blood promptly seeped from the wood and Neloff pressed the parchment with her name on it to the wound, watching as the blood seeped into the parchment. The blood caused the parchment to turn cold and blue. When Neloff removed it, Hermione saw that the wound had healed. This caused her to let out a sigh of relief. "I told you not to get too excited," Neloff said, motioning for the guards to remove their hands and return to their positions. "Now, for the tour of your new home away from home." At his gesture, Hermione stood up from the frightening chair and followed the captain out of the chamber and a ways down the hall with the other guards on their trail. They made their way around a corner and Hermione could see that the walls of this corridor were lined with iron-barred doors to small cells. "This one will do," Neloff stated, reaching out and opening one of the barred doors. It opened, sensing his authority to open it. Hermione meekly walked into the cell and Neloff followed her in. Being very unsure of things, always eager for knowledge, and her general fear caused Hermione to start asking questions. "How long will I be here?" "I don't know." "What about restroom facilities?" Neloff looked around the cell curiously. Apparently he wasn't very experienced with their use. That meant that Harry didn't often take prisoners. Hermione didn't know whether that was good or bad. "I reckon that they'll appear when you need them," Neloff responded. How? None of your business, Nayloff retorted, hoping that this would stem the flow of questions. However, his hopes were not to come true. Hermione continued to ask questions, though her manner became more meek by the second. Will you feed me? You'll be fed. How soon until Harry finds out I'm here? I don't know. Hermione seemed to be done with the questions, but one last one occurred to her as she looked at herself. What about clothes? Do you issue uniforms? She motioned to her own clothes, which were now only tattered rags. Mine are done for and will be uncomfortable. One of the other guards spoke up. The point of a dungeon isn't exactly comfort, lady. Nayloff rolled his eyes and then, deciding that the girl had a point about her current clothes, reached out and with a few yanks and rips, removed all but Hermione's undergarments, which seemed to be in fairly good condition. This caused her to shriek and hug herself in an attempt to protect her modesty. We'll let Lady Bellatrix decide about clothes, Nayloff announced. Meanwhile, we'll make sure that it doesn't get overly cold in here and that your possessions are taken care of. Is that it? Hermione asked, very meekly. I suppose. With that, the guards all left, shutting the cell door behind them. Shivering from the cold, Hermione sunk in a corner and hugged her knees. The guards weren't being very friendly, but what could she expect? It was these thoughts and others about obtaining Harry's forgiveness that kept Hermione occupied for the next while. Several hours later, Bellatrix examined a book on the ancient healing arts for the third time in a row. There was nothing there that said that her crazy idea on how to heal the Longbottoms would not work. Then again, there was nothing there that said it would work. Making the magic element of the cure work would be the key. Fortunately, Harry would be able to help her in that area greatly. Bellatrix was just putting her texts away in their proper places when Captain Nayloff entered the library and gave a deep nod of respect to her. Can I help you, Captain? Bellatrix asked, not sure whether she should be worried about the captain of Harry's bodyguard coming to speak with her. We captured a trespasser earlier this evening, milady. Count Traskobin ordered her to be locked up in the dungeons to await your pleasure as Lord Polarix is currently unavailable. Nayloff said neutrally. Bellatrix raised her eyebrows. Someone had worked hard to find the island and then to trespass on it. Who is this trespasser? Hermione Granger. Nayloff answered. The Count identified her as a member of the Order and a potential spy. She claims that she has come to talk to Lord Polarix. The first emotional response to the announcement of Hermione's presence was anger. That little girl had created trouble and emotional pain for Harry. Then there was of course the little incident back at the small town that Voldemort had framed Harry for attacking. Bellatrix blushed when she realized that the little girl was her husband's age. Finally she gained control of her emotions. Have you locked her up in the dungeon? Yes, milady, Nayloff answered respectfully before going into an account about processing the prisoner. Bellatrix was very amused by the part that took place in the torture chamber. The next debate that took place in Bellatrix's mind was what to do with the Granger girl. Should she just leave her for Harry to deal with? Should she go and beat the snot out of her and then let Harry deal with her, or should she do something else? Bellatrix decided on something else. Though it was tempting, the impulse to abuse the teenager was no good. However, there were some things she wanted to talk to the girl about, and then what Harry did with her was irrelevant as far as she was concerned. Take me to where you've locked her up, she commanded Nayloff. As you wish, milady, Nayloff said. Together, Nayloff and Bellatrix made their way down to the dungeons. Bellatrix noted with some amusement that Hermione had been placed in one of the deepest levels that the dungeon had to offer. This pleased her as it demonstrated that the guards felt a sense of loyalty to Harry. Eventually, Nayloff led her to a cell where she spotted the half-naked girl huddled in a corner of the cell. Hermione had spotted them and was looking at her specifically with some hope in her eyes as well as a great amount of trepidation. Bellatrix was about to enter the cell when Nayloff held his hand in front of her. Pardon me, milady, if you mean to interview her in the cell, I must make sure she is restrained. This could be a ploy to assassinate you or Lord Polarix. Shoving aside self-declarations that she could handle a prisoner, Bellatrix nodded, which signaled Nayloff to see to having Miss Granger restrained. If something were to happen, Harry would never forgive himself, and not only that, there was no reason to worry Harry about what could have happened. There was also the baby. Neloff entered and Hermione rose stiffly from her crouching position. She was still wearing the heavy shackles from earlier, so Neloff made use of them and used them to raise her arms above her head and attached them to a hook that appeared from nowhere, as things often did in Narake. Neloff then exited the cell with a bow for Bellatrix and then stationed himself a short distance down the hall. Bellatrix then entered the cell and made eye contact with Hermione. One of the interrogation tips learned long ago came to mind. They'll talk on their own and reveal what is important. Bellatrix took this to heart and while waiting for Hermione to start talking conjured a comfortable armchair and sat down. What Granger said first would be key in figuring out what was the most important to her. She would save the legilimency for Harry in this case. Bellatrix sat back and then coolly looked Hermione in the eyes. Hermione was clearly nervous, but made a valiant effort to return the gaze. Finally, she began to talk on her own as Bellatrix had predicted. I've realized that Harry is innocent and I've come to apologize and do whatever it takes to win back his friendship. Taking Hermione's declaration of Harry's innocence at face value, Bellatrix zeroed in on the last two parts of the statement. How do you apologize for a betrayal that caused someone immense pain and indirectly helped Voldemort in his quest to kill and torture? This caused tears to run down Hermione's face. I know that being sorry isn't enough, but what more can I do? Nothing. Bellatrix answered bluntly. That's why it's hard to apologize. It's bad enough that you gave Voldemort the advantage, but do you realize that Harry will still think himself responsible for those he couldn't save? This caused Hermione to hang her head in shame as she realized how true Bellatrix's words were. How fortunate for you that Harry is a non-confrontational person. Bellatrix continued on. Knowing him, as soon as he returns from his business, he will promptly tell you that it's okay and send you on your sorry way just to get you out of his way. After that, he'll avoid you and pretend that nothing ever happened. You'll be expected to avoid him as well, of course. This statement caused Hermione to let out a pathetic sob. He'll still feel hurt and angry even if he hides it. I want to win back his friendship so that we can go back to the way we were. It's the only way that I'll be able to feel that he's completely forgiven me. Otherwise, I'll always wonder what his true feelings are toward me and my betrayal. You are striving for the impossible, I think. Bellatrix stated, taking a small bit of pleasure from the distress that this obviously caused the girl. She couldn't help but to do so, it was natural. This made Bellatrix slightly unhappy. She didn't want to give in to natural instincts. They led to the dark side of magic. Those who strived for a higher standard were the witches and wizards of the light. They were the ones with the strength to prevail and not let the instinctive reactions of anger and lust for revenge drag them down into the pit of evil. It was Voldemort's anger with Muggles and his father that had driven him to become a dark wizard. Several moments passed and Bellatrix reviewed these thoughts silently in her mind as she watched Harry's treacherous friend begin to sob uncontrollably, unable to wipe the tears from her eyes or face due to the fact that her arms were suspended above her by chains. It was then that light dawned upon Bellatrix's mind. What this young witch had done did not matter anymore. Bellatrix herself had committed worse crimes than this young woman was responsible for. Harry was the antithesis of her former actions. If he could completely forgive the girl and welcome her back into a full friendship, then that would prove that he was indeed a strong wizard. Furthermore, his ability to forgive Granger would forevermore lay to rest any doubts that Bellatrix may ever have of his pure love for her and forgiveness for her past actions. Suddenly, Bellatrix wanted to see Harry completely forgive and welcome back Hermione Granger with every fiber of her being for Harry's own sake. If he couldn't forgive and forget, then it was possible that he would ruin his life. He would need help to do so though, and Bellatrix was more than willing to provide it. He would have to do it by himself though, and not feel pressured. Hermione would have to remain in the cell free from any interference on Bellatrix's part. Bellatrix then stood up and strode to Hermione so unexpectedly that Hermione started and then quailed in fear. The two had fought viciously in a cat fight previously and now Bellatrix had a complete advantage. However, instead of harming Hermione, Bellatrix awkwardly hugged her like she would hug her sister, Narcissa. I'll do everything I can to help you win back your friendship, she whispered to the young woman who was now shedding silent tears. Don't give up no matter what may happen. Then, without another word, Bellatrix turned around and strode from the cell causing the armchair to disappear. Within seconds she met Captain Nailoff in the hall. "I'm finished interviewing the prisoner, Captain." She then conjured a rough blanket of sorts and handed it to him. "Return her to how she was before I came and give her this. You are not to inform Lord Polarix of the prisoner's presence until I let you. It's for the best. Is that clear?" "Yes, milady," Nailoff responded in a confused voice. Captain Nailoff watched as Lady Bellatrix strode away as he held the blanket that she had handed him. Shrugging, he turned and went to the cell where he found the prisoner who had apparently been crying. She now had a look of confused wonder in her eyes. She was so confused that she hardly responded when Nailoff caused the hook holding her shackled arms above her head to disappear, leaving her to sink to the floor stiffly. No sure what else to do, Nailoff haphazardly draped the blanket over her shivering body before exiting and securing the cell. He missed the look of complete and utter determination that appeared in Hermione's eyes, lighted by the hope that Lady Bellatrix had given her. To Cuthbert Macridge, it only seemed like a matter of minutes between the time he arrived at the bank and the time that an agreement was decided upon with the chief goblin. As he mentally reviewed the negotiations, he realized that they were actually very simple. Then of course, the reason that the bank had closed in the first place was rather small and simple as well. "On what date do you intend to reopen your doors?" Macridge asked Lord Gold diplomatically as Harry watched on. "Did you have a particular day in mind?" Gold replied idly as he reviewed a written copy of their negotiations and decisions. Harry, who had opted to remain apart from the negotiations, decided to step in. "Might I suggest that you wait to reopen the bank until the ministry settles down under the control of a new minister of magic?" "That is an excellent suggestion, Lord Polarix," the goblin said, looking at Macridge to see if he agreed with Harry's idea. "It would be for the best, I think." Macridge concurred. Lord Gold smiled evilly as he returned the copy of the agreement to the table and began to add one last thing to it. "Someone has to decide when the ministry is stable enough for the bank to reopen. I reckon that you're intelligent enough to make that decision, Macridge. I'm putting down that the bank will reopen when you, Cuthbert Macridge, formally sign a declaration that the ministry is structurally stable." A laugh of mirth burst from Harry's lips. "I could not have planned that any better myself, Lord Gold. Your little provision could quite possibly make Cuthbert's ascension to the top job 10 times more likely." "Let us hope so," Macridge muttered. "We need to formally sign the agreement and have copies made." He looked at Harry. "Would you sign as a witness? I'm not sure if the wizarding populace would appreciate what my signature would signify concerning my relations with you and Gringotts." Harry stated. "Their reaction could cause everything to backfire." Macridge grinned at Harry. "No one besides us will see the signed agreement. If I become minister, I can't automatically declare or recognize you as innocent, but after the dust settles with this war, and or if there is an opportunity, your signature on this agreement will go a ways toward bringing you into favor." "He is correct," Lord Gold stated, addressing Harry. "I'd even go as far as to have you sign as more than a witness, perhaps as the mediator, or judge." "All right then," Harry acquiesced. Lord Gold nodded and with a complicated gesture and bit of magic, summoned another goblin who was bearing a special ink and quill set into the office. The other goblin left and Lord Gold set up the quill and ink for use. "These are what we use to sign formal and binding treaties," he explained. "I'm not sure if I can legally sign the agreement then. I don't really have the authority to sign treaties on behalf of the Ministry of Magic." Macridge pointed out cautiously. "Our agreement would not be binding. I've already taken that into account," Lord Gold said, reassuring Macridge. "Based on wizarding laws, both ancient and contemporary, you may sign the treaty so long as it is formally ratified by the Minister of Magic within a year of the signing or before its implementation. If you become minister, that won't be a problem at all." Harry concluded as Lord Gold nodded. "If this falls through, whoever does become minister would be crazy not to ratify." With a nod, Macridge took the quill which Lord Gold had offered him and scrawled his signature at the bottom of the document. The quill was returned to the goblin who made his mark and then to Harry, who signed his name, Harry James Potter. As soon as the ink dried on Harry's name, more writing appeared beneath it. "Lord of Polarix, Earl of the North." "That's all," Lord Gold declared, taking the parchment and setting it aside. "I'll have copies made and delivered to you too. I suggest that you return to the ministry with your good news. On your way out, you may pick up a formal press statement that I took the liberty to have written up during our conference. We'll do that, Macridge stated, standing up and shaking Lord Gold's hand. When Professor Albus Dumbledore made his entrance in the ministry atrium, the immense crowd that had gathered in the big room immediately turned their attention to him and began shouting questions concerning the present situation. Apparently the ministry officials had been attempting to keep them uninformed of the current situation. Dumbledore chose to ignore the inquisitive crowd until he arrived at the security desk and had his wand appropriately checked in. He then turned and cast the sonorous charm. Quiet. When the noise had died down, he continued on in an informative voice. Yes, it is true that Madam Bones has formally filed charges against Minister Fudge. He will either step down or be removed. His successor will be chosen by the common consent of present ministry officials. Madam Bones and Arthur Weasley are currently being looked at as potential candidates. What about Cuthbert Macridge? Shouted someone from the crowd. This caused Dumbledore to frown with confusion. He had carefully advanced the possibility for Bones and Weasley to become Minister of Magic. It was a winner-take-all situation, and in such, there were usually only two serious candidates. He supported both, so he and the Order could not lose. He had not planned on another possible candidate. All worthy candidates will be considered, he said, not willing to admit that he did not know about the situation that had brought Macridge to public attention. He then turned and made his way into the heart of the ministry controversy, which had moved from the law enforcement floor to the formal ballroom in which ceremonies were held due to the large amount of people wishing to be in on the action. Arthur Weasley met him before he could arrive in the ballroom. Fudge is basically done for. They haven't removed him yet, but he's being ignored and he and his staff are avoiding everyone else. What is this that I hear about Cuthbert Macridge? Dumbledore asked. Ah yes, him. Weasley said slowly. A couple of hours ago, he received a hand-delivered message from Gringotts. Apparently he made some overtures to the goblins and they answered him. A lot of people are talking about making him minister if his meeting with them turns out for good. As we speak, he is at Gringotts discussing options to open the bank. This news proved to be very disturbing to Dumbledore. As far as he knew, Macridge was a good and competent man. There was nothing to indicate that he was a Death Eater either. The only problem with him in Dumbledore's book was that he had no ties to the Order. How is it that he's risen in popularity so fast? Dumbledore inquired. He was practically unknown before today. The closing of Gringotts is the most blatant of Fudge's misdeeds from the point of view shared by the majority of people. Weasley explained. It's also the one affecting everyone the most. The instant that it was leaked outside the ministry that Macridge was in negotiations, the news spread like wildfire. Macridge's name is on everyone's lips. The two wizards arrived in the ballroom to find the entire ministry present and all discussing issues in small groups. A podium had been set up and various officials were making fiery speeches to those who cared to listen. Seeing that everyone was present, Dumbledore came to a split-second decision. He announced it quietly to Mr. Weasley and then to Amelia Bones, who had joined them as soon as she had spied them entering the room. We need to have the new minister put in immediately if it is to be one of you. Dumbledore said. Macridge could return at any moment. Let's do it then. Bones replied. As the leader of the Wizengamot, I believe that you have the authority to take charge here, Professor. Dumbledore nodded in agreement and without wasting any more time, made his way to the raised podium and took it from the witch who had just finished spouting off accusations about inadequacies in some sort of budget. Making use of the sonorous charm for a second time, Dumbledore spoke. Silence. Immediately, the ballroom quieted and turned their attention to the aged professor. Cornelius Fudge has been formally accused by the appropriate authorities of several misdeeds. Speaking for the Wizengamot, I hereby declare this to be the equivalent of the first step to a vote of no confidence. Based on the No Confidence Act of 1650, the body convened here at this moment has the authority to hold what is known as a certiorari vote and appoint a new minister of magic, which would both complete the vote of no confidence and formally oust Fudge. Those present can also vote to have Fudge remain in office. So, all those in favor of holding a certiorari vote say, aye. The audience replied with a thunderous, aye. The first step had been taken. Now all Dumbledore needed was to get a majority behind either Weasley or Bones. Before Dumbledore could continue his address, the doors to the ballroom burst open and Cuthbert Macridge entered the room with all those who had been gathered in Atrium on his heels. With what Dumbledore recognized as forced confidence, Macridge made his way to the podium and then respectfully spoke loudly to Dumbledore. Almost everyone could hear him. "I've just returned from Gringotts, Professor. The witches and wizards who were waiting in the atrium are eager to hear the results of my negotiations. However, the officials of the ministry are entitled to hear them first, as I informed those in the atrium. They decided that they couldn't wait until I finished making the internal announcement." It was then that Dumbledore could sense that neither Weasley nor Bones had a very good chance at becoming the Minister of Magic. The two were similar and would be considered the same when put in contrast with Macridge. His plan for supporting both candidates had backfired drastically. He made one last-ditch attempt to save the outcome. "We are currently holding a certiorari vote, Mr. Macridge. Perhaps afterward we could hear your announcement." Cuthbert Macridge did not reply, mostly because he did not have to. As soon as the audience had heard Dumbledore's refusal to let him speak, they immediately all began to demand in loud voices that Macridge be allowed to speak immediately. Dumbledore had been able to harness the out-of-control crowd to his favor for a few minutes, but now it had slipped out of his control. There was nothing he could do about it. "The vote can wait then," Dumbledore graciously announced. He would rather have Macridge than Fudge as minister. He had lost control of the vote's outcome, but he still wanted to ensure that the vote took place. "Witches and wizards, I present to you the head of the Goblin Liaison Office, Cuthbert Macridge," Dumbledore announced. Macridge replaced Dumbledore at the podium and began to speak. "I have just concluded negotiations with Lord Gold, who is the head goblin over at Gringotts." He then held up the piece of parchment that had been provided to him and Potter on their way out of the bank. "I hold here a copy of a public announcement that is to be sent out by Gringotts tomorrow. It states that as soon as I am able to declare the ministry to be in a stable state, Gringotts will open its doors." With despair on the behalf of his well-set plans and the order, Dumbledore watched and listened as Macridge's announcement was met with cheers and shouts from the financially burdened witches and wizards present. Abruptly, two chants broke out and took a firm hold. The verbal renditions of "Vote Now" and "Mock Ridge" nearly brought the ceiling down. Before anything else could be done, the doors to the ballroom abruptly burst open with a loud slam. Dumbledore watched with confusion as William Boggs, one of Fudge's under-secretaries, led approximately 150 Aurors into the room with their wands drawn. For some strange reason, Boggs, who was a bureaucrat, was also wearing Auror robes. None of those Aurors were Aurors the last time I checked. Amelia Bones, who had made her way up to the front, quickly whispered to Dumbledore. "Not good," Dumbledore commented as he quickly tried to assess the situation. With a booming and very arrogant voice, Boggs spoke. "As the newly appointed Supreme Commander of the Auror Corps and in the name of Minister Fudge, I am ordering this gathering to disband immediately. Force will be used if you do not comply." The crowd immediately began to protest, the most prevalent argument being that Fudge no longer had the power to act as Minister of Magic. Boggs was not to be hindered though. "Fudge is still Minister until you vote a new one in," he shouted. "However, I'm here to see that you can't vote." Courageously, Amelia Bones stepped up to the podium and in the most commanding voice she could muster, spoke. "As the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I order you to stand down, Commander Boggs. As Supreme Commander, my authority exceeds yours." Commander Boggs sneered from across the room. An edgy silence descended over the room as crowd considered the danger of the Aurors. The Aurors observed the crowd, and the leaders tried to come up with a solution to the present situation. The reverie was broken when Percy Weasley burst into the room. He was panting and it was apparent that he had been running. The crowd parted to allow him to make his way through and he stopped midway between Commander Boggs and the podium where Dumbledore, Bones, and Macridge stood. Dumbledore examined his former student with piercing eyes. Young Mr. Weasley was pale and quite obviously nervous. From the way that his eyes seemed to shift between Boggs, the crowd, and the podium, it was apparent that he was making a last-minute decision. Finally, it could be seen by everyone watching close enough that Percy Weasley had made a decision. Little did anyone know that within a matter of seconds, his decision would forever make him a martyr. Those ores are Death Eaters. Percy bellowed. Fudge has signed a secret agreement with you-know-who. Commander Boggs snarled viciously at Percy and then in a startling move screamed the incantation for the killing curse. Dumbledore watched sadly as Percy Weasley was instantly hit and killed by the curse. Everyone stood in shock and stared at the ambitious junior undersecretary's body. They were drawn from their shock when Mackridge, seizing the moment, stepped up to the podium and in a resounding voice spoke. I refuse to allow Death Eaters to take over this ministry or country. Get them now. William Boggs was not necessarily a stupid man and happened to be competent enough to fight and perhaps even lead the new Death Eater Ores to victory against the aggressive crowd. However, he was also a coward and was currently standing on the front line. He chose to retreat and gave the command for all those under his command to activate their portkeys. Dumbledore impatiently waited for the crowd to calm down as soon as the ballroom was void of the doors. As soon as Percy had made his announcement, it had become perfectly clear to Dumbledore that more trouble was afoot than ever before. Time could no longer be wasted. If he quibbled about who was to become Minister of Magic, the ministry could quite possibly dissolve. Mackridge was a competent person and now had enough popularity that he could make a tremendous difference against Voldemort. With this in mind, Dumbledore threw his support behind Mackridge as he stepped up to the podium and managed to coerce the crowd to return to a sense of order. The vote of certiorari will continue, he announced calmly. Will all those in favor of making Cuthbert Mackridge the Minister of Magic please say, aye. A reverberating, aye, came from the audience. When Dumbledore asked for nays, none responded. Dumbledore then finished the official formalities. As leader of the Wizengamot, I hereby recognize the validity of this vote of certiorari and declare that by unanimous vote, Cuthbert Mackridge is the Minister of Magic. After Mackridge had departed for the ministry, Harry had opted to stay behind at Gringotts and discuss his finances and assets with the goblins. Now that supposedly Mackridge would become minister, Harry's properties and other things would become accessible to him once again. Once he had finished his business, Harry stepped out into Diagon Alley appropriately disguised and made his way to Florine Fortescue's ice cream shop to buy some ice cream and take it back to Nerike to share with Bellatrix. He had noticed her eating large amounts of ice cream at random times lately. An hour and a half after the negotiations had ended at Gringotts, Harry returned to Nerike, ice cream in hand, to find a letter bearing the seal of the ministry from Mackridge awaiting his pleasure on his desk. Harry set the ice cream down, charmed it not to melt, and opened the letter and read the contents with surprise. He had not expected Mackridge to become the minister so quickly. The details were sketchy as Mackridge had not had much time to write privately, but from them, Harry gathered with sadness that Percy Weasley had been killed and that there was a new nuisance to worry about in the form of one William Boggs. Fudge's fall from power would not deter Boggs from carrying on with those who followed him. If Harry's suspicions were correct, the pseudo-Aurors would probably join Voldemort if they had not done so previously. The Death Eaters' ranks had swelled. Harry also feared that Boggs would lead a movement to overthrow Mackridge. Harry winced at his own cold-heartedness as he caught himself wishing that he could arrange for Fudge to be killed. Any such movement would certainly be led in Fudge's name. All worries about the current situations were forgotten by Harry as his wife cheerfully entered his study. Bellatrix had apparently been able to detect his return. He smiled at her and pointed to the ice cream. Hungry. Always hungry for ice cream, Bellatrix said, grinning cheekily. She grabbed the ice cream package and made off with it. Hey, Harry called after her in mock indignation, you don't get it all. I will if you don't come after me, Bellatrix yelled from the bedroom gleefully. Harry made his way to the bedroom and found that Bellatrix had already served up the ice cream equally and was greedily digging in as she sat on the bed. Harry joined her and before they knew it, the treat was all gone. The bowls, spoons, and empty carton automatically disappeared as Harry laid back on the bed. He looked up at Bellatrix and found her looking at him with a very satisfied smile from her sitting position next to him. We should do that more often, he commented. Bellatrix didn't answer as she shifted her position and laid down on her side next to Harry, propping herself up with her elbow. She reached out with her free hand lightly stroked Harry's chest. There's something else we should do more often, she purred. Before he could answer, she brought her head down to his and initiated a long key. The morning was nearly over before Harry woke up to find Bellatrix spooned against him, already awake, and lightly caressing one of the hands he had wrapped around her. She turned her head up to get a better view of his face from her position. "Good morning, sleepyhead. It's your fault that I was up so late," Harry whispered. "You're the one who got the ice cream," Bellatrix murmured. Harry unwrapped his arms from around her and the two sat up and stretched. They then proceeded to go through their morning routine and were soon enjoying their breakfast for lunch. Harry was idly wondering what to spend the rest of the day doing when Bellatrix spoke. "I have some good news for you," Bellatrix said carefully. "Oh," Bellatrix looked at him carefully before proceeding. "Hermione has managed to cling to her belief of your innocence." "I'm glad of that," Harry said. "It shows that she is not so weak after all. Maybe she'll get some others to believe as well." "That's not all. Oh, she managed to get washed up onto the island. Captain Nailoff arrested her for trespassing and then Hiskifny identified her as a member of the Order. Nailoff then had her locked up in the dungeon." This caused Harry to raise his eyebrows in surprise as he munched on a piece of toast. "Interesting. Why did she decide to seek me out? I interviewed her yesterday while you were gone. She wants to talk to you, apologize, and all that stuff," Bellatrix informed Harry. Harry's eyes grew slightly hard. "I don't think I want to talk to her. Tell her that I won't go and try to get revenge on her and to mind her own business in the future, then release her." "You need to talk to her, Harry," Bellatrix said calmly and persuasively. "This isn't something that you can brush off." This caused Harry to become rather grumpy. However, Bellatrix was his wife and he respected her and her sense about things. "All right, a small talk." After lunch concluded, Bellatrix tracked down Nailoff and the three made their way down to the lower reaches of Nerike's dungeons. They soon arrived at Hermione's cell to find that Nailoff had sent a guard ahead to prepare for the interview. Harry stepped in the cell with Bellatrix on his heels to discover with surprise a scantily clad Hermione whose arms suspended above her by a hook connected to chains that shackled her wrists together. Hermione blushed slightly as she looked at Harry and squirmed uncomfortably. Wishing to move along, Harry spoke. "Bellatrix says that you want to speak with me." "I came to apologize," Hermione said weakly. "I'm sorry for believing that you were a murderer and I'm sorry for creating so much trouble for you. I'm also sorry for what I've said about you." "Fine," Harry replied. "You apologized. Now leave me alone." "I'm not finished," Hermione said bravely. "I want to make things up to you. I want to earn your forgiveness so that we can at least be friends again. I'll help you with your fight against Voldemort." An irrational anger suddenly coursed through Harry's veins. With a snarl he stepped forward and delivered a stinging slap to Hermione's face. Instead of crying out, she turned her other cheek toward him. This enraged Harry even more and he slapped her again. Suddenly, Bellatrix's hand was on his shoulder. "Calm down, Harry," she whispered. Breathing heavily from anger, Harry looked at Hermione who was now looking back at him with silent tears streaming down her face, both her cheeks bearing his handprint. "You can't earn forgiveness. It's a gift that I must choose to give," he growled. "I realize that," Hermione said, now sobbing. "But I can't accept your gift of forgiveness without feeling that I'm worthy of it in some way. Please, either punish me for my betrayal or allow me to do something that will make things up." Harry was not in a mood to keep talking, so he made a valiant attempt to end the confrontation. "I'll see to it that you return home safely. I've accepted your apology and will not seek vengeance against you. Just leave me alone." "I'll come back," Hermione declared with resolve. "I'm determined." "You want to feel worthy of my forgiveness," Harry stated. "What makes you think that I'll ever give it you?" Hermione looked Harry in the eye for a moment before letting her head hang and then spoke despondently. "Please consider forgiving me, Harry. If you do, not only will I accept whatever task or punishment you set, I'll promise to serve you for the rest of my life. If you don't want to forgive me, then please take my life. I can't bear to live without your forgiveness. You can even send for your count and have him chop off my head." At this point her voice trembled. "If you kill me, at least tell my parents that I loved them." Harry didn't want to forgive Hermione, but neither did he want to kill or have her killed. The very idea repulsed him to no end. There were so many emotions running through Harry's mind that he was unable to think. Letting out a noise that was somewhere between a snarl and a sob, he bolted from the cell. Bellatrix immediately exited the cell and found Captain Nayloff. "Which way did my husband go?" Nayloff pointed back toward the way they had come. "That way, milady. Would you and your guards please go look after him until I come up? Don't get in his face, just keep an eye on him." "Of course, milady," Nayloff replied. "Do you need our help with the prisoner? She is completely harmless. If she was a danger, Harry would have remained." Bellatrix stated firmly. "I'll look after her." "Very good," Nayloff said before quickly making his way with the other guard up to the main level of Narake. Bellatrix returned to the cell and had the hook holding Hermione's arms up disappear. The teenage girl then sank to the floor slowly. The tears were still streaming down her face, but she had stopped making crying sounds. "It's okay," Bellatrix said in what she hoped was a soothing voice. "Don't worry too much. When is he going to do it?" "Do what?" "Have Count Trascobbin cut off my head," Hermione replied in a resigned voice. Bellatrix regarded Hermione with a cool stare before following Harry's example and slapping the girl. "My husband is not a murderer," Bellatrix declared with gritted teeth. "I thought that you had just established that fact in your mind." Hermione took one look at Bellatrix and burst out into sobs again. "I'm sorry," Hermione said as soon as she gained control of herself. "Good," Bellatrix said. "Now, I know that Harry will eventually come around. It's only a matter of time. What is it that you want to do in order to make yourself feel worthy of his forgiveness?" Hermione considered this for several long moments. "I said that if he forgave me, I would serve him for the rest of my life in addition to my earning his forgiveness. Therefore, it'll have to be punishment." "My husband doesn't administer punishment either," Bellatrix informed Hermione gently. "It'll have to be some sort of penance that you carry out yourself. I'll try to find some ideas. As soon as Harry calms down and has time to rationalize, I'll try to work on his feelings. Meanwhile, don't let yourself get too low." Hermione nodded at the encouragement from Bellatrix. "Thank you. I'd better find Harry," Bellatrix announced. "I'll try to keep you updated." "Okay." Bellatrix then left the cell, making plans as how to best comfort Harry and calm the confusion that must be raging in his mind. He was obviously repulsed by the idea of killing Hermione and angry about her asking for forgiveness. Then of course, his initial reaction of slapping her twice would prey upon his feelings and cause a large amount of guilt. Despite the obstacles, Bellatrix was confident that Harry would eventually forgive Hermione. For that, she revered him. Using her ring as a guide to find Harry, Bellatrix exited Narake's dungeons and then made her way out to the rocky beach that surrounded the Black Castle. She found Harry chucking rocks into the ocean. Captain Nayloff and some of his men were casually walking about a small distance away from him. Bellatrix approached Harry and silently watched for several minutes as he continued to throw small rocks as far as he could. Eventually, he slowed down, and then stopped throwing rocks altogether. "I guess I lost control," Harry said dully to Bellatrix. "It happens to the best of us," Bellatrix commented. "She's so stubborn." Harry picked up another rock and fiercely threw it to punctuate his comment and express his opinion about Hermione. "If I kick her off the island, she'll come back. If I forgive her, she'll insist on earning her forgiveness and she'll spend the rest of her life clinging to me. If I refuse to forgive her, she'll beg for me to kill her or worse, commit suicide." "What will you do then?" Bellatrix asked. Harry sighed, shrugged, and sat down on the hard beach, opting to study the water of the ocean rather than to throw things at it. Bellatrix joined him, wincing as she maneuvered to avoid some of the sharper rocks. Hermione realizes what she has done and wants to apologize and make amends. She also wants to try and patch up your former friendship. This should be easy for you because she will do anything at all in order to accomplish what she wants. I just want her to be sorry and leave me alone. Now that I look at the situation more closely, I suppose I can understand why she believed them and what she did, so I suppose I can forgive her if she doesn't make it hard." Harry mumbled. "I don't want her serving me the rest of her life, I don't want to kill her, and I don't want to punish her. It was very hard for Bellatrix to hold back a sigh of exasperation. It didn't help that she couldn't decide who it was that was responsible for the issue at hand, either Hermione for her persistence or Harry for his stubbornness. Compromise, she told herself. There needs to be a compromise. Harry, you just said that you want her to be sorry. Bellatrix pointed out and then went on. You can simply let it go and know that she's sorry and therefore forgive her. I don't want her making me uncomfortable. Harry added in. Bellatrix nodded. That's fine. If she doesn't feel like she deserves your forgiveness, then it's her problem and she needs to work it out by herself, right? Absolutely. A small smile crossed Bellatrix's lips. That isn't so hard. I'll go and talk to Hermione about how you feel. It's apparent that you're willing to put this whole thing in the past and forget about it. I'll tell her that you'll freely forgive her if she'll also put it in the past. Will that make you comfortable? Yes. Harry nodded, relief apparent in his whole posture. But, I don't want her trying to force the regrowth of our friendship. That will have to take time, and I want to be the one who initiates anything in that regard. I'll do so when I'm comfortable doing so. I'll let her know that. Bellatrix informed Harry, happy that he was able to work through everything and be able to let it go. Voldemort would have never let such a slight to his character go so unpunished. You'll need to at least tell her that you forgive her to her face. I don't feel like facing her now. Harry sighed. That's okay. Bellatrix told him. I think that waiting for a little while would be best myself. If you don't mind, I think I'll go back and talk to Hermione. Go ahead, Harry said, sounding much more relaxed. Bellatrix nodded, stood up, and began to slowly make her way back to the castle. Just before she passed out of earshot, Harry called out to her. Get her some clothes and better accommodations. Having her chained up and barely clothed was embarrassing. As you wish, Bellatrix yelled back, glad to see that his mind had moved on to what she considered to be more trivial things. Hermione sat huddled in a corner of her cell, hugging herself to fight off the chilly air that seemed to be inescapable. Once she had calmed down after Bellatrix's departure, she had begun reflecting on the confrontation with Harry. Now that she looked back on the whole conversation, Hermione realized that she had put Harry on the spot and had probably embarrassed him to no end. That meant that he would probably go out of his way to avoid thinking and or dealing with her situation. It was very fortunate that Bellatrix was present and had taken an interest in her situation. Hermione suspected that if not for Bellatrix, she would be down here without any hope of getting out. Just as Hermione's thoughts began to drift toward worst-case scenarios, she heard footsteps echoing down the long hall that her cell was situated on. This caused Hermione's hopes to soar. Had Harry calmed down and felt guilty? Had Bellatrix already convinced him to forgive her? She was somewhat disappointed when only Bellatrix appeared, but was excited to see that Bellatrix wore a smile on her face and was carrying something presumably for her. Has Harry made a decision? Hermione asked, with a nervous quaver in her voice. Maybe he had decided to send for Count Trascobbin. You could say that, Bellatrix replied as she opened Hermione's cell with magic and stepped in. I helped him sort out his feeling and get to the root of things. He's perfectly willing to forgive you and put things in the past if you will leave him alone and also put everything in the past. The smile that had grown on Hermione's face slipped when Bellatrix stated the last clause of the agreement. That won't do, Hermione told Bellatrix sadly. That way he'll always remember that I betrayed him. We'll have supposedly put it in the past, but he'll always remember. You make Harry's feelings seem more complicated than they really are, Bellatrix said. He's perfectly willing to reinstate your former friendship so long as you let him be the one who does it when he is ready. Making him ill at ease will not help your situation. Bellatrix then threw the bundle she had been carrying at Hermione. Get up and put these on. You're being moved to a room upstairs. Her tone brooked no opposition. Slowly, Hermione stood up, shed her undergarments and put on the new clothes that fit perfectly. As she did so, she continued the conversation with Bellatrix. But I still feel guilty. I need to do something to make things right. Harry has decided that any issues you have with accepting his forgiveness are your own problem. Bellatrix stated, motioning for Hermione to follow her out of the cell once Hermione had finished dressing in the clothes that greatly resembled the basic Hogwarts uniform. Meaning that he doesn't want to punish me or accept any reparations. Typical, Hermione retorted. Bellatrix smiled broadly for 2 reasons. That was indeed typical Harry, and she loved him for it. Secondly, it was apparent that Hermione's spirit was far from broken. That means you can just put this behind you, Bellatrix told Hermione as they began their climb up a flight of stairs. I can't put this behind me, Hermione replied firmly. Are you so prideful that you cannot accept Harry's plain forgiveness and move on? Bellatrix said in a somewhat harsh voice, trying to convince Hermione that she was going a little too far. Is this because you cannot stand to be in his debt? No matter what I do, I'll always be in Harry's debt. Hermione replied angrily but with a resolute voice which then dropped to a whisper. The guilt won't go away until I feel that I've paid the price for what I've done. Bellatrix remained silent for a few moments as she contemplated some ideas that would help Hermione recover from her extreme guilt with a minimum of hassle for Harry. Finally she came up with an idea. Is there a way that you can significantly contribute to the fight against Voldemort? Helping Harry get the upper hand over Voldemort is the best way that you could redeem yourself in his eyes. My powers are insignificant compared to his. Hermione sighed. What do I have to offer? Silence fell over them as the two carefully considered how Hermione could help out. Bellatrix's eyes lit up as she received a sudden inspiration. You got kidnapped because you tried to confront Harry, didn't you? Yes, Hermione answered. What does that have to do with it? You were able to figure out where the attack was going to happen before it occurred. Bellatrix pointed out to Hermione eagerly. If you could do it again, Harry's forces would be able to lay in wait and then keep the Death Eaters fighting long enough for the Ministry to arrive and see that Harry is not the one attacking all of those villages. You're right, Hermione exclaimed, the excitement evident in her voice. That would prove that he is innocent. Bellatrix shook her head. Not quite, but it would prove that he's not attacking villages. There are other things he's supposedly guilty of that would take a little more effort to clear up. Hermione nodded but was obviously not listening very closely. I can still remember how the pattern works. If you have a map with all of the latest attacks on them and the times that they occurred, I can tell you where Voldemort will next strike. I'm sure that one of Harry's assistants has that information lying around, if not necessarily organized already. Bellatrix said, Let's go and find out. Harry was carefully polishing both his black ash and ivory wands when Bellatrix entered his personal study. I know which village Voldemort is going to attack tomorrow and I have a pretty good idea as to what time it will happen, she announced as she promptly laid a map on Harry's desk. Are you sure? How did you find out? Harry asked as he sheathed his wands into their appropriate places on his person. Hermione did it, Bellatrix told him. She then recounted how Hermione had figured out the pattern to the attacks and how they had figured out that they could still use that pattern. She graciously gave all of the credit to Hermione. Harry frowned. I should have thought to have asked Hermione for help with that beforehand. That's one of the reasons Fudge was overthrown so easily. He should have been able to at least match or have someone else match Hermione's achievement. That doesn't matter now, Bellatrix said. You have the information right here in front of your face. Send for Hiskifny and Neville and prepare a counterattack for tomorrow evening. You can make it 10 times easier for Macridge to set things right if you can publicly prove that you're the one attacking the villages. Okay, I'll have them stop over as soon as possible. Harry responded positively. He then hesitated for a moment. Tell Hermione that I'm grateful too. Bellatrix smiled at him. She'll be ecstatic to hear that, Harry. It's about time that Voldemort got a surprise, Neville said, barely able to hide his enthusiasm at the prospect of a battle coming off in Harry's favor. Hiskifny was more reserved. Is there any possible way that Voldemort might be aware of your knowing where his next attack should be? It's very doubtful, Harry said, reassuring Hiskifny and Neville. I don't know if we should involve Potter's Legion, Hiskifny said as he studied the map that marked the village in question. We don't know that they're adequately prepared yet and we may wish to hold them back for when they are more desperately needed. I think that this will give us some proper experience, Neville said defensively. This is the best situation to get experience in as well. We have the element of surprise on our side and we can easily position everyone in safe places to observe and even help fight. Maybe, Hiskifny muttered doubtfully. Harry joined Hiskifney in looking at the map for the umpteenth time. I think that Neville is somewhat right, he said. I'm going to allow PL to participate in this one with only one restriction. No underage magic must occur. Fair enough, Neville agreed. As you wish, my lord, Hiskifney stated respectfully. If you don't mind, I think that I shall return to Trascoban and begin planning for the battle. Do you intend to participate? I think that I had better, Harry said resolutely. Voldemort will likely be there and he could wreak some serious havoc if not checked to some degree. Tomorrow then, Hiskifney said with a bow before he disappeared. Neville smiled at Harry. I'd better get home myself. Gran will be worried about me. He handed Harry a sealed letter. Could you give that to your wife? She requested it. I shall, Harry said, taking the letter gingerly, realizing that Neville had poured his heart into the letter and that it was extremely valuable. Thank you, Neville said. With that, he activated his portkey and he disappeared. Harry cheerfully walked to the master's suite to find Bellatrix reading a book on the bed, wearing her customary Muggle t-shirt for pajamas. Everything is set for tomorrow. Bellatrix looked up with a smile and put the book aside. That's wonderful. Neville asked me to give you this, Harry stated, holding out the sealed letter for Bellatrix to take. I was wondering when it would come, Bellatrix said apprehensively as she took the letter. She held it in her hands and silently studied it before using her trembling hands to place it on the nightstand. I'll need your help when I open it and perform my experiment, she whispered to Harry. Harry nodded as he changed into his nightwear and climbed into bed. The bedroom lights automatically snuffed themselves out. As soon as he had settled down, Bellatrix snuggled up to him and buried her face in his chest. Instinctively, Harry realized that the delivery of the letter had reminded Bellatrix of the part she had played in torturing Neville's parents and that she was already anticipating what emotions about the loss of his parents Neville had expressed within the letter. He began to lightly stroke her back and hair. I'm sure that he doesn't hold it against you any longer. In response, Bellatrix began to sob as she clung to Harry tighter. Morning came, and with it a strange sight for a small town on Britain's east shore. If any Muggle had been in the forests surrounding Southallerton, they would have been witness to scores upon scores of strange people appearing out of thin air, groups of them holding on to miscellaneous objects like old shoes, branches, ropes, and chains. Most of them wore gray cloaks, some carried weapons, while others wore black cloaks with the Hogwarts crest embroidered on them, not that any Muggle would actually recognize the crest for what it was. Harry took a moment to gather his bearings after the portkeys had deposited him and Hiskifney's troops in the forest. Seconds later, Neville arrived via portkeys fashioned by Remus and Snape, with about a dozen members of Potter's Legion, bringing their overall numbers to 50, including Harry and Hiskifney. Bellatrix had insisted on accompanying them, but Harry had pointed out that she needed to work on the potion to heal the mental damage done to the Longbottoms, and that, after reading Neville's letter, she was hardly in any state to do battle. Reluctantly, she had agreed, but not before extracting a promise from him to return unharmed. Tempus, Harry muttered, and the time appeared in glowing numbers at the tip of his wand. 7:30 in the morning. According to Hermione's prediction, Voldemort would attack the town between 9 and 11, giving them a 2-hour window. Harry just hoped that the message he had sent to Mackridge had been received, and that the oars didn't arrive too late to do any good. Shaking the thought from his head, Harry turned his attention to Hiskifney and Neville, as the Count conjured up an ethereal map of the terrain. This, Hiskifney indicated, is the area around the town. If Voldemort's men follow their usual pattern, they will apparate in close to the town square, and fan out radially to cause as much havoc as they can during the few minutes they will be here. Glowing red dots appeared on the map where the town center would be as he manipulated the projection. Harry nodded. We know he usually doesn't bring more than 30 or so Death Eaters, so we'll have numbers on him. Their attacks usually last 10 minutes, to half an hour at most. That means we will have to attack them when they are close together, so we can take down as many as we can before they retreat. That would be dangerous, though. Neville frowned as both Harry and Hiskifney turned to him at his comment, causing him to explain further. I mean, if there's more of them close together, they will be able to defend themselves better. Plus, if they're attacked close together, What's to keep them from just apparating out the instant they come under attack? Good point, Hiskifni conceded. I can have 5 of my people put up an anti-apparition ward the moment Voldemort and his people appear, but that would also prevent the Aurors from arriving. Harry studied the map for a minute, before pointing at a number of streets that ran outwards from the town center. Let's assume they stick to the roads, they'd have to fan out along these, right? So what if we let them walk a few hundred yards, then take them down in small groups? They wouldn't be able to warn each other, and we have numbers on them. Worst case, a few of them apparate away, leaving the other groups unaware of an attack on them. I have an idea. Hiskifni stared at the projection of the town, and the red dots began spreading out along the streets. We wait till they are relatively dispersed, then spring out assault groups on them. Blue dots appeared on the map, next to the spread out red ones. At the same time, we engage localized anti-portkey and anti-apparition fields to keep from running. As he spoke, translucent green domes spread across the concentrations of red and blue dots. That way, the Aurors can portkey or apparate into the town center, and we have enough people to at least contain them inside the fields. I assume the Aurors are smart enough to follow their ears to the battle. Hiskifni finished. Probably. Harry nodded. The plan sounded good. Here's an addition to the plan, he said as he waved his wand and conjured up a box filled with necklaces. What are these? Neville fished one out of the box. It was a simple copper pendant engraved with the crest of Polarix strung on a leather string. Charmed pendants, Harry explained. Touch them, to activate, and say the receiver's name, or say, all, to send to everyone, then speak. It's basically a version of the Muggle two-way radio, so it should allow us all to stay in contact. Hiskifni picked one out of the box and examined it carefully, then nodded in satisfaction. Good. That will give us another advantage. We will be able to call each other and report, or call for help if necessary. Nice charm work, Harry, Neville commented with a grin. Not mine. Bella charmed them late last night. Harry shrugged. I'm not anywhere near her level of skill when it comes to charms or transfiguration. Hiskifni waved over one of his men, and ordered him to hand out the pendants to the sorcerers and the students from Potter's Legion. When the man had left, the Count returned to the map. There are 5 main roads leading out from the town center. Optimistically, Voldemort will show up with 30 people, that gives us 5 on 3 odds at each interception point. Right, station 5 people ahead of where you want to intercept the Death Eaters, and have the other 5 swing around to pin them down. That should hopefully keep them there. 1 person from each 5-man group will have to trail behind, casting an anti-apparition or anti-portkey ward before joining the fighting. Make sure they know that. Harry pointed at the green domes. It's really important those wards go up in time. The town clock chimed 10, and the town was now alive with people milling around the streets, shopping for groceries, catching a late breakfast, or an early lunch. Some people just returned to their homes after a night shift at work, while cafes and restaurants were busy opening their doors. Unbeknownst to the Muggles, 10 teams of 5 wizards each were posted around the town center, and the tension at each of these was thick enough to cut with a knife. They had a lot riding on this attack, including Lord Polarix's public rehabilitation. If they could discredit Voldemort's attempts at branding Harry as the perpetrator of these attacks on Muggles, his public influence would once more be a potent weapon against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Another 20 minutes passed, and Harry frowned as nothing happened. Could Hermione have been wrong? Maybe Voldemort, realizing that someone had been able to predict his pattern, had changed it. After all, he was aware that Hermione had already found him once, and he knew that the Ministry knew. This was their best shot at putting an end to these attacks. After this, Voldemort would definitely know something was up, and he would change tactics, but if he didn't show, not only would Harry lose this chance, but Macridge would also be taking some heavy flack, if he had indeed managed to divert the division of Aurors Harry had requested. Then the silence was broken by a series of staccato cracks as dozens of black-robed and masked people apparated into the town square. Harry let out a relieved sigh and touched the pendant hanging around his neck. Polarix to all. Targets just apparated in. Confirmed, Polarix. Spotters make out 28 Death Eaters plus Voldemort, a voice he didn't know replied. Strike teams in position. Warders ready. Hiskifny reported. Screams erupted below as the Death Eaters spread apart and spells began flying from their wands. Harry gritted his teeth as muggles began falling, some dead, some convulsing in pain. He hated this, hated leaving them to suffer, but if they wanted to make sure they got the Death Eaters this time around, they couldn't afford to attack them too early. Now, Neville asked over the pendant, his voice strained and pleading. Hold fire. Repeat, hold fire for now. Count Hiskifny's voice was steely as he replied. Come on, get moving, Harry urged the Death Eaters under his breath as they slowly began to disperse. Most of the muggles had managed to escape, and only a handful of corpses remained in the town center. The fleeing muggles drew the Death Eaters down the roads, straight towards the ambushes they had set up. Harry, Hiskifny, and Neville had agreed that warning the muggles would not be a good idea. They would all be safe, true, but Voldemort would know something was up the instant they arrived and no one was in sight. Harry watched with apprehension as a group of 6 Death Eaters came down the road towards their position, casting blasting hexes and other, more destructive curses at anything they saw. When they were a dozen yards away, Harry waved to the others in his group, and he, together with 3 others, sprang up from behind his cover and flicked his wand at the Death Eaters. Impedimenta, Stupefy, Incarcerus, Flipendo. A series of hexes and stunners left their wands as the glowing domes of anti-apparition and anti-portkey wards washed overhead. The Death Eaters, caught by surprise by the spellfire, screamed and dove for cover. One of them raised a panicked hand and pointed to the sky as their attempts to apparate away failed. 3 of them fell in the initial barrage before they could find cover, and as Harry ducked back down behind the light post he was using for cover, more spells erupted from behind the Death Eaters, taking down the remaining 3. Polarix, this is Alpha Team. 6 targets down, area secure, one of the team members that had ambushed the Death Eaters from behind reported. Harry nodded and waved his group forward, where they bound their captives. Polarix, this is Beta Team, our targets are down, Neville announced. Targets secured for the Aurors. Delta Team, targets secure. Epsilon Team, targets down. Gamma Team, Voldemort is here. Repeat, Voldemort is, the voice cut off abruptly, and Harry's eyes widened. Gamma Team was Hiskifny's, Station 2 streets over. Grabbing his pendant, Harry shouted, all teams, secure and guard targets, all available people head to Gamma location. He spared a glance for his group, then took off in a sprint, 7 of his people following him, while 2 remained to guard the Death Eaters. When they arrived at the other team's location, Harry couldn't help but gasp in horror. All of the Death Eaters were dead, and 6 of Hiskifny's men were laying among them, unmoving. Through some miracle, the 2 members of Potter's Legion had survived, and had been herded away from the battle raging amongst the corpses by the last surviving sorcerer. Hiskifny and Voldemort were trading spells, with Voldemort almost stationary, turning only to target his curses at his opponent, who was having trouble maneuvering in the limited space provided by houses, trees, and lamp posts. Hiskifny was holding his own, for the time being, but Harry could see the strain on the sorcerer's face as he struggled to keep dodging the killing curse. Voldemort alternated his spellcasting enough to blast most of the available cover, and Hiskifny's return fire was intercepted by ruthlessly summoned corpses. Harry came to a halt about a dozen yards from the fighting, and raised his wand. Voldemort either hadn't noticed or was ignoring the arriving reinforcements, and was focusing all of his attention on the Count. Well, he was going to have to change that. Harry slipped the black ash wand back into his wrist holster and summoned his ivory wand. He would only get 1 shot at this, and he had to make it a good one. The remainder of the troops had arrived, and had formed a circle around the fighters, but none of them dared interfere with the duel. Leveling his wand at Voldemort's back, Harry gave it a deft flick. Skellis Efflexi. The spell had been one he had come across with Bella while they were searching through the library for combat spells that would be useful in a duel with Voldemort. While there wasn't anything really short of a killing curse that would be able to kill the person Voldemort, they had found a number of viable alternatives that would not involve Harry using an unforgivable. The spell raced at Voldemort's back, but he turned and waved his wand in an arc in an instant, a shimmering silver barrier flashing into existence before him. Harry's spell splashed against it harmlessly, and Voldemort jabbed his wand at his new target. Erratico. Diving to the side, Harry returned fire with a number of overpowered stunners, courtesy of his new wand, and Voldemort found himself distracted as Count Hiskofny took the opportunity to counterattack himself. Harry ran and ducked into an entryway while Voldemort's back was turned, and threw his own hexes and jinxes at the Dark Lord. Caught in the sudden crossfire, Voldemort roared in anger as one of Hiskofny's slashing spells carved a deep wound into his side as he dodged one of Harry's blasting curses. 3 seconds later, Voldemort leapt to the side to avoid one of Hiskofny's spells, only to catch one of Harry's bludgeoning spells square in the back. Roaring in fury, a wave of power washed outwards from Voldemort, causing the wards to dispel. The Dark Lord ignored the opportunity to flee, however, and flung out his wand, a wave of concussive force blasting Hiskofny off his feet. The Count landed hard on his back, and was obviously struggling to remain conscious. Harry, who had been somewhat shielded by the entryway, snarled and stepped into the open before Voldemort could finish him off, speaking the first spell that came to mind. Expelliarmus. Voldemort waved his wand and the jet of red light was deflected to impact an unfortunate tree. So, he hissed, his snake-like face pale in the sunlight, finally you show yourself, Potter, or maybe I should call you Lord Polarix. It appears I have underestimated you. Harry couldn't help but notice the strange glint in the Dark Lord's eyes as he took up a dueling stance. Actually, you underestimated Hermione, Harry replied, fighting to keep his voice even. She figured it out, you know. It was a mistake to think that you could just let her go. Would you have preferred that I kill the little mudblood, Potter? Voldemort cackled. She broke the memory charm you put on her. That comment caused Voldemort's eyes to widen until they were as close to bugging out as they would probably get. What? That's impossible, he spat. No, it isn't, Harry bluffed with a grin. It was a risky gamble, trying to get Voldemort riled up, but he had to keep him here until the Aurors arrived. Where's the blasted ministry when you need them? No matter. Voldemort waved it off with a neutral expression. It was foolish of you to come here, where I could kill you. Now, shall we finish what we started at the end of your 4th year, Potter? You and me, Tom. The way it's always been. Prepare for death, then, Potter, Everto. Harry ducked under the curse, and flicked his wand rapidly. He had trained with Bellatrix for this, worked on his dueling skill until she was satisfied he would be able to hold his own, and Bella was a demanding teacher, if nothing else. A fire spell erupted from the tip of his wand with a muttered, Combero, which left it just a twist and quick jab away from the motion for a Sepulio. Wand motions flowed into each other as his body reacted on instinct, casting spell after spell without pause without even needing to mutter the incantations. A freezing spell followed by a blasting curse and a stunner flew at Voldemort in rapid succession, forcing the Dark Lord to abort his counterattack. With a grand wave of his wand, Voldemort conjured up a translucent blue shield with a shout of, Aegis Contigo. All of Harry's spells splashed against it, causing colorful ripples to wash across it, but none penetrated. Good, good, you've learned, Potter. Bella must have taught you well, Voldemort taunted as he kept his wand steady and in position. Harry circled him slowly, trying to figure out a way to get past the shield, while his opponent seemed content to let him make the next move. Finally, Harry shifted his stance, moving his weight forward, earning him a puzzled look from Voldemort. Spying a windowsill on the 2nd floor on the building behind Voldemort, he held out his wand. Admovo. The summoning spell didn't really work on something as massive as the building, instead causing Harry to fly up there. He kicked off the ledge, lifting himself higher into the air just seconds before Voldemort's spells blasted the window into rubble. At the apex of his leap, Harry flicked his wand again, and cast the first spell he'd ever learned. Wingardium Leviosa. And remember, swish and flick, he could hear Flitwick's voice. The levitation spell kicked in, causing him to hover in midair, and Voldemort's curses, which had been aimed at the spot he would have occupied, missed by a few feet. Harry smirked as he glanced down past his feet at Voldemort's face, imagining the surprise that wasn't showing on the snake-like visage. The levitation spell took an amount of energy proportional to the weight and height of the object levitated. Human levitation usually took ridiculous amounts of power, which was usually why it wasn't done. With his new wand, however, Harry had felt confident to try. "What are you playing at, Potter?" Voldemort screeched on the ground and shot a killing curse up at Harry, but his target dodged aside as he levitated himself around. "Why don't you come up here, Tom?" Harry smirked. "Accio Voldemort." With a startled yell, the Dark Lord rose into the air with surprising speed. Like the levitation spell, the summoning spell was designed for small items, and summoning something as large and heavy as a person took tremendous amounts of energy, but Harry mused it was well worth the look of surprise on Voldemort's face as he shot past him, high up into the air. And this time, the surprise did show, even as Harry slowly levitated himself to the ground. Ventureless. A gust of wind slammed into Voldemort, buffeting him around in the air above the rooftops, and Harry continued the flowing wand motion into the next spell, with a muttered, "Sonatus Leto." The shockwave exploding from his wand rattled windows for blocks around and disrupted Voldemort's attempt at casting the killing curse in retaliation. When his feet touched the ground, Harry dispelled the levitation charm, and raised all of the shield spells he could think of, because when Voldemort came back, and Harry had no doubt that he would, and when he did, he would be pissed, he would need them. True to his prediction, a number of dark curses started raining from the sky, forcing Harry to seek shelter, as he didn't exactly want to test the effectiveness of his shields against an angry Voldemort's curses just yet. Arresto momentum. The yell echoed across the street, and Voldemort came to a stop an inch above the ground, his eyes wide with rage. "Potter, you will pay." The hail of spells that followed caused Harry to duck back into cover. Voldemort was truly enraged, and the skill he was displaying, arraying spell after spell, weaving them so tightly together without pause, was frightening. Harry had known that Voldemort was powerful, and the Dark Wizard had had decades to hone his dueling skills, but this, he was chaining spells so quickly that there was no opening, no chance to get in a counterattack. Priscilla. The spell swept across the battlefield out of nowhere, the hurricane force wind tearing through the street. Voldemort was caught up in the middle of casting a spell and was forced to abandon it to barely remain standing, and Harry let out a sigh of relief as he spotted Albus Dumbledore standing at the other end of the street, Order members and a squad of Aurors behind him. "Dumbledore." Voldemort howled in anger as the old mage strode towards him. "You're surrounded, Tom," Dumbledore said quietly. "I can still kill your golden boy." Jabbing his wand at the doorway Harry had sought cover in, Voldemort snarled as he began a spell. Dumbledore was casting, himself, when the Dark Lord disappeared with a crack, the spell he had been building dissipating harmlessly into the air. "It was a feint," Dumbledore mumbled with a hint of anger as he looked around the carnage that surrounded them. Corpses of Death Eaters and Trascoban sorcerers were littering the ground, while the remainder of Hiskifny's people and Potter's Legion were bringing in the captives from the other interception points. Neville and the Count were approaching Harry, ignoring Dumbledore's questioning glance. "I'm sorry," was the first thing Harry said to Hiskifny as soon as they were close enough. "You lost a lot of people today because of me." The Count waved it off. "That is the nature of warfare. We pledged our alliance to you, and we will uphold it. Voldemort is evil and must be stopped, and every one of them gave their lives gladly to see to it that he will be." "We only lost people here," Neville told Harry. "I checked right after you and Voldemort started fighting. All of Potter's Legion are alive and accounted for, even if some are a bit worse for wear." "How so?" Harry asked. "Scratches and bruises, a nothing major. I think Parvati was off the worst. She caught a bludgeoning hex in her shoulder, and it's dislocated. Nothing Madame Pomfrey can't fix. And," Hiskifny added, "we only lost 6 men today. We captured 23 Death Eaters, killed 5, and you injured Voldemort." Harry frowned. "But I didn't. None of my spells even came close to hitting him, not with that shield of his." "Maybe not physically," Hiskifny laughed, "but you definitely injured his pride. You were dueling well, for someone with so little experience, my lord." "Harry." All three turned at the sound of Tonk's voice as she hurried over along with Kingsley. "Tonks, you're late," Harry greeted her. "Kingsley." He nodded at the older Auror. "Sorry, Potter," Kingsley replied, "we got the message from the minister, but there were a lot of bureaucrats trying to hold us back. We had to go behind their backs and talk to Dumbledore to get order support in order to get the go for the deployment." Harry's eyes widened in fear, but Tonks spoke before he could voice them. Don't worry, we didn't tell them where the information was from. We just told them we had it from a reliable source that we could pinpoint Voldemort's next attack. After all, Hermione did it before, right? She did this one, too, Harry told her with a grin. The grin died when he saw Dumbledore walking over towards them. Count, please tend to your people. The injured can be cared for at the fortress. Neville, if the injured from your group want to come along, they're welcome to. Have the Count tell you how to use the emergency portkeys we set up. The two nodded, understanding that Harry wanted his discussion with Dumbledore to be private, and left to tend to their people. Kingsley and Tonks caught the look, as well, and excused themselves to see to the captured Death Eaters. Harry, Dumbledore greeted him neutrally. Dumbledore. I suppose now I know what their mysterious source of information is, the headmaster noted. And I am glad now that I trusted them. I may be an old man, but even I can see what this means, and the implications of this, he admitted. Harry snorted. Took something pretty obvious to believe my word over rumors, didn't it? Now, what else will it take? Let's see, you could have tested me with Veritaserum to see if I'd really killed those muggles in Privet Drive, but you didn't. Priori incantatem was enough. Does it ever occur to you that a wand can be stolen? Or maybe taken from an unconscious body? Harry, no, of course not. Of course it didn't. But you know what? Harry calmed himself down forcibly. You know what? Azkaban was the best thing that ever happened to me, as unbelievable as that sounds, because it showed me what a traitorous, backstabbing lot you all are. Dumbledore stood in silence as his former student ranted, and as the dust from the battle settled around them, and the shame for his actions and mistrust settled inside him, there was only one thing that would come out of his mouth. Could we talk? Harry stared at him for a long moment, and Dumbledore elaborated. Just talk. No orders, no trying to take you into custody, no forcing you to help us out with the war. Just you and me, and whoever else you want to be present. The old man sighed, suddenly feeling even older, as if it were possible. I believe I owe you an apology for something I can never make up for. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.